things look a bit different, I know. Not my hair, obviously my hair's still a mess, as always. I've got a different setup. I'm trying a few things. I got one of them circular lights, and it's got a little hook for my phone. So I put the webcam in that, and it's freed up where I can move the TV. So I've got room on my desk for my laptop, well, my notebook, sorry. So I don't need to be like watching that all the time. So yeah. I've had a lot of messages about this, and you know when you get a lot of messages about it, it's going to be good. So I don't know why I'm putting it off. I'm hesitant. I was editing something else, and fuck it. Let's get this one out first. Fuck it. Let's go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there's been an ongoing fucking drama this year. I don't know why. I really can't explain it because I'm not the person who's causing the drama. You guys know me. I stay in my lane, right? I chill. I do my thing on my own stream. I don't go outside of my stream to cause any problems with anyone. I'm just right here chilling with you guys every day. That's all I care about, right? Every once in a while, someone will ask me my opinion on another content creator or something. I'll give my honest opinion, and then we roll on.
I still can't believe that he thinks it's a positive thing that he doesn't do anything else. Like separated from the psychology of socializing with other people. This is like from a business perspective of you've never branched out. You've never guested on someone else's podcast. I've been on more fucking podcasts than Phil has. Well, I will have by the time this goes out. You know, it's like there's something seriously wrong there that you just can't not only not socialize in a recreational, more relaxed, you know, more intimate setting, but you can't expand your business out either. You can't like network in that way. And he thinks this is it's a good thing. It's really red flag behavior. Most people need socialization, you know. There are like maybe some rare cases of like maybe psychopaths don't sort of like feel the need for connection because they're like incapable of feeling empathy. But narcissists are capable of feeling empathy. They're unwilling to feel it, but they can feel it. So they need socialization as well. Even narcissists need socialization. It's baffling to me. I'm sorry, I need to move on. This is like half an hour, so fuck knows. It's going to be like 9 hours long, isn't it?
And that's how it is, okay? For some reason, this year, a certain content creator by the name of Keemstar has tried to pull me.
Why do that? When you say a certain content creator, it's because you don't want to say their name. You know, I spoke to a certain content creator the other day, and they said this. You know, or a certain content creator, I'm not going to name them, has been spreading shit about me, and I'm just fed up of it. You wouldn't name them, but then he immediately goes on to name them. Why would you? This is ironically, it's related to what I was editing. He doesn't know how words work. His use of language is so stilted. It's so awkward. It's so clumsy. Let alone when he gets things wrong, like groupthink and percentile and thus. It just his sentence structure, his syntax, the words he uses are oddly chosen. And I know that sometimes it's obvious that he chooses words because he thinks that they sound so intelligent, but his use of conversational mechanics like that there, like saying a certain content creator, his use of that sort of obfuscation and I guess you call it just like hiding the person's content. By the way, I'm really high. I am killing a buzz for you people. Fuck. I'm sorry. I told myself I'd never say you people because it makes you sound like a cunt. There's no other way to say it. So I'm sorry. But yeah, I am committed, even though, you know, I'm wasting a high. Committed. But yeah, his sentence structure is just really, really odd. I need to go into that a bit more often, in a bit more detail at some point in future. But it's something that really sticks out to me. Language is how we communicate. It's how we share ideas. It's how we express ourselves. It's really fucking important in socializing and establishing relationships. So, I mean, you know, if I can't tell you how I feel, how are you going to be able to, like, respond to me? You know, you might pick up something from body language, but you could be wrong about that, you know? Could be acting depressed and you're worried about me, and then it's like, no, I'm just knackered. But, you know, so language matters. Language helps us, like, properly elaborate and explain and describe how we're feeling. And his use of it, again, like his socialization, is abnormal. And I think it's because he spent so much time inside that this method of interaction, his chat and questions being asked, is how he interacts, and occasionally on Twitter. So I can't imagine conversation flowing naturally with his wife, knowing what we know. I would imagine their conversation is very stilted and dry as well. It's very short and to the point because neither can be asked with each other. Well, he might still longingly want her to act like, you know, a dedicated wife, but she's having none of it. Rambling off topic, let's carry on.
Into his fucking vortex of drama a couple of times now. And I don't understand why. Alright? I don't really care. Alright, you guys know me again. I'm not into this shit. Alright? I'm the last person to try to get wrapped up in any kind of drama on purpose. I just try to do my own thing. My ideal scenario.
I love that little added qualifier of on purpose. It's like he probably has. He knows that he's been involved in drama anyway, but he can't accept responsibility for starting it because that would be a huge blow to his ego, and it would probably invalidate a bunch of stories he's told. And, you know, he's a fucking narcissist and he can't take it. So he has to add that qualifier of, yeah, I've never started drama. I've never been involved in drama on purpose. You know, it's the implication that he's always been dragged into it. Oh, and it's victimizing as well. He's painting himself as a victim. He's saying, like, you know, I am unfortunately constantly being dragged into drama rather than going out and causing it myself. Anyway.
Would be to be able to do fun streams with you guys every day, have no drama involved, make a living doing it, and we all have a good time together. That's all I ever care about. I don't want to be rich. I don't want to be famous. I don't want to blow up in notoriety. I don't want to be involved in drama and go viral. I don't care about any of that shit at all.
Again, those are not necessarily the ways you do it, but the sort of methods and mechanics to just spreading your word, I guess, spreading, like, awareness of your brand and who you are. Again, even appearing on a podcast would do better for him. It would do more for him. Sorry, this is starting to age. Sometimes I think it's coming off. Even that would do better for him than being this isolationist and standing proudly by the I do this by myself. I don't need anybody else. You know, I just need you guys to keep giving me money. But other than that, I do it by myself. And other people would at least appear on Drama Alert. The fucking guy who filmed himself. Like he filmed his mum and uploaded that video to Pornhub.
Joseph, listen. Did you make a... Am I wrong in saying this? I don't know if I got the right video, but have you made a video where you, like, throw a dildo on your mum?
Well, hold up. That was on a different site, dude.
But no. What?
Yeah.
Did you make a video where you put a dildo on your mum?
I would have to say yes, I did do that.
See, this is my point.
But why did he disqualify it because it was on a different site? What site was it on?
That was a joke that it was on a porn website and that I did. Okay, look, that's
Jesus.
You made a video with your mum and a dildo, and it's on a porn site.
You put your mom on a goddamn porno site?
He went on Drama Alert to defend himself. And Phil, he just sees it as a bad thing. He sees that sort of, you know, admittedly in that guy's case, yeah, that is a pretty bad thing. But even he went on Drama Alert, you know. So it feels like reticence to going viral, I guess. I wonder if this is just like a manifestation of his isolationist preferences, his laziness, and just sort of like not wanting to deal with the increased scrutiny and the responsibility. Sorry, she's stirring. The increased responsibility that comes with having more and more people have their eyes on you, and sort of like the pressure that puts on a person. Is it fear of more eyes on you? Because that means more scrutiny. And obviously with Phil, there's loads of shit to get through, and not all of it is good for him. So there's more of a likelihood of more and more people coming away with a negative impression of him, rather than it being a positive sort of thing, because they've discovered him through, like, you know, his appearance on Drama Alert, where, hey, he won people over, you know, he fully accepted that, yeah, be off on stream, left the camera on, stupid thing, blah, blah, blah. Anything like that, anything where he might be able to give his side in a way that does actually sort of, not necessarily win the audience over, but paint itself in a better light, you know. Any sort of damage control, anything is better than isolationism, you know. At least in Phil's case. I think most people probably shouldn't do things that you would then need to go and do damage control for, but this is Phil we're talking about. So, you know, there have been a number of occasions where he might have needed to do damage control and maybe appear on Drama Alert to sort of like give his side of the story. And that would have been better than just going, no, I'm going to do this on my own. I'm just going to ignore the trolls and all that shit. Don't go watching fucking Hey Army Watch or reading Kiwi Farms or anything like that.
Okay? So I don't know why this guy Keemstar keeps pulling me into his shit, all right? Now, allow me to explain a little bit. Keemstar is a content creator who we actually have some history with here, because when we were watching the Down the Rabbit Hole video about Wings of Redemption, we found out that this guy has been embroiled in the life of Wings of Redemption multiple times in his history. At one point, being some kind of a weirdo prank content creator who was playing Halo and saying disgusting things to girls over the mic, like really nasty, immature, disgusting shit. You know, acting like a fucking asshole. And then apparently later on, he started covering drama for the internet. And so every time Wings got caught up into drama, he got pulled onto his show or whatever. And, you know, if you want my full opinion.
No, I don't. I don't really. But at least even Wings would be involved. You know, even Wings would sort of step up to say, hey, here's what's going on. You know. And the sort of like the disgust of Keemstar, you know, admittedly, it is pretty bad behaviour, what he did. But this coming from Darkside Phil, who's, you know, obviously never sworn at anyone online. He's obviously never been a prick to anybody online. He's always been gracious in defeat. Darkside Phil. You know, fucking hell, his Street Fighter streams alone. Apparently, I missed the Capcom Fighting Collection thing. I'm guessing it didn't go well, though. Because I saw a lot of stuff about it on, like, detracted channels and Twitter feeds. So, it's also come up in a couple of Pig Go searches I've made recently. So, yeah, I'm guessing it didn't go well. So, yeah, I take that criticism with a grain of salt. You know, the whole pot meat kettle, people in glass houses, that sort of thing.
Of that stuff, all right? You go check out my Down the Rabbit Hole commentary. You know, I reacted to the Down the Rabbit Hole on Wings of Redemption. And I'll give you my opinion on all of that. Okay, we're not going to go into that today. But outside of that, I have zero interactions with this guy. Okay, many years ago, excuse me, in 2016, when I had my infamous incident, he did a news story on me and the incident. It lasted all 5 seconds. All right, and then
what, the incident? I should not be this pleased with that. That's what she said. Okay, but for real though, I do think a lot of his weirdness about sex comes from that, not necessarily about the incident per se, but the length of time that it was, because it's not a long time. And I think he's very insecure about that. So that's where I think a lot of that comes from. I think it comes from a place of, thank fuck nobody's talking about how long that clip lasts. Because it's not long. That's what Panda and Cat said. Fuck. You see how wasted it has to get.
Actually, behind the scenes, one of his people, which I don't even understand because I don't think it was an employee. I guess he has people who just do shit for him for free. Figure that one out.
Fucking excuse me. Who made this outline? Who made this overlay for your pre-stream podcast? Who made the intro for your pre-stream podcast? Fucking who makes your thumbnails, Phil? Who makes your stream art? Who makes your pre-stream slide artwork? Who made the music that plays when you've set up a stream but aren't on it yet? You get fucked, Phil. You get fucked. You cannot call anyone out on that, you motherfucker. You begged people to make you an intro and an ending. I made a fucking intro to take the piss out of you because it's that fucking easy to learn how to edit and throw together some clips of you over some music. You fucking lazy little shit, and you dare say, oh, I guess Keemstar just has people who does things for him for free. You should just fucking figure that one out. No! He'll have paid them. Because he could afford to. Because he's got fuck you money, that's why. Fuck. The idea that you'd have people, it's alien to him. The idea that you, as a person, doing something similar to what he does, doing something that he sees as lesser than him, because it's drama content. It's drama content we're talking about. I'm sorry I keep flicking from there to there. The circle is a bit obnoxious to look at. But the idea that you, of all people, would say, it's weird that he has people working for him, when that's perfectly normal, when someone like Keemstar would have a bunch of requests. He'd have a bunch of people contacting him constantly, not just people like, Raid Shadow Legends or G Fuel or whoever wants to sponsor him, but there'll be people telling him, hey, look at this guy, or hey, this person's done this thing, or hey, you're going to cover this. He'll have so much shit to sort through. He'll have stuff that he has to sort out anyway, like buying shit for a studio. He has actually got a studio, He actually had like a proper studio, proper lighting and that stuff. He'll have had I'm guessing somebody will have edited it, so he'll have paid for people, if not paid for the software used to edit it himself. So and Phil's it's fucking weird that he's got people working for him for free. Maybe he doesn't pay him. Fuck the fuck of all people, Darkside Phil, to say that. Oh, it's going to be a good one, isn't it? It's going to be a really good one. I've got 2 pre-rolls left. I'm going to need more, aren't I? I'm going to need to nip out and get more Lucasade, aren't I?
Reached out to me behind the scenes and said, you want to be on Drama Alert? And I was like, for what? And they were like, well, you were a topic yesterday. You want to be on there to react to the story of what's going on with you. And I was like, I don't think there's a story here. It was something stupid that happened. I'm laughing at it and rolling with it. There's no drama here. I'm going to dispute that it happened. I see there's no topic here.
But millions of people would have watched it on Drama Alert the previous day, and they might be curious to know why you did it, and why didn't you think to check that the camera wasn't on, and why did you do it in your office? And why did you do it in the time between you guys going, right, you going hey guys, just a few more minutes and then we'll be ready to stream, and then, hello everyone, good morning. Where did it end up? Some people are going to want to know. Who was it? I think it was on That Being Said. Was it with Piece of Peace? I think it was That Being Said with Piece of Peace. It might have been Ex Mortis, if so, I'm sorry. But I'm pretty sure it was Piece of Peace. But they talked about that.
We should be winding down here, but any questions left?
Yeah, there's one more. Unless you want me to read the funny one. I don't know if we need to touch on that, to be honest.
Yeah.
Do you want me to ask that one?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. Do you think Phil blasted nut into his jammies during the incident?
Okay, well now it's a great question. It's a valid question. I think it went right into the undies, and then after the stream you deal with it. That's what I think.
Is it
like for sure that he didn't have like anything there, like a fucking sock or something? I don't know.
He could have. That's a good point.
Wherever it went, it just stayed there. So,
Anyways,
but again, somebody's giving him the opportunity to come and give his side of the story. Somebody is giving him the opportunity to have a say. Somebody is inviting him onto a platform that has a factor more viewers than he does. Multiple factors even. If he's getting like 1,000 views a stream or something like that, Keemstar's getting millions. So we are talking multiple factors of viewers more. And this is a chance to potentially win them over by acting with humour and grace and humility and accepting it. And you know that Phil won't do that. It's fucking wild that he claims to have a business degree and didn't see that opportunity to damage control and course correct and maybe even invite some people on, because you can win people over like that. You can win people over by like having the grace and humility to admit that you fucked up in a very public way. It's just astonishing to me that he's like, what story? There is no story. Just did something stupid yesterday. Yeah, that's the story, mate. That's the story. Not every content creator leaves the camera on and masturbates. I've even done it as a joke. I parodied that moment. I even got a please wait, the stream will be starting soon bit over my PS dashboard. My PS4 dashboard. It's a fucking great joke. I'm well proud of it. But, you know, he's been given the option here, the opportunity to put his argument to one side. Why can't he consider that a good thing? Why, Steve? Why can't he consider that? He's downplaying it already. He's saying it's nothing serious. It's not a big deal. I'm laughing at it. It was just a stupid thing. He's downplaying it. Why does he downplay things? He downplays things so that they don't hurt as much. This is a thing that he didn't have an opportunity to sort of manipulate to either his advantage or to minimize the impact of him. It was an immediate thing that happened, and even though I'm pretty sure in the immediate aftermath he did ban people. He said he was scratching his leg and he did ban people who brought it up. I'm sure very, very quickly he was forced to accept that this was something that he did. This was something stupid that he did, and there was no getting out of it. It's undeniable. It was all over the internet. So was the video. I'm on fucking form tonight. Unless I later decide to cut the previous two ones, in which case that's just going to look arrogant. Might leave them in now. Or I might not, and then you'll never know. Anyway, he's doing that because at the very moment that thing happened, he had to accept that he just couldn't. He couldn't control this. He's just going to have to accept that he fucked up. And it's an ego defense thing. And it's probably the smartest thing he could have done, to be fair, is to completely accept it and to laugh and roll with it. And it's probably the one time in his life where he's learned to do that. But again, here is an opportunity where he can show that he can do that to a wider audience. And that might be enough to win some of them over and potentially bring them in. Again, I'm sorry, Brittany. I'm really sorry. I keep veering into the business aspect. So business is a relationship as well, and I've read some Irving Janis, so you know there's relationship dynamics there. There's interactions there as well, and so like, you know, I do think about it every now and then, especially with DSP, because most of these things are based around the simple act of meeting people first, as we're about to find out. So I can't get over that he won't do it though. I can't get over that. Why is that fear there? You are accepting that you are rolling with this. You've got no other choice. The best way out of this is to roll with it and accept that you fucked up and lean into it. And And he did to the point where when Gutex was banned from Twitch, sorry, and they removed the emote, he suggested replacing it with his O face. And so he did fully embrace that it happened. But why the fear? Why the sort of like... Again, does he think... Like Keemstar's going to go, yeah, you're right, it's not a story, actually. When a streamer with, like a 10-year legacy masturbated on stream. That's a story for someone like Keemstar. That's a story for a lot of people on the internet. You know. I'm amazed Darkside Phil did what wasn't trending on Twitter on the day. But it's the one thing that's come to define him. And he was being given the opportunity here to to radically change people's opinion of him based on it. And he didn't want to go through with it. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's fear or if it's laziness or if he's, he's trying to act like he don't care. He's trying to act very casual about it. Like, oh, it was just, because again, he's minimizing it. Is that the ego thing? Is that an insecurity? Or is it like literally, I can't be arsed dealing with it. I can't be asked dealing with it. I don't want to talk about it on my stream. I'm not going to come onto your stream and talk about it. We're not that long into it.
Why would we, what are you talking about? And the guy goes, oh, okay. And then I literally just never heard back from him ever again. Okay? And that was it. For years and years, I had zero interaction with Keemstar. Zero. I don't care about this guy. And it's the shit he does. Now, you guys know, it's not just Keemstar in general. I don't like people who make his style of content, all right? Someone who just sits there and looks up dramatic stories, gossip, tries to basically cause problems or profits off of the misery of others, all right?
My dude, that is you. That is your pre-stream. You will rant about whatever you've seen on Twitter that day. Anybody in chat mentions the words Neil Druckmann or Troy Baker, you are fucking going off on one. My God, the projection of this man. I'm struggling to come to terms with it. Ever since the Howard and Rambo thing, I have just been overwhelmed by like images of projectors, and I hear the whirring in my head. And I've recently been playing Fallout 4 a lot, and the mission that came up was to clear the drive-in. And when you go up the stairs of the diner bit, there's just a stack of reels. I saw it and I heard the flickering and I thought of him again. I thought, you fucking ruined me games. It's such a... Like, I've been looking up papers to research it. It's such an ego defense thing. It's such a distraction thing. It's such a, it's a deflection thing. It's almost like Darvo again, at times when, if it's used that way, it's always multiple things with Darkside Phil. It's never one thing. Fuck. It's never one thing. There's always multiple things.
You can look at me and my history on YouTube. 14 years. It's all there. It's public. My ups and downs, my highs and lows. We've gone over a lot of that history recently in videos such as me reacting to my own Down the Rabbit Hole video and also me reacting to the video from John and Howard from 2015 where they basically did a giant hit piece on me. Okay? So I've tried over the years to not only fess up to the mistakes that I've made in the past, all right, but also...
Calling bullshit on that for points that I've raised on That Being Said podcast, which is hosted by the fantastic. I can't use that word because it's fantastic, Mr. Sam. So I can't use the fantastic ALT Insider. And also, I'm sorry that I didn't get to you, Meerkat. But yeah, you don't accept responsibility. You'll fess up to stuff. But the implication there is that you will fully accept that you've done wrong. And you don't. Because every time you say, that was a bad thing, or that I did, or that was a mistake I made, there's always a but. There's always another reason why. There's always another person. There's always some external reason why I did that thing. Every time, without fail, Darkside Phil has had to hold his hands up and say, "Yep, that was a bad thing I did." But so it's not fessing up. It's not fessing up in the way that he's implying here. It's not like change and growth in a personal sense, because there isn't any change or growth happening. All he's doing is saying, back then, this thing happened, and that's why I acted like that. That was a stupid way that I acted, but if it weren't for this thing, I wouldn't have acted for it. I wouldn't have acted like that. Sorry. So there's never like any sort of culpability with him at all. There's never any acceptance of responsibility or any indication that a lesson has been learned and behavior has changed. It is always an external cause that is responsible. It's never him. So, yeah, immediately doubting that.
To improve upon them. And I feel that today, as a content creator, you know, the kind of person that I am is a lot different than the person from back then that people had a lot of issue with, right? I'm not doing those very messed...
Sorry, can I just have a moment to look at chat there? Why does Phil always get lumped in with people like Boogie, Keem, Review Tech and Wings? Phil is a million times more normal than those fucking weirdos. Okay, Stinking Burrows. Listen very, very carefully. This is something that I don't think I say a lot. I probably should say it more. Phil is abnormal. Phil is not normal. He is abnormal. He is an aberration upon society. He's beyond the scope of normal. He is at an extreme end of the bell curve. He is so far one direction or the other on the spectrum of any sort of normality that you cannot find him in the middle. You can have to trek to the largest polar extremes, the furthest away points of either a graph or a bell curve or a spectrum or whatever sort of measuring criteria you want to define what is normal and what is not, because Phil is not normal. He is abnormal. Also, big ups, Mr. Fat Cat. What was the incident? I'm new. Damn, you lasted 5 seconds. Fuck. One of them made the joke as well. Fuck.
Up things, saying the stupid things that I used to say and do. I'm not doing shock value content anymore. I don't do shock content anymore. I got rid of that. It's out of my repertoire. Well, but the content style I do is very different.
A nice little skirting around the issue there as well. I don't do shock content anymore. Because we all know that shock content is an umbrella term that covers racist and sexist jokes. So, you know, but we don't like to talk about it because it makes Phil look like a racist and a sexist. Naturally, because they're racist and sexist jokes he's making. So instead we sort of like couch it in the terms of shock content, or that sort of, you know, offensive humour, you know, or racialized humour, generalized stereotypes, racial humour, sexual, sexist humour, you know, that sort of. We will couch it in terms that make it sound less serious than racist and sexist jokes. Also, homophobic and transphobic. Fuck it, let's just throw them in there as well. Why not? They're all equal. They're all offensive. They're all, you know, just not funny jokes that he's making in a cheap attempt to be offensive, or because he's truly ignorant of why they're offensive. Probably both. So yeah, interesting. Again, he does that so much. He will try to steer you away from that because he's not he's not really shown change. He just knows you shouldn't do it anymore. He's not shown that his attitudes have changed.
And I feel it's meaningful to a lot of people. I mean, I get told every day that what I do is meaningful. Please keep it up. And, you know, they appreciate that I've been doing this for 14 years and I just keep going despite all the hardships that I've faced. And I really appreciate that. I do. I appreciate
Why am I still doing this? Why am I still doing this? This is delusion. This is delusion. This is him. This is him. Sort of like needing to be told to have it affirmed to him. Nobody says it to him. Nobody says, "Hey, thanks. This was really meaningful to me." Every day. Every day. You might expect to hear it rarely because It's the sort of thing that's quite serious and significant. Something meaningful literally has meaning, you know, and that meaning gives it value, and we see that value in the sort of like emotional response to that content and the fact that it has meaning. So we can infer that. We are good at processing how that works. and he just... The idea that somebody says it daily. Every day somebody new says, thanks for that, Phil. Your content has meaning. It's just delusional. It's just fucking delusional. Again, is this because he doesn't have relationships to the point where he can understand that that is a serious thing? No, he can't. He must know that's a serious thing, because otherwise he wouldn't be using it so much. He wouldn't actually imply that, you know, he's trying to imply that his content is serious and that it's legitimate and that it has value to people and so that it has meaning to people. So he's saying people are saying that it's meaningful because he knows it's a serious thing. So he's either deliberately using it to manipulate you, or he's that fucking delusional. Neither of these things is good. Fuck, I could be here all day and I've not even got to the fucking point where Keemstar's DM'd him.
Appreciate that people somehow find positivity and inspiration in the fact that I keep going, okay? So that, all that being said, you can look at all the shit that I've done over the years, all the toxic, negative shit that I've done in the past and I've fessed up to.
I'm sure I will at some point.
And you could look at it at face value, all right? But I don't think that anyone would ever argue and say, the stuff that Phil has done has ruined someone's life, or Phil has really benefited off of the misery of other people, right? Like, when you look at the body of work that I've done...
I think you can make a pretty serious argument that Phil has benefited off the misery of others. Because it's Planet Jeff's wife that's died, isn't it? And he gets that money. She had to die for Planet Jeff to get that money to give to Phil. So he's profited off misery. Of course, there's a whole... He also monetized videos about his friend's deaths. And that stream was monetized, Phil. Just because you didn't shout out donations doesn't mean that you didn't accept them. Or didn't expect for it to be made up later in other streams. You put out a fucking special post-stream daily wrap where you were like, right, guys, I expect more money next week because of that. You know, how long that took and the fact that I didn't make that much money through that. So yeah, you do profit off the misery of others. You've probably made people's lives miserable. Because people have had to go through the sort of... For as alien as it sounds to us detractors, people are obviously getting into his circle some way. They are getting into his audience somehow. You know, for whatever reason, they get something from that audience, which keeps them coming back. And at points, people are forced out of the community. They'll either go voluntarily or they'll be excluded because they've said something that, you know, Phil is like, right, I'm not having this anymore. I'm just fucking banning you. Fuck you. Or, you know, he said something and it's made them go, all right, fuck it, I'm done. And for as many of them as come back, some don't. And each time it happens, these people have to go through like this thing is fractured, and this thing was part of me at one point, and it might have been, you know, part of my like daily ritual. I might have watched Phil's day streams at a certain point, you know, and I might have, you know, looked forward to every upload of like, you know, Friday Night Street Fighter. So, you know, there'll be people who have to go through that sort of like tearing that out and then sort of rebuilding their identity without Phil and replacing like whatever they got from his community with other things or with that fulfillment from other places. Or they'll sort of, you know, cycle and panic and struggle and not really be able to deal with it, and they'll end up going back, usually under a fake name. Or they'll in the ultimate sort of like, I hate the word, but in the ultimate cooking, with a C-U-C-K, not C-O-O-K. Not like K's cooking, the other cooking. They'll make a public apology. They'll apologise. I can't get into that now. Wanted to do a video specifically on cults for that. Can't get into that now.
Yeah, I've said and done some really stupid things, but I don't think anyone could actually say Phil had a concerted effort to either hurt others and profit off of it, or to partake in drama, gossip, and things that could cause misery for others to make profit, right? The stuff that I do is very much in my own lane. I'm making content here on my own channel. I stay to myself. I don't fuck around with other people, right? And I'm happy to be able to make a living doing this the way that I love to do it and the way that you guys like as well, right? It's certainly never going to explode. It's never going to become super popular again. It's not going to go viral again. It is what it is, right? And I'm happy with that as long as I can stay where I am and maintain the level that I have, right?
That was cope. That was delusional reassurance. That's a self-soothing thing that he needs to hear that. He needs to keep telling himself that. The more he repeats these things, the more I feel like he's doing it to reassure himself. I've moved away from he's doing this to sort of inculcate his fans into the idea that, you know, his life is good. And less, you know, I'm less concerned with the idea that it's him projecting the image. That's there. Don't get me wrong, that sort of drive is there, but I feel like it's less of a motivator overall. I feel like the primary motivator behind that is him needing to delude himself into believing it. And he does this a lot. And he was I can't remember which one it was recently. I've watched a lot of Pig Go today. Like I said, I was editing something else and I came to a bit where I needed like chunk clips. So I was editing and watching a lot of Pig Go, and so there's a bunch of shit that's sort of mushed together in my brain at the moment. But there was one where he accused detractors of basically, you know, you say the thing and then it gets repeated back to you, and in the act of being repeated back to you, it becomes real. It therefore becomes fact. It becomes true because someone's repeating it back to you.
When you say something negative about someone and 10 other people corroborate it, all of a sudden you feel like you're not alone and you have some kind of a value, right? And sadly, I hate to say it, that's pretty much what's happened with a lot of these people, whether it's someone who's a content creator on YouTube who illegally rebroadcasts my stuff and now has a mob of people constantly shitting on me on a daily basis, following along with their negative memes and the things that they say about me, or it's an entire forum's worth of people who for the greater part of 5 to 7 years have literally microanalyzed every piece of my life, obsessed over it, and literally just pile on me with the most obsessive, really fucked up, compulsive shit over at Kiwi Farms, all right? There's just giant groups of people who for some reason have come together to shit on me on the internet, whether it's for their own personal gain or whatever it may be. I have no idea, okay?
And that is literally what he does. And again, this is why I've had projectors whirring in my head, because he does it so much. He does it with so many things. And this sort of self-reassurance here is one of them. He says it all the time because he needs his audience to say, yeah, you know, Phil's a happy man. Phil's like got a family, and Phil's, you know, go home and be a family man. And Phil went home and was a family man. And he needs that reassurance, like, yeah, you are. Yeah, you're doing right. Yeah, you're just doing okay by yourself in your own lane. He needs that so much because I think deep down inside he knows it's not true. And I think his insecurity is driving him to delude himself more and more. And again, like with other things, the more and more it happens, the harder and harder it is to sort of silence that nagging feeling or escape it with bouts on the mobile game. So the worse and worse it gets, and the more and more extreme his behaviour gets, because the more and more tense he is. So he's going to be doing this harder and harder, and it's going to drag all this shit out because he needs to go through more and more cycles of reassurance, cycles of, like, you know, you guys know me, I've been here for 14 years, blah 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 blah, and then later on it's like, you guys know me, you know, I've got a wife and a family and I'm busy because I'm working all the time, blah blah blah, and then it goes on and on and on. You know me, I'm a self-made creator and I've been doing this on my own, blah blah blah. So each time there's a new thing that he needs to reassure himself about, and he needs to be reassured about. The harder and harder the gnawing reality inside is getting to silence just by WWE champions, so he's going to need more and more. It's an addict building up tolerance, basically, and the harder and harder it is for him to silence reality, the more tense and extreme his behavior is going to be. He's going to snap easier. He's going to snap more frequently. It's going to be over smaller and smaller things, and his reaction is going to be disproportionate to the incident that sparks the snapping response. So, yeah, let's all keep our eye out, because the next few weeks are going to be very interesting. Next few months probably will be, actually, but given how significant this is, I'm going to say the next few weeks. And also, she's woken up. So, so yeah. Look forward to her making an appearance soon. Oh, actually, might be able to hear her drinking over the whirring of my PC. Anyway, let's get on with this, Steve. Let's, carry on.
But I don't want to hurt other people to get ahead. I don't want to make content that's really nasty and negative. And when I did the React video to Wings of Redemption's Down the Rabbit Hole, I wanted to make sure it was okay with him. And he said it was okay. That's why I did it. I'm not going to go out of my way to make content that's going to...
The fuck did that go? Fucking hate moths. I need your help. Come and hunt a thing for me. I was going to make a point. Oh yeah, Wings said, make that money, pimp. So Wings didn't necessarily give... Well, he gave you his blessing, obviously, but, Wings knew why you were doing it. Just that you didn't want to admit it.
Hurt others. That's the last thing I would ever want to do. If I'm going to leave any kind of an impact on this planet, I would hope that it's going to be a positive one in the long term, and people will look at a big picture and say, oh, what Darkseid Phil has left on Earth is something positive that we can laugh and smile at and have a good time with. Now, oh my God, this guy literally misery, drama, pain, nastiness. Oh, but he's rich, right?
You make over 100,000 a year. You're not your typical blue-collar working man Joe Public with, a hard labour job. and worst of all, you don't leave happiness in your wake. You're not a positive person. You just keep telling yourself you're a positive person, and you keep demanding that your fans tell you you're a positive person. You're actually not. I would like to go into that in further detail, but I think it's something that I should come back to at a later date.
I hate to say it, that's Keemstar in a nutshell. Take a look at any of the shit he fucking does, right? And tell me that it has any kind of intrinsic good moral value. And not just him, but anyone who does that kind of content, that drama, React style content, that fucking news that's not really news, it's actually gossip, and it could actually ruin people's lives and reputations. You tell me where the value is in that and how that's benefited anyone.
Right, so he's seeing value as it must benefit someone somehow. It's an interesting... See, we talk about this a lot in psychology because it's part of how, morals and ethics sort of formed. It's a very simplistic way of looking at the world. The idea that for something to be worthwhile, to be good, to be positive, to be seen as, a net positive, to be seen as not a bad thing, basically, it has to have some sort of value. It has to have some sort of moral value where it benefits somebody, because that's how he's just defined it. He's just said, where does it benefit somebody? Considering that his argument against it is that it could ruin people's lives. But the argument against that is that it could also benefit people's lives because, like I said earlier, people could go on there for damage control. It also raises awareness of people that are scumbags, that are, scamming their fans. Because people go on there reporting stuff. People go on there to be interviewed by Keemstar about shit they found. People go on there to sort of challenge people that they think are twats, basically. I'm thinking of Grade A, Under A again. But his sort of like appearance on Drama Alert is probably one of the best. So and because of just like the length of time that Keemstar has been on Drama Alert, the Drama Alert's been a thing, and the amount of people that he's had on it over time, there are bound to be far more people that have benefited from being on Drama Alert than have ever benefited from watching a Dark Side Phil stream. So by that logic, by Phil's logic, Drama Alert has more value than you, because you don't even give your gifted Amazon subs to your audience. You gave away empty game boxes. They didn't even have the games in. You all right down there? You're having a quick scratch, and yeah, you good? All right, curl up on you. I just want you all to know that I'm not making this up. She is there. Sorry about that. I just don't want the people watching thinking I'm delusional. Or I'm making it up. But yeah, his definition of value as having some sort of moral aspect as well. See, the thing is that morals are relative. They're objective. They're subjective. Sorry, they're not objective. That's a fucking hell of a one to mix up, isn't it, Steve? Evidently your brain is struggling and needs more glucose. So the idea that for something to have value to Phil, it has to have a moral purpose. And it must provide some benefit. Is that your Catholic mother, Phil? Or is that you? Is that something that you've decided because you think that you are the ultimate moral authority? You are the moral center of the universe because your way is right. The way you see things, the way you think things should be run, your beliefs, your attitudes, your determination of what gives something meaning and value. Because those are all subjective things. So, worthwhile then becomes subjective. For something to have worth, it then becomes subjective because the aspect that you think gives it worth is subjective. So the thing becomes subjective. The actual concept and quality of worth and value is subjective. So you can't argue this, Phil. You can't argue this point. It's not a point that you should be winning. It's not a point that you can be winning. It's not a point you should be taking. This isn't a position for you to hold. This hill should not be died upon by you.
Right? That's my opinion. And by the way,
then your opinion
can
shit.
Disagree with my opinion. That's okay. It's okay for people to have differences of opinion. If you like Keemstar or Review Tech USA or other people who make that style of content, you have the right to do that. And far be it from me to tell you you're not welcome to like what you like. Okay?
You are welcome to like whatever you like, but I am going to slag off what you like because I don't like it. I am going to insult you for liking it. I'm going to insult so many aspects of who you are as a person, including your intelligence and your taste, if you don't like something that I don't like. If you like something that I don't like, sorry. I get the idea that he's saying this because he knows he has to say it. He's saying this because he knows he cannot sort of like say, by the way, I'm right about this, and if you're wrong, you can fuck off. You know, he knows that he's not stupid. You don't have to be stupid. You don't have to be smart to trick gullible people. So he's not stupid, but he's not necessarily smart either. He knows that this is a thing that you should say because, you know, yeah, you are allowed to like what you like, and for most people, it doesn't matter. You know, you like what you like, and I like what I like, and for most people are sort of like okay with the idea that you're not going to like everything that I like, and I'm not going to like everything that you like, and it's fine. But to him, he has to say it. He has to say it because he knows that not doing so makes him look like a cunt. But he doesn't necessarily believe it. He still thinks that his way is right, you know. Because if you like something he doesn't, he will slag you off. He will insult your intelligence and your taste, and he will rip into you and explain to you in stupid amounts of inane detail why the thing you like is stupid and why you are stupid for liking it. And that is not the behavior of somebody who is okay with you liking what you like. It's fine, you know.
Personally, I don't like reality TV, like the old shit that used to do, like Jackass, and then the fucking shit that's happened over the years with things like the Kardashians and shit. That's like the lowest bar of content for me. It's garbage, but people love it. It's super popular, and those people are filthy rich, right? So, far be it from me to act like a know-it-all. Like what you like, okay?
It's a very pseudo-intellectual thing to take that position of reality TV is trash, you know, and I don't get stuff like, you know, I don't know why the Kardashians are famous and all that stuff. It's almost boomer, you know. I know that boomer is, you know, a defined generation, but it's also a state of mind, let's be honest. And most people admit to liking shit. Everybody has a trashy show, or, you know, a switch your brain off show. Everybody has a veg out show, you know, when you just want to switch off and you just want to lie there and you just want to watch something shit because you don't want to think and you don't want to have to work and you just want to veg out with like a tub of Ben & Jerry's in your pajamas or something like that. Everybody has like at least one show where they will want to do that, you know. I like all sorts of shit, you know. Favorite series is The Wire, but I also fucking love Hell's Kitchen, Hotel Hell, Kitchen Nightmares. And I love like 90 Day Fiance. You know, everybody likes trash. Everybody likes trash, and most people can accept that. Most people can. Sort of like accept that it's a thing, it's nothing to be ashamed of, and there's no real reason to go out of your way to that extreme where you're like, oh, I don't get it, you know, because most people can understand that not everybody likes a thing. So you don't get why people like the Kardashians. You probably won't go on about it that much because, you know, you've probably got something that you like yourself that you know other people don't like because it's really trashy. So you sort of recognize that in others. You can empathize with other people liking something trashy because you also like something trashy. And you don't need to intellectualize it to the level where you're like, yeah, but it's just common gutter reality TV. It's the lowest common denominator and all that stuff. You don't need to do that because you can do that yourself. You can sort of like accept that it's trashy and that's entirely the point of it in a way. That's sort of like the thing I'm fumbling towards. Most people can recognize that reality TV is trash and that's exactly why they watch it. There's no need to be boomer like this. It's so odd, the desire to appear more intelligent. Well, it's not odd, really. I understand why he's doing it. He wants to appear smarter because it's, you know, it's DSP, it's pseudo-intellectual. Can't even say thus correctly.
Fair enough. But at the same time, don't pull me into your drama vortex for trying to get some kind of personal benefit out of it, all right? So why am I bringing all this up?
Wait, right, okay. Okay, yeah. Yeah. There's a benefit to Keemstar sort of like having you on Drama Alert. Because, he gets to do the whole, I've got Dark Side Phil and we're about to talk about the incident that happened yesterday, you know. But you've got a business degree. How do you not understand that? how do you see that as like a sort of like, almost like a personal attack, almost like no, it's a character flaw, it's a defect. He's seeing it as a defect, like you are using me to make money. You, the projection, again, you, DSP, of all people, who has used other people, literally everybody you've known, you have used to make money off. Even your wife that we don't see anymore, you have used to make money off. She's been on at least 2 streams, I'm pretty sure it's 3. Either way, she's been on streams and you've made money off her. There is Jasper, your fucking cat. I don't make money off my cat. I annoy her sometimes, but I don't make money off her. She's fucking cost me quite a lot recently. You of all people. That's why he's doing it. That's why he's doing it. That must be why he's doing it. He sees that in himself and he knows that it's bad. Or is it because he assumes that's why it's happening? He assumes that profit is the primary motivation of Keemstar because that's what his primary motivation is. You know, and again, there's nobody to check him on it. There's no friends. I was thinking about this before. He's got no friends around him, again, to socially push back on him. I sort of talked about this a bit on the That Being Said podcast, once again, with the ALT Insider, Meerkat Mob, and Fantastic Mr. Sam, whose name I can correctly pronounce the first try, unlike ALT Insider. Sorry. So they're never going to have me on now. I'm going to hold off on editing this until I've been on again. But yeah, I think he assumes that that's what everybody else would do because he's got no other way of checking that. He's got no other sphere of influence. There's nobody else pushing back on him to sort of like say, actually, that's a bit weird, mate. Nobody really acts like that. You know, there's no social pushback because he's got no friends anymore. So, yeah. I think that's what that is. I think that came from a place of, I am assuming that this is your primary motive because it's mine. It's how I would act in your position. And yeah, Keemstar might have thought, oh, if I could get DSP on, the numbers, you know, oh, think of the ad revenue, think of the views, you know, if I got DSP on, literally the day after the incident. Of course he's going to put his feelers out to DSP. Everybody is talking about this thing. He's probably thinking about that more. He's probably thinking about, look, this is the hot new thing. I want you on the show to talk about the hot new thing because it involves you. Everybody is talking about this thing. Everybody keeps asking me about this thing. Get on the show. He's like, nah, mate, you're going to make money off me. Why wouldn't Keemstar giving you a cut then? Why don't you ask for a cut? Fuck it. Why not? Again, profit, a transactional nature of his relationships, with money being the primary objective, with money being the primary motivator. It's always about, what can you get me? What can you give me? How can I make money off you? How can I profit off you? And it's behaviour that he sees in others. And when he sees it in others, it's a bad thing. But when he does it, it's fine.
This year, Keemstar's tried to pull me into his vortex of shit many times. First of all, much earlier this year, okay, out of nowhere, out of the blue, Keemstar tweets about me, saying that there's a show coming up that involves me, Wings of Redemption, and Boogie, 3 content creators on the internet. And he says, oh, it's going to be a show with all 3 of them. It's going to be a podcast, and I'm producing it. He just says this publicly, okay? This guy literally never spoke to me. He just tweeted this.
They've said something like, I'm working on a podcast with these 3. Which sort of like implies, I'm trying to get these 3 together. You know, I'm working on getting these 3 around the same table at the same time. You know, I'm working on getting these 3 in the same call. You know, on the same Discord channel. It doesn't necessarily imply, yo, I've got like the banners printed, the background's done, the artwork, the channel's registered, you know, I've got the merch sorted out, I've got a sponsorship deal with Raycon. None of that. But he assumes that. He assumes that already. Why didn't you talk to me about it? There wasn't anything to talk about yet. See, I have the feeling that this was literally Keem going, one of the things I'd like to do is set up a podcast with Phil and Wings and Boogie. And I feel like that is what it is. I can't check right now. I should have checked beforehand, but then again, I didn't really know that this would be coming up. This is a spur of the moment reaction. Fuck me. It's going to be over 5 hours, I can tell. There's something really, really wrong with this. There's something really wrong with needing to portray Keem in that manner. He needs Keem to be the bad guy. He needs Keem to be the bad guy when Keem has not been unreasonable. Keem has offered him a way to make money. And all you'd have to do is talk about, like, I'm imagining, because of the people that are involved, I'm imagining this is going to be mainly a podcast about, like, what it's like to be trolled all the time. You know? These are going to be people who are on Phil's side. They're not going to be, like, going at him. They're probably going to be like, mate, we've been through similar. Let's all talk about it. Let's all talk about, like, how shit it is to have detractors. It's like, it would be a place for Phil's ego to flourish. It would be a place for him to sort of, like, vent and do whatever he wanted and talk about whatever he wanted. And I was about to say, why would he do that when he's got the pre-stream podcast? And he's literally doing that right now. But this would involve more money. All he'd have to do 1 or 2 hours a week. Fuck. I still can't believe that. I still can't believe that he turned down. He just didn't answer the phone. Imagine you are Kat. And imagine, right, okay. So you checked out. And that's fine. You're not really asked. You know, it's a sham relationship anyway. You just wanted a place to stay. And it's worked out all right for you because you don't really have to work anymore. And, you know, this guy DoorDashes every evening. At least once a day, you know. Go shopping with him, maybe. You've not been recently. Stay in and play Skyrim and eat fast food. It's fine. It's working to your advantage. You have no sort of like motivation to change. This was really, as I paint this picture, makes me just think you're incredibly depressed and you need help. But for whatever reason, you're just content with your situation. And then you find out that the offer of $50,000 came Phil's way. And all he had to do was answer the phone. And he didn't. Imagine sitting there playing Skyrim while he's in his office telling people how desperate he is for money so that he can take you out for the one meal a week that's allowed. You know, there's the one fucking thing I have. And he's going off about that. And you think, you could have had $50,000. At least $50,000. And he didn't answer the phone. See, I wonder how much information she's capable of accessing. I'm assuming she's got her own phone. I still, you know, she might have checked out, and I'm assuming she has. I'm assuming she's like mentally checked out the way I sort of like described before. But I am assuming that she's still like the sort of person who would just utterly break Phil in half if he tried any shit. So she's probably still got like her own phone, and you know, she could browse the internet as well. She probably doesn't like have a Twitter account or whatever. They've talked her into deleting that, but you don't know. She might browse the farms out of curiosity every now and then, sort of like to see what they're all talking about. But somehow, some way, she finds out about this 50 grand. Imagine sitting there thinking about that. How would you feel about that? Knowing that this 50 grand could have been used to improve your living situation. It could have been used for a holiday. It could have been used to buy new shit. It probably would have all gone to Scopely. But it could have been used to buy you a fucking exercise bike that your husband fucked up and broke and never fixed and never replaced. That's where this is coming from, isn't it? She's spoken to him about this. Because I tweeted about this recently. I'm scroll past all the people saying you need to do this. You need to cover this. 18 hours ago. This was when Keem's Keem chatted. This is yesterday. I can't believe it's that. I can't believe I have that much influence. So I have to believe that Cat went mad. I don't think it's his chat. I don't think, because he would have just banned it, and he would have just ghosted it. I mean, Rich from Rich gets basically, when Rich first came on, it was a big thing, and then after that, no one really cares that he's still there. It's fucking pathetic that he's still there, giving him money. But so I feel like if it was a primarily chat thing and they were like constantly asking about it, I feel like he would have just and silenced and banned. So I feel like this is coming from Kat. She spoke to him about it, and that means she went mad about it. She went to all the effort of marrying this man so that he could go to his parents and ask them for a couple of grand and get a tax break. And none of that has improved your living situation. It's mostly gone on junk food and a mobile game. And he's just passed up 50 grand because he didn't want to answer the phone. And that was just the signing on bonus. He would have made more for sitting on his ass 2 hours a week and having a call with other people and talking about how shit it is to be trolled online. Imagine your significant other doing that.
Then he starts tweeting, oh, Darkside Phil has me blocked on Twitter, so I can't talk to him about it. Someone had to get him to unblock me on Twitter. So now people...
Yeah, he wants to talk to you, and you keep going like, if you want to talk to me, do it in private, DM me, message me, and it's like, you can't if you're fucking blocking everyone. So if he wants to talk to you, fucking unblock him. And he did. This is fucking pathetic, this. Of course Keem's going to complain about being blocked by you. You blocked fucking everyone. You can't act all indignant when somebody wants to talk to you and they find out they're blocked and they want to fucking be unblocked by you so they can talk to you, you fucking prick.
Are trying to contact me, and they're like, Phil, are you doing this show with Keemstar? Why is he talking about you? What is it? I'm like, I don't know. I know nothing about it. I'm literally not involved in this process. I have no...
Oh my god, he's so fucking dense. Every time. Hey Phil, did you know about... I don't know. Hey Phil, what about this thing? I don't know. Phil, people are saying this. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I've got nothing to do with it. Fuck's sake. Why is it you can admit it there? Why is it that your ego doesn't take it as a hit there? Because it's a defense mechanism there. It's a potential defense mechanism. Anytime he has to admit that he doesn't know something, he will avoid like the plague. In fact, I'm going to retire that sentence because it turns out that a lot of people, when there's a fucking plague going around, don't avoid it. But he will like any opportunity he gets, he will try to avoid it. He doesn't like admitting that he doesn't know something. He has to act intelligent. He has to act smart. He has to act like he knows things. That's why he will speak at length about subjects that he is woefully undereducated about. But there, it's a defense. There, it's like when Superhound strikes videos in Darkside Phil's name. And Phil goes, I don't know anything about it. It's nothing to do with me. I don't know anything about it. It's a defense mechanism there. Why is he so defensive? Why is he taking that defensively? It's because it involves Keem. It has to be about... He must automatically think it's a bad thing because it involves Keem. People are going, what is Keem talking about you? Or are you doing this thing with Keemstar? He's immediately like, I don't want to know. I don't, Why so defensive, Phil? Fuck's sake.
I have no clue what this fucking guy is talking about. And I said as much months ago here on my streams. I said, I don't know why he's bringing me up, okay? Now,
It's pretty fucking obvious, though, because one of the things that he tweeted was, I want to do a podcast with Darkside, Phil, Boogie, and Wings. So when people come to you and say, hey, Phil, Keemstar's saying he wants to do a podcast with you and Wings and Boogie. That's pretty much all you need to know. There you go, right there. That's it. So later on, when people say, hey, what's going on with Keem, you at least know. You know people are telling you. It fucking... The willful ignorance of the man. I think his most recent, that being said, where they asked, like, what's the bit that winds you up the most? Shinko and Meerkat said, it's his lack of curiosity, it's his willful ignorance.
All right, this is a good one for all of us. What is Phil's, from Jimmy the Chode, Tantalucci, what is Phil's worst personality trait? You cannot say narcissistic, though. So I guess I'll start with myself. I'll say Phil's worst trait is entitlement.
I'm going to do what you did. I'm going to say arrogance. That's the one that bothers me the most.
I would say intentionally ignorant. His intentional ignorance, he doesn't want to learn how to do so. Like, I think it falls into his entitlement, but like he doesn't know how something works, so it's just stupid to him.
That's a
I guess
fair one too.
he's just lacking any kind of curiosity, really, to explore what makes things what they are.
It's that for me. It's the intellectual deadness. Just no desire to learn anything.
allow me to give you a follow-up on the story. After that went down, Boogie reached out to me and actually personally contacted me and said that he would be interested in doing a podcast with me and maybe Wings. But he says the catch is Keemstar wants to be involved and wants to produce it, that Keemstar would pay for everything, whether it would be a production budget, maybe even a studio, who knows, I don't know, equipment. But basically he wants to produce and promote the show, but the show would be ours, okay? And I was very honest with Boogie and transparent. I said, listen, I have nothing against you. I have nothing against Wings. If you guys ever wanted to just sit down and shoot the shit and have a conversation or do a podcast or whatever, I'm sure we could talk about it and we figure it out, all right? But I'll be honest with you, I want nothing to do with Keemstar. I don't see why he has to be involved in this equation. What the f?
Because it's his idea and he wants to produce it. Is that not like immediately obvious when he's the one who's like, I've got an idea about a podcast that I want to do with Wings and Boogie and Phil? He's basically done podcasting for years. He's done it for longer than Phil has. There's a period where Phil was still just making videos while Drama Alert was a thing. And now he wants to sort of like produce more, you know. And maybe he's at the point where he's like, I've always wanted to do this because these three people are very well known for being lolcows, basically. They are very infamous figures online, and I would like to get them together to talk about that. I would like to produce that. And now I've got the time and the money where I can do that. That's why he has to be involved. It's his fucking idea. You should know that, Phil. You're an ideas person. You know, you're just used to somebody else going off and doing the fucking work for you, aren't you? Fucks me off so much, that shit. It shouldn't do, but it does. It's because it's Keemstar, that's why. That's just what it is. He fucking hates Keemstar. You could put anybody that he hates there and he'd have been exactly the same. I wonder what he'd have been like if it had been somebody that he was okay with. I'm trying to think of who he's okay with. You know. Most people he hates or doesn't want anything to do with.
What the fuck does he have to do with anything?
It's his fucking idea.
Like, why does he have to be involved in it at all? Why does he have to have any personal benefit? It's a podcast. A podcast is simple. You could simply set it up and we can make a call online and have a call where the three of us are just talking.
Well, fucking do that then. Do that yourself, you muppet. You only think podcasting is easy because you call this a fucking podcast. Podcasting isn't easy. What I do isn't a podcast. consider this an analysis. This is basically a reaction, but most of the time it's like an analysis because I've seen what I'm talking about before. Every now and then it's a reaction. But what like ALT Insider does, the way he guided that podcast I was on, the way he sort of like kept it going and had like this set of stuff that he wants to talk about, and then we've got like a structure of things, and the way he sort of like kept it flowing, I couldn't do that. I like to pause and break too much, you know. It's a different skill. It's a different skill set. You know. And Keemstar wants to produce. He wants to, you know, do the production side of it, where he's like the one editing it and making sure that sound levels are okay, making sure that like all the camera cuts are working, and you know, making sure like all the lighting's good, and you know, he wants to produce the fucking thing. It's his idea, Phil. That's why he has to be involved. It's his idea. It's a thing he wants to do.
Why the fuck does he have to be involved? I mean, anything he gets involved with is going to be over the top, dramatic, toxic, negative shit. I don't want to deal with that.
See, again, he doesn't know. He can't consider Keem's position of, I'm basically retired now. You know, I want to do something different. He's automatically assuming, and he goes mental when people do this with him. He goes fucking mental when people assume what he's like based on old stuff that he did. And he's doing exactly the same thing here with Keemstar. This is probably a point where Keemstar's like, I want to try something different. This is something I've always wanted to do. I have retired, and I've got the money and the resources and the time available to me, so I would like to do it. And he's not seeing that. He's not seeing that it would be something different. He's seeing Keemstar as a host. He's seeing Keemstar as the one who's talking all the time. He's seeing Keemstar as the one who's like asking them questions and, you know, interrupting them and, you know, controlling them and telling them what they can and can't say. And Keemstar's probably like the one fucking producing it in the back, pissing about with audio and, you know, cutting camera shots and he'll be involved in the making of it. Because it's something different. Like the podcast would be them three talking and he producing. Might occasionally like chip in with like a hey guys, you know, a line or like, you know, a comment or, you know, a question. But can't get over this. He's projecting again. He hates it so much when people judge him on his old stuff. And here he is immediately judging Keemstar on how his old stuff was. You fucking hypocrite, Phil.
And that's pretty much where we left it. Never really had any other follow-up on that topic or anything like that. It just was left there, okay? So obviously the idea is dead. It's not happening, right? I refuse to do it. Now, that was many, many, many months ago, all right? So I would say probably about 3 weeks ago, a month ago. I don't even remember exactly when. Oh, by the way, I should say this. At one point, I did unblock Keemstar on Twitter. Here's why. I'm thinking, if this guy actually wants to reach out to me and talk to me about anything, he would, like, DM me on Twitter about it. Because I think that's what he was complaining about, was because I had him blocked on Twitter. He had no way to DM me about issue, or not issues, but anything. So, all right, fair enough. You know, this guy doesn't sound like
You criticised him for moaning about that before. And now you're going, alright, fair enough. Fucking can't.
He tweets about me all the time or whatever, so I don't care. I'll unblock him. It's not going to be a big deal. So I unblocked him on Twitter at one point. Okay? So, then I wait, and...
Sorry, that was a really well-timed snort, because it made him look like he was admitting to doing cocaine in the meantime. I unblocked Keem, then I waited, and then it's like
basically, I don't hear, nothing happens. We're done. The drama's over. Okay, the drama's all done with. Okay, good. Whatever that podcast idea was, it's gone. It's shot. Who gives a shit, right? All of a sudden, I want to say it was about a month ago. I'm not exactly sure when. I'm sure people could look it up because it was him doing this on Twitter again. He tweets out and he says, "Oh, I've noticed that Darkside Phil unblocked me on Twitter." He's saying this on Twitter. "I've noticed that Darkside Phil has unblocked me on Twitter. Well, I have a business proposition for him. Someone get him to DM me on Twitter." Huh?
You have to be following someone to DM them. If your DMs aren't set to open, you have to be following somebody and they have to be following you. You both have to be following each other. Evidently, you weren't following Keemstar, you dickhead. How do you spend so much of your life on Twitter and not know this? If your DMs aren't open, you and the person you're DMing have to be following each other. And if you blocked Keemstar, you're evidently not following him. You could have unblocked him and not followed him. So you need to follow him and fucking DM him. You fucking dumb. Oh my god. Oh. How long's it been since me last... Oh, right, okay, enough. Break time. Let's get on with this. Come on, Steve. You're already out like an hour and a half and you're probably only about... Actually, I'm a little ways into it. Shit, I should have checked that, actually. Oh, big ups to JG for telling me when this started and saving me having to sit through like half an hour of schedule and shit. Okay, I'm 13 minutes in. I'm not doing too bad. It's still pretty bad though, actually.
Let's repeat that again for emphasis. I have a business opportunity I want to offer Darkside Phil. Have him DM me on Twitter. In business.
Let's go through this again for emphasis. On Twitter, you both need to be following each other to be able to DM each other if your DMs aren't open. So Keemstar wants to get in touch with you through DM. He can't. He needs you to initiate that. It's 2022. You use social media. How are you this bad at using Twitter? I've mentioned this before. How are you this bad at using Twitter? His Twitter is like 90% come by and support the stream if you can, because it's been a bit slow recently. 5% his schedule. No, say 8% his schedule. And 2% interaction. It's 2020. Most people do stuff through social media these days. He is weird. And I say this to somebody else who has a Hotmail account. He's weird about emails. He's really weird about how he wants people to contact him. He needs that control. I don't know why an email gives you more control than a DM. I suppose a DM, you can see when someone's seen it. You can see when it's been received. It is harder to say, I've not got your email, your DM. It's harder to say your DM went to a junk folder and I didn't notice. You know, your DM was flagged as spam and deleted. It's hard to get away with that. It's hard to... It's plausible deniability. If you emailed him and said, I'd like to do this thing, or would you sell me this thing, or would you like to buy this thing, or something like that. If you emailed him with a proposition and then he didn't get back to you, then later, after like a week or so, you were like, hey, Phil, I emailed you about this thing. You took it to Twitter because, you were like trying to get hold of him, and obviously emails aren't working. So, you go to Twitter and say, hey, Phil, I've emailed you. Or, you do it in like a super chat or a tip like Slayer did. Say, hey, Phil, I've emailed you. It's harder for him to sort of like go, yeah, I didn't get it when it's a DM. But when it's an email, yeah, it's really easy. So it's a control thing again. And he's taking it personally, and he's trying to portray Keem as being the weird one. He's trying to portray Keem as being the one. See, look at his body language when he's like, huh? It's really obnoxious overacting. but it's making the point of, I want to portray this as ridiculous. This is so utterly mind-blowingly, stupidly bizarre and alien to me, and so weird a concept that the only way I can like adequately portray how just downright unfathomable I find this is to go, huh? And it's not. He's the one who's in the wrong. He's the one who's weird. He's the one who's acting really odd about what is a sort of routine interaction to most people. My fucking DMs went wild today because of this. That's how normal it is. Also, I've opened my DMs. That's really... I never thought I'd do that. But, you know, there you go. So, you know, come slide into him on Twitter. Oh, do shut up, Steve. Oh, actually, I should have put it there, shouldn't I? Shit. Oh, never mind.
If you have something you want to talk to someone about, don't you contact that person? This would be like, I'm a talent, right? In this case...
He's tried contacting you, but he can't. He wants to contact you this way. Most people do business this way now. Most people talk to each other this way. Through social media. It's not an alien thing to most people, but to him, it's ridiculous. That's... Again, if you socialise more... Jesus Christ. You don't even socialise on social media. Mental. And I know I shouldn't be using that as a descriptive term. It's you know, it's not a word that we like to use in that way. But I'm struggling to find the words to describe it. It's crazy behavior, you know?
I'm considered a talent, right? I'm a content creator. I'm a talent on the internet. You want to have a talent involved in a project that you want to do. You reach out to the talent. Not the talent has to reach out to you. What are you talking about? I don't know why you want to contact me. I don't know what this is regarding. I don't know if this is anything I ever want to be involved in, especially because I...
No, because he's not told you yet, you dumbass. It's very obvious because he was mentioned earlier, months ago, that, you know, and you would remember that. You would remember that interaction with Keem. You would remember that time that Keem came up. You're not the sort of person who would forget that because you would see that as like a pathetic thing. He's trying to use your name against him. You know, he's trying to, you know, drag you into the vortex and you say, oh, fuck off. Especially if you've not heard from him for like years before and you've got no idea why he's mentioning this shit all of a sudden. And then like a month later, 3 weeks or a month later, you know, he tries to get in touch with you and he can't and he has to go publicly. He has to publicly tweet, I'm trying to get hold of DSP because he can't contact you normally. That's what it's very obviously about that, and that's why he's doing that. He's trying to say, hey, here's like the proposal. So Phil going, oh, I don't know anything about it. Of course you don't. You've not opened the fucking letter yet. You've not received the email. You've not answered the telephone. You've not gotten the text. The delivery driver hasn't arrived and left your parcel by the bins. That bit has not happened yet. What did you expect? I feel like this can't... He has to be looking for a way to portray Keem as in the wrong as possible. And that comes all the way down to something like this. It comes all the way down to saying even the way that he went about contacting me is bad. You know, it's stupid. Here's why it's bad. Because I don't know anything about this. I don't even know if I want to be a part of this yet. Nothing has been explained to me. And it's like, this is the point that they're trying... This is exactly what they're trying to do. It's like, here, Keemstar is trying to get in touch with you so he can explain this and ask you about it and see if you want to do it. And he's angry that he's not done that yet. When he's explicitly trying to do that and can't because you fucking blocked him or you're not following him so he can't DM you. It has to be that. It has to be. I have to make Keem look as in the wrong as possible. You can't be this stupid. You just can't. Oh my god. I can't believe I just did that. I hit space on the wrong keyboard. And it stopped the recording rather than carrying on his podcast. I can't believe I just did that. I also can't believe I nearly called it a podcast then, but either way. I literally just said you can't be that stupid and then cut the fucking recording by mistake. Oh, your brain needs more glucose, Steve. I'm such a fucking numpty. Spanner, you were right. I'm a fucking numpty.
Especially because I don't like Keemstar as a person or a content creator. Why do I have to contact this guy? I don't understand. So I ignore it. This guy starts harassing me on Twitter. He's sending multiple tweets out.
Yeah, because he's trying to get hold of you. He said, hey, can you get in touch with me? And you ignore him. And then he keeps saying, hey, would you get into, hey, mate, listen, mate, I've got an idea. Mate, come here, I want to talk. He's trying to get into, oh my God. See, you cannot be that stupid that you get angry at the prospect of human interaction like this. You cannot be so blithely unaware of the mechanics of interaction that you can't see somebody trying to get your attention. It has to be from a place of, I need Keem to look as unreasonable as possible. I need, like, even his attempts to contact me have to be portrayed as harassing me in some way, or frustrating, or he's annoying, something like that. Anything that will portray him in a more obnoxious or objectionable or just obstinate way. Anything that makes him seem like he's being unreasonable, because then by default you are automatically the reasonable one. You are the more favored one. You are the positive one.
Darkseidfield needs to contact me if I have a $50,000 signing bonus, and he'd be an idiot if he doesn't contact me. He keeps tweeting about it like 2-3 times. I guess he tweeted about it.
I refuse to believe he just said that. He keeps contacting multiple times, like 2 or 3 times. Fucking hell. It's definitely that. It's definitely I need Keem to seem unreasonable. 2 or 3 times is not unreasonable. I get, you know, there's people who tweet me regularly, and I don't think, for fuck's sake, 2 or 3 times a day. Oh no, you pricks! You know, it's a completely normal thing. He really did, didn't he? I need to.
Idiot! If he doesn't contact me, he keeps tweeting about it like 2-3 times. I guess he tweeted about it. Contact me. He keeps tweeting about it like 2-3 times. I guess he tweeted about it.
2 or 3 times, I guess. Oh my God. See, look, even people in his chat, because your DMs aren't open, here's how you have to initiate the DM exchange. That's how Twitter works. You fucking dumbass, Phil. How have you like had Twitter for so long and you know so little about it? You did this with YouTube as well. You had no idea there was a creator. I knew there was a creator app before you did. It's just like no effort to learn, is there? You coming up to join us? Yeah. Yeah. Are you getting down? Come and say hi first. Sorry, can I borrow you just for a minute? Say hello. Hello, everyone. I don't know if you can see, but yeah. a little patch here, isn't there? Because you went to the vets recently. You okay? You're gonna get down now. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Get down. There you go. There you go. Oh, do you want to sit like this? Yeah. Okay, I don't mind. All right, you sit there. Make yourself comfortable. I mean, I'm not in a rush or anything, but you know, if you want to make yourself comfortable, like anytime soon, that'd be great. Oh, good girl. Good girl. Thank you. So, yeah, he just needs Keem to be a cunt. And he seems to find, like, regular interaction alien. I'll move this out of your way for you. Yeah. If you come closer to here, people will be able to hear your purring. In fact, let's give him some purring ASMR. There we go. Thank you very much. I'll get you some treats for that. Thank you. Look, you're my key to views. They're up here. Yeah. I know. You think they're there? I put them here again. There you go. Have some Dreamies ASMR, everybody. Good girl. There you go. Right, now where was I?
And so finally people are contacting me on my stream that day. Are you aware that Keem wants to talk to you?
Joe, go out.
Why don't you talk to Keem? All right, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I have no idea.
People are telling you.
Finally, during that day,
people are telling you Keemstar's trying to get in touch with you. And you already know that he's proposed a stream with you and Boogie and Wings because you've spoken to Boogie about it. So again, I don't buy this either. I don't buy this. I don't know anything about it. I don't know. It just feels like a way to avoid culpability and responsibility. Again, it's the same thing throughout. Any time he goes, I don't know anything about it. It just seems like a way to just shrug off any sort of like, because if you know about it, you have to do something about it. You know. If he's like, yeah, I know Keem's trying to contact me. I need to get in touch with him. You'd have to get in touch with him. There'd be the social pressure then because you'd admitted to your fans that and you are expecting to do this thing. So people will want that because you've said it. I mean, and Fire Festival 2 will come soon, Necro Swanson. I can't tell you when. I just know that one day it will. People remember that stuff. There's also like at least 3 games that I haven't forgotten about for people. So yeah, he knows. I'm not buying this. I'm not buying this sort of like, I don't know anything about it. I don't know why Keemstar's trying to get in touch with me. You do know. You've been told. You've spoken to Boogie about it. You know. I'm not buying this.
at some point, I think I was on a break of my stream, and I just happened to open Twitter, and I see this guy has tweeted about me a couple times. All right, I just want him to shut up. So I do DM him, and I say, what is this? What are you talking about? Why are you talking about me? Okay?
Just happened to be on break, and I happened to open Twitter, and I happened to see he stopped his stream, remember? He went on break to do this.
I'm going to paraphrase, because apparently people are under the impression that if you read a private message word for word, it's very rude, and you shouldn't do that. I mean, I learned my lesson from the John, Rambo, and Howard situation. If you didn't see me react to their video recently...
Holy fuck! Holy fuck! That was a very bitter that was just like the sarcasm in there, the bitterness, the sort of, it's like a punished child that's still bitter about being punished. The punished child that remembers being punished. Yes, I've learned my lesson. I won't be doing that again. Fuck, you are 40. You are a 40-year-old man. There is no excuse for this. That is, and it's about such a serious thing as well. It's about like such a serious invasion of privacy. You know, I've mentioned this before, but sometimes I feel weird like naming detractors that I've spoken to when it's a content creator or somebody that's like notable in the community. Then that's okay because they're like a sort of public persona. They're known within the community. But if it's like just a random detractor that I'm chatting with, and so like, we're talking about something, I'm like, oh, it's quite interesting to make a video about that. And then I don't want to mention them by name because it's like, I can, there's like an expectation of privacy at times, there's like at times contextually it's okay to do that because, contextually it's fine. If I'm, messaging Shinko or Fantastic Mr. Sam about something, and then, I'm like, oh yeah, so I was messaging Fantastic Mr. Sam and he happened to mention this, which brings me on to this point because I think this. That's contextually fine. Revealing private messages from friends is very, very different contextually, and it's not fine. And it's such a significant thing. And again, I don't think he quite grasps like how significant that thing is. But he's been told it's significant and he's been bollocked for it. And he's very bitter about that. He hasn't learned his lesson. He hasn't learned his lesson. He's just learned to change his behaviour. If he'd learned his lesson, he wouldn't have done that. He'd have recognised the gravitas which that reference is. He'd have recognised like the seriousness behind that. That's not when you've changed your behaviour. Oh, I know what that is. I think that might have picked that up. I know what that is. Was a code yellow, not brown. So. Anyway, let's see that again.
I'm going to paraphrase because apparently people are under the impression that if you read a private message word for word, it's very rude and you shouldn't do that. I mean, I learned my lesson from the John, Rambo, and Howard situation. If you didn't see me react to their video recently, they called me out for me reading text messages live on a stream and revealing private information. I'm not going to do that. I learned from my mistakes.
You did not learn from your mistakes because you started all that off with apparently people are under the impression that. So you haven't learned from your mistakes. You've just learned to correct your behaviour. Again, I've got a bit of chocolate stuck inside of my mouth. There's no learning from mistakes. There's only learning what mistakes are. There's only learning what mistakes you've made. There's no learning from them. You're just told that that's bad now. You haven't actually changed anything internally. You haven't like come to an understanding about why it's bad. You just know that it's bad because you've been in trouble for it before. So now you know in future. That's how you've learned. You've just learned to not do it again. You've just learned to not get caught. You've not learned why it's bad. You've not grown. You've not changed as a person. There's been no internal development. There's been no psychological advancement or emotional growth. There's just... Well, apparently some people think it's really bad if you like read text. You've not learned. I'm not buying it. It's just like with that, I don't know. I'm not buying this. He hasn't learned. He hasn't grown. Otherwise, he won't be acting like a cock.
What I will do is I will paraphrase, okay?
Oh my God. See, even there, what I will do is paraphrase, okay? You fucking patronizing little shit. You did a bad thing. That's why people are mad at this. That's why people got mad about that thing that you did. Because it was bad. You have not earned the right to make light of that yet. You have not earned the right or the ability, because you've not shown the recognition that what you did is wrong. You're still just being a cock about it. I want to say the other one. Even though I've said it before, I don't want to say it too much because I feel like it devalues it. But he is a cunt.
Paraphrase what the situation was. So, in a nutshell, Keemstar says to me that he has an idea for a show.
Right, okay, before we start, I also just want to point out that there's not really much to be read into that sort of thing, you know. Most people do it. I do it all the time under it, you know. It's visible sometimes, but most of the time I am doing it beneath the camera as well, because some people do. It's used for emphasis, it's used for effect, it's used, you know, just to enhance and highlight certain parts of speech. I'm really conscious of doing it now. But yeah, there's because I do try to keep a track of some of his takes, just, you know, to sort of compare as a baseline, but that there's not really much into. Sometimes, like, again, contextually, if he's making something up and he wants you to believe something and he does that, then, you know, he's using his hands, then there probably is, like, deliberate use of it to deceive, but I don't think there's much to it otherwise. I think it's just one of them things, and he happens to do it as well. A lot of people do it, and he's one of them, and I'm one of them, and yeah, I don't think there's much to that. But I do keep an eye out for, you know, stuff like that and stuff like that. So some of them are baseline itches as well. Some of them I think just because he's manky, but there's certain ones that I like, you know, which are definitely self-soothing behaviors intended to cope with anxiety at any given time. So yeah, there's usually something that's making him anxious or nervous, something that he wants to hurry up, and he'll be doing something like that. Or really get in there, you know. So yeah, but that not so much. That's just to emphasize speech. There's nothing indicative of deception with that.
All right? This is not what a lot of people thought it was. A lot of people thought that he wanted me involved in some kind of weird content creator celebrity boxing event. That's not what it was. I guess that's something.
Couldn't see it be a boxing match. Couldn't see Phil even. I don't even know why you would consider Phil, other than just wanting to see his face get punched in. There's like no way you would pick him over somebody else.
That's something else he is doing or was doing and it failed or something. I don't know. I don't follow the guy. I don't fucking care. But it wasn't that at all. Okay? It was something different. Okay? And it had something to do with a show he wants me to either host or be heavily involved with. It wasn't clear. Okay?
What wasn't clear about it? You even knew what it was when Boogie told you. You knew. Again, he knew. He has to be able to put 2 and 2 together. He has to be able to put 150 and 150 together and not leave 2 on the tips total because he's hidden the 50. Sorry, shout out to Piece for keeping track of all that and sort of pointing out that all those little hidden bits mount up to thousands. Yeah, you had to know he's playing. I don't want to say obtuse, but again, he's even the way he's portraying Keem and the way he's explaining it. It's like, yeah, he either wanted me to be part of it or host it. It wasn't clear. It's like, you've got the DMs. You were the one he was messaging. How is it not? Like, just go back and read them. You can work it out contextually. If it's not like spelled out, he needs it spelled out explicitly again. I've just watched the Slayer video. The Slayer React video, sorry. On an Elite stream. And I'm going to add it on at the end. I was going to have it on in the middle, but then Anne got copyright struck partway through, and I thought, right, okay, just, you know. God, this is a segment to put it at the end. It would be a good, like, post-credit thing. Or a bonus, you know. But in there, he complains about like things being symbolic and it not being easy to tell like what the intent of the song is through through either the lyrics or the video, and it's like, why? There has to be a reason why you need things explained to you. If you are neurotypical, and he's not got any sort of like learning disability. He's not got any sort of like autism spectrum disorder that's diagnosed anyway. I know a lot of people sort of like to say he is, but officially, medically, in terms of like what he's being diagnosed with, he's neurotypical. He's completely normal, like cognitively. I know we all know, but ostensibly he is the same as the rest of us, neurologically. So it has to be a laziness thing. It has to be a case of, I don't want to put forth the effort to keep up with this. And he can't go any deep, because he doesn't go any deeper than surface level analysis. Most of that reaction to the videos that Slayer wanted him to react to were just him sort of like saying, yeah, they're dancing like this. It's nice choreography. Oh, and then there's like a moon spinning above. Isn't that religious? I wonder if the giant face in the sky might represent God. He doesn't go deeper than surface level analysis with any media that he engages with. And most of it is games, but every now and then you get a glimpse like this of something else. And if he has to work, if something is symbolic, or if something is like abstract and it is not clear, he needs it to be spelled out to him. And that can't be the result of a cognitive defect. It has to be laziness. Because if it is the result of a cognitive defect, he needs to go and get checked out. Because it's really bad. I feel like it's not, though. I feel like maybe it's an entitlement thing. Because you could argue that, like, as a narcissist, he expects things to be laid out in a manner that makes sense to him, and that anybody that doesn't lay things out in a way that makes sense to him, he's like, oh, for fuck's sake, I have to work at this now. Why couldn't you have just done it chronologically? Why do you have to talk and go back and forth between two dates? Why can't you just do it chronologically? So maybe there's an element of narcissism to it, but I feel like most of it is just the result. It must be the result of the lack of intellectual curiosity again. Because most people, I don't want to say like you consciously like engaging your brains, but your brains like to be active. They're good at like conserving energy, and they're good at like making shortcuts, and the brains are really good at like doing the most with like the least amount of energy, but they're still on all the time, unless you're dead, unless you're brain dead. Even comatose patients give out brain signals, Even people with catarrhs, I've done this joke before, even people with catarrhs are more active brains than Phil. But it's that. You have to be like, just not cognitively like aware. You like curious, I can't fathom not thinking, like I can't fathom trying to do as little work as possible with my brain. And I say that as a lazy shit. I say that as somebody who loves to sleep. And I say that as somebody who spent like most of his 20s in a dead-end job because it was like the least amount of work possible. So I know where he's coming from. But I still can't fathom not having my brain switched on. In that regard, my brain is always thinking about something, because most of us are constantly processing information as we go about our daily life. It's that, isn't it? He does so little that his brain's just, if you don't use it, you lose it. And his brain is just slowly shutting down after years of doing nothing but repeat what he's seeing on screen as he blunders his way through a game while chat holds his hands and tells him where to go and how to do things. And then he logs off and goes and plays Champions for a bit. And that's it. And if you ever ask him, what do you watch, or what do you listen to, or what do you read, what do you do in your spare time, there's nothing there.
What's my main hobby outside of video games? I don't really have one, because I stream full-time 6 days a week, so I don't really have time for hobbies. I mean, when I'm relaxing, I like to watch some television or something with my wife. That's about it. Don't really have time for anything else. Play with my cat, you know?
He does nothing. I don't know anything about it. I haven't watched a TV show for ages. I haven't been to the movies for ages because I've not got the time. I don't know what my wife is watching because I don't talk to her about it. I don't know what the last book I read is. There's nothing. And it has to be that. You want to come back in? You timed that well. I have finished talking about his brain. Good girl. So yeah, I think that's why he gets so mad when things aren't explained explicitly to him. When things aren't spelled out in a way that he understands immediately. I think it's that he's slowly losing the ability to engage with things on a deeper level because he spends so little time doing that. Yeah. I know I said it. I said I was finished. I'm wrapping up. We're moving on.
He's saying that he wants to pay me $50,000 as a sign-on bonus for this show. Okay? That's all I know. That's literally all he said. And I was like, okay, well, I don't know if I want to be involved. Can you give me details? Let's talk. No. I want to have a phone call with you to talk about it.
And? I get the feeling this is something big. I get the feeling that what's coming soon, like very, very soon, is going to be big. Why do I feel that? Look at how he's reacting to having to talk on the phone. Yeah. Even you talk on the phone sometimes.
Now, immediately that hits a red flag for me. Why? Because this guy wants to do a phone call for a good reason. Because he doesn't want to have anything in writing, right?
Oh my God. No.
If someone wants to have a business dealing with you, they're going to do it in writing.
No. He wants a phone call because he wants to talk to you. Oh my God. What do I do? What do I do now? What do I do? I don't know where you go with this. I really don't. That's like a level of paranoia that I feel like that should be diagnosable. That's... Why would you think that? See, my bracelet has snapped. I know I mentioned it before, but it has like popped off because it does sometimes. Why would you do that? Not you. Why would you do that? Why would you react that way to somebody saying, no, I want to talk to you on the phone? Like, I know that we speak on the phone less and less as people contact each other through social media more and more, like through DMs, like we were talking about earlier. But at some point, if especially if it's something like this, if it's something like, you want a sort of sense of commitment, there's a lot to explain because I have an idea and I'd like to talk to you about it. That's usually the thing you would do either on the phone or through like a face-to-face meeting, like a video conference, or you'd go out and meet them, like go to like a cafe or a restaurant or something, or an office, like bring them in for an interview. Tell me about your idea. Tell me about your proposal. Tell me about this thing. Okay, mate, I've got a lot to tell you about this. So it's easier to talk to people about this sort of thing. Why would you be like this? Why would you assume? Right, again, why would you assume that he is talking to you on the phone because he wants to be nefarious somehow? He wants to slip something by you. Why would you assume that you're going to need everything in writing that's going to come up in this phone call? Why would you assume that? Why would you be so paranoid as to assume that he's going to try to trick you? He's going to try to get you to sign up to something. Why would you assume that, Phil? Why would you think that would happen? Why? Think, Steve. Think. You don't want to answer the phone. You don't want to talk to someone because you don't trust them. You don't trust that they will have your best interests in mind, because you are thinking that they're going to slip something by you. It can't be. I need to watch it again.
Because this guy wants to do a phone call for a good reason. Because he doesn't want to have anything in writing, right?
You shocked by it as well? I don't. Hey, I've got this business idea for you. I'd like to explain it to you. Can I give you a call? Is an immediate red flag. And he has a business degree. The idea of setting up a meeting and explaining a proposition over the phone is a red flag to him. And he has a fucking business degree. Oh my God. Oh my God, what am I doing? Why? What is this? What am I even watching? What is this?
Now, immediately that hits a red flag for me. Why? Because this guy wants to do a phone call for a good reason. Because he doesn't want to have anything in writing, right? If someone wants to have a business dealing with you, they're going to do it in writing.
No, you dumbass! They're going to have a meeting with you. They're going to do it in person, face to face. Or if they can't do it like that, they're going to do it over the fucking phone. I know, you get to the contract signing bit later. This is like the initial meeting to explain things. I know. Yeah. You're getting fed up with this. I'm sorry. Do you want some more fish? Okay. Mentioned it more in the last video, but she's ill and I'm trying to get her to put on a bit more weight. So, excuse us for a minute. I'm going to give her some fish. Okay, I know. I'm coming, don't worry.
So that there's evidence of what they said and it can be referenced later. He wants to have a phone call with me so that we can talk and he can say shit that later on he can claim he never said. I'm not stupid, okay?
Are you sure about that? To quote the legendary John Cena. Because most people don't operate like that. This is paranoia. This is an insane level of paranoia. Why is he so scared of this? Why does the thought of having a phone call bother him so much? He's like this. He was like this when he had his identity stolen, and he was annoyed that he had to spend all day on the phone with someone. He was probably like this with Amazon as well, when he was on the phone to people with Amazon when they thought that the delivery driver had stolen his wraparound toilet seat headphones. He really hates being on the phone. I think for somebody who talks a lot of bollocks, he's very bad at improvisation in a conversational setting, because when you're messaging someone, when you're emailing them or DMing them, you can think about what you're going to say, and you can choose how you're going to write it. You can also have receipts, and it's difficult to have receipts with a phone call unless you're recording it, and sometimes that can be illegal depending on what state you're in. So it must be a control thing, because in every other situation he's got the time to compose his response. He's got the time to think about what he's going to say and how he's going to say it. Whereas in a conversation, it flows much quicker, and the exchange of information happens much more rapidly. So it's difficult for him to maintain control of an appearance or an image that he's wishing to project, or a story that he's trying to convince you of, if you can respond quickly. You've seen how he gets when people question him, when he's going on about something and people respond in chat and they either contradict him or they challenge him on stuff, and he gets angry and he gets narked, and he gets ban happy at the worst of times. So imagine what he's like in a conversational setting when you can actively call him on his bullshit. If you're actually talking to him, you're actually in a conversation with him. You'd be saying, like, so Phil, this thing happened, and we were just wondering what was your opinion of it when it was happening, because you must have been going through some shit. And then he'll talk and he'll say, like, yeah, it was really difficult when that thing happened, because my experience of it up to that point a bit. Well, let me tell you, way back in the 1900s, when the city was founded, and Italian and Polish communities moved in during the Great Diasporas, and when my parents met each other, my mother didn't swallow, and so 9 months later I was born, and I grew up to be an old school Street Fighter player. Now, back in the arcades then, you could call him on his shit, you could pull him on something. If he claimed something, you would, and you were suspect, or you knew he was lying, you could pull him on him immediately, and he can't respond quicker. But if you're messaging him, he can take the time to think about it. He can prepare in advance what he's going to say, and he can give you up front with no opportunity for you to interrupt, to call him on his shit and maybe, throw him off his path. It's much easier for him to control narratives if it's all done by text, if it's all done like through email or through messaging. Calls must terrify him. Socializing must terrify him. It's the thought of socializing in a way that he doesn't control. Here he controls everything. Here he controls who gets to speak. He can ban you if he wants. So the people that are talking are the ones that he's allowed to talk. He's let them talk. It is by his grace that they are allowed to enter words into the chat box and press enter. But in a conversation, he doesn't have that power. In a conversation, that power is constantly in flux between the two of you. Especially if it's in a sort of like interrogative or maybe confrontational, but I don't think it would be. If it's in that sort of context where, like an interview, where you're being asked questions constantly and you're a little bit on edge and you're a little bit defensive maybe, then it's, the shifting dynamics are a bit more obvious. But in terms of like what it probably would have been a podcast, it probably would have been like PKA, like that being said, it would be like just people chatting shit. There might be someone like, again, it might have been Keem that would have been guiding it. So when they all talked about something, he could be like, right, okay, now let's move on to the next point. But it mostly would have been the three of them talking sort of conversationally. So that sort of exchange of power and that sort of balance, especially now there's three of you as well, it's even harder to control. So it really must terrify him. What has done that to you? That can't just be your isolation. There has to be something else driving that. You've driven people away. You've had relationships. Whether you've been able to maintain them for long periods of time is neither here nor there. The point is you've been able to maintain them. You've been able to initiate and maintain relationships. So, TV things. Standby counters came on. So it's not about the power then, is it? It's about the expectation you have of relationships in that sense. Because it's not a fear of losing power. Is it narcissism? Because obviously a key part of narcissism is an unrealistic expectation of your relationships with other people. Maybe it's like, nobody matches up to my conversational standards. Nobody puts information in a manner that I find easiest to digest. People don't consider me when they talk. I feel like it might be that. I feel like that's a motivator here. It has to be pushing that because it's such a core component of narcissism. He he wants people to conform to the way he does it. He's immediately suspect of a phone call because he doesn't trust phones. He doesn't trust a phone call. He doesn't trust that you're not going to say something and then later on make a completely different claim. Oh my God. It's that, isn't it? Howard, what did you do to this man? He just doesn't trust. He doesn't trust that the person on the other end of the line is going to be trustworthy. He's going to be able to keep it a secret. He's not going to stab him in the back later. He's not going to claim something that he can't prove. If he has it in writing, he can prove it. If you say something and he's got the email receipts and what you say contradicts what you said in your email, he's got the receipts. He could say and he could prove. But in a phone call, unless it's recorded, you can't prove. It's your word against his. He doesn't like that ambiguity. He doesn't like that loss of control. Oh, it's so many things. There's so many things that make him just this giant ball of neurotic, fucked up yarn and sweat and grease and matted fur and occasional spatters of spunk. It's just a mess. There's like so many psychological threads you can pull at, and you can never find the one in the middle. You can never find the knot that tangles them all. There's so many things it could be here. You could dissect this for hours. I have been doing. I should probably move on.
I mean, really, honestly, I'm not born yesterday. I know how people are. I know that's why he wants a phone call.
My God, no. I know how people are. No, you don't. You don't. You don't have friends. You call your mum and your dad once a week for like 20 minutes. Your entire social obligations are fulfilled by your wife. You do not have friends. You do not know how people are. You do not maintain working relationships. You do not maintain relationships in other social contexts. You do not maintain relationships in like hobbies by going to conventions or like fucking going fishing or going to the football every Saturday. You don't maintain work relationships because you don't work a normal job where you have to work with other people. You don't have friends. You say you don't have time for friends. You say you don't have time for that shit when people ask, do you find it difficult to maintain friendships? You do not know how people work. You are what's wrong here. You, Philip Burnell, you are the thing that is abnormal here. You are the one that is wrong. You do not know how people work. Trust me, I have a degree in psychology. I am telling you, you do not know how people work. Getting mad at the internet. Should stop. I'm also probably going to have to buy my neighbours like a box of chocolates or something. A couple of bottles of beer. Sorry for waking your son up if I have done. I can't believe... He's so wrong. In like every literal meaning of the word. He doesn't know how people work. He doesn't. He thinks phoning you to tell you about a business deal is a red flag. And he has like the fucking temerity to sit there and say, I know how people work. You don't. Believe me, you don't. I've got so many videos trying to explain like how people normally work when I'm talking about where you're like going wrong. You don't know how people work. You don't. Killing my voice.
When I used to talk to contacts at Machinima, contacts at Curse, they would literally say, oh, well, let's not talk here. Let's have a phone call. So that later on they could claim that the phone call didn't happen or didn't happen that way.
See, it's so fucked up. Like, the people at Machinima would be like, we've got ideas for you, give us a call. They'd be, like, trying to help him. Like, you know, we've got ideas about, like, you know, do you want to be, like, part of this, like, regular discussion panel that we're going to have? Talking about, like, the latest video games. Or do you want to be, like doing fighting tournaments and like, you know, commentating over them? Or, you know, like, do you want to take part in this thing that we're doing? Or, like, you know, like with a couple of our creators as well, you know. And he didn't get it. And he was like, no, why would I want to? I'm fine. I don't need to. I'm fine. He doesn't, you don't know. He just doesn't know. He doesn't socialize anywhere near enough to know. Like any of this. He's so wrong. Where does this go wrong? Where does this go wrong? This has to be a childhood thing. Again, I feel like this is a childhood thing. I think I've like tried to rationalize this out before. I feel like this is a childhood thing because like behavioral interactions, like behavioral things like that, they either come from massive trauma or they come from, you know, being ingrained, like being like socially reinforced somewhere. It's not to do with the fact that he's an only child, but I do feel like he didn't have enough socialization as a child. He probably didn't see his cousins that much. He wasn't popular in school. Probably didn't hang out with anybody afterwards. Probably didn't have friends around. Probably only really saw his mum. I feel like it's a childhood thing. I feel like it's that. I feel like it's just a side effect of how he's grown up. Because if it's there at the point where he's working with Machinima, then it's been there for a while, you know? It was already there. It didn't suddenly develop while he was at Machinima. It was already there. So it came from earlier than that. It might have come from being at school. It might have come from like during his teenage years. But given what he said about like wanting community and wanting to feel part of a community, I feel like he didn't socialize enough. He opened up about that during the Rambo and Howard stream. The Street Fighter community made him feel like accepted and like he finally belonged somewhere. So he'd obviously not had that up until that point. And then he gets it. But he can't learn enough. He's not equipped to deal with the sudden change of now you're around people. Now there's all these like rules that you have to follow about like what behaviors are acceptable and what aren't, and what language is acceptable and what isn't, and what you should talk about in like in public and what you shouldn't. You know, there's all these like unwritten social rules, like, you know, you don't discuss your wage for some reason in America. It's you know, over here in Britain it's fairly common to talk about, you know, oh, I earn this much, you know, but in America apparently it's quite taboo, I've heard. I could be wrong about that, let me know if I am. But you know what I mean, there's all these different sort of social rules that you have to adapt to, and most people are conditioned to do that because they've been sort of, you know, socializing as they've grown up, so they've already got experience of figuring it out as they've gone through the puberty-ridden hell that is high school. You know, they've sort of worked it all out by that point, or you've at least got a decent enough idea of some basic rules about socializing that when you turn into a teenager and then later, you know, you're an adolescent and you know, you're a young adult in your 18, 19, 20, and you start going out recreationally, you start going to pubs and clubs and you start hanging out with people, and you know, you do that outside of a school context when now you're on your own and you have to figure it out for yourself, you know. But you're equipped to do it because you've been brought up in a social environment where you've socialized with other people of your age. I feel like he didn't do that. I feel like he just didn't socialize at all. And then when he was in the Street Fighter community, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the inability to socialize, which is why he got into so many fights. He can cause so many arguments. That's why he ended up being called the King of Hate, because he would just clash with everybody because he didn't know how to socialize properly. And the few mates that he could attract gradually whittled away. He turned them off because he's just that toxic that he eventually poisoned even his own friend. And then, like 7 years later, he sits on a podcast and goes, I feel like I'm toxic. And then doesn't go further. He doesn't go any further than that. He doesn't think, maybe I am. He doesn't consider it. He might go, maybe I am, maybe it's me. You know, he doesn't properly consider it. He doesn't actually take the time to think. And again, he planned all that in advance. He knew everything. He wrote notes for that one. Not copious ones, Phil, but, you know, allegedly he wrote notes. So he knew about that. He thought about that line. He hasn't. Again, like we saw earlier with the behaviour, he's just not shown the behaviour, the change, or the understanding of why what he did is wrong. And again, here, he doesn't understand why he's having such a difficult time socialising and why everybody else is weird and why everybody else is wrong. It's like, it's not that everybody else is weird and wrong. It's that you are. You know that old saying about if everyone else is an asshole but you. That's basically what we get here. He just can't socialise. He's just used to having too much control. And he can't give that up. He never wanted to give that up. Every relationship he's been in, he's wanted to be the dominant one, the superior one, the one that's above the other, the one that's got the higher social standing. And he's driven everyone away. But he's fine here, because in his little fiefdom, he is the king, he is the lord, he is the one in control. He's got the power. So he's fine. He has no desire to step outside of that comfort zone, because that involves putting that at risk. That involves putting himself into situations where he doesn't have that. And he can't have it. He can't have not having that control. He can't abide it. He can't even consider it. I've gone on for too long. It's taken me like 40 minutes to move 20 seconds.
Now, Swaggin says phone calls can be recorded. You're right, except that's wiretapping. And unless you talk on both ends and agree to people recording it, it's actually completely illegal in the United States to record a phone call and then use it as evidence of anything.
Well, no, it's not completely illegal. Again, there's some where you do need two-party consent, you know, but in other states, it's probably not illegal. I feel confident enough that that's the way it works that I'm willing to stake that as a claim, you know. I'm sure someone will let me know if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure in some states you need to let the other person know, by the way, I'm recording this, but in other states you can. Well, I'm assuming at least law enforcement can.
It's not submissible in court, and it's actually a crime depending on what state you live in. Okay? So, I know why he's doing this. I'm not stupid. All right? So I say to him, listen, why can't we just talk about it here? We're already talking. In this DM on Twitter, we're talking. Why can't you just give me the data now? Tell me what the show is.
Because maybe it's easier to actually just phone you and tell you than it is to type a huge fucking wall of text. And I say that as somebody who types walls of text in the messages. Maybe it's just easier for Keemstar to explain this thing to you over the phone. Maybe he doesn't want to sit there and type it out because you're a lazy shit who has this weird aversion to talking on the fucking phone. You're the weird one here, Phil. You're the one who's in the wrong. Again, I don't know how many more ways there are to say it. I don't know how many more times I'm going to say it. I have a feeling I'm going to say it a lot. You're wrong. You're the one whose expectations of others are out of whack here. You're the one who has unrealistic expectations of people. That's another key trait of narcissism. You have unrealistic expectations of what people should be doing with you and how people should be treating with you and how they should interact with you and like the rules they should follow. When you're the one who's abnormal. You're the one who's in the wrong. I need to keep double checking to make sure I don't press the wrong spacebar this time.
Tell me the criteria. Tell me how you want me involved. Tell me the pay. Tell me all of it right now.
Yeah, that's a lot of information. Like, how do you not get that? How do you not get that that's a lot of information to type out in a fucking DM? That's the sort of thing it is easier to explain to you on the fucking phone. I could have typed all this out, but it's easier to just say it.
So we can know what we're talking about. No, I want to have a phone call. Why are you dicking me around like this? Let's just have a fucking phone call. And he's talking to me like this too, like he's swearing.
Yeah, because you're being fucking weird. You've been obstinate. You've blocked him. You've been a prick to him. You've been really unrealistic with him. And now you're like, no, I don't want to talk on the phone to you. But it's a completely normal request in that context. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I don't know how many more ways there are. You are abnormal, Phil. You need help. You need help. You need to be taught how to socialize. You've not socialized properly for years. You don't have time for friends. You've admitted you don't see people. You don't see anybody. That's not right. That's not healthy. That's not normal. It leads to stuff like this. You are abnormal. The way you are going about things is wrong. In the video that I was working on when this happened, I actually get out like some old textbooks because I define a word and I read several examples of the textbooks, and they're all I can think of now. Is like all those textbooks I read, all the passages that I've underlined during like my course, and I'm pulling a blank because it's just a case of you need to be taught to socialize, Phil. Something has gone wrong with the way that you socialize and you need to be retaught. You need to unlearn the habits you have and be retaught. I think you need to visit you need to go to one of the people who like deprograms cult members. Which is ironic for Phil. Because I know, we say all the time that he's the cult leader and he is. He does use cult-like tactics. Like I mentioned earlier. It was a planned video. There's a planned video in that somewhere. That's not a Freudian slip. That was just accidental. But he is completely detached from reality in the same way. Cults like reprogram people by breaking them down and then sort of like reconstituting them in their own image. They will rebuild them in a way that their behaviors align with the groups. So, all your previous beliefs and your habits and the way that you thought is completely broken down and destroyed, and it's replaced with this whatever the cult wants. It was replaced with however they want to socialize or whatever their beliefs and values are. You're rebuilt that way. And so the cult deprogrammers have to sort of like undo all that and then like help you relearn how to socialize again and how to be part of society again and how to interact with friends and family again, many of whom you'll have been estranged from. And you need to sort of like learn how to talk to them and understand their body language and understand their tone and learn to pick up context in. You have to go through all that again. And I think he needs that because he's so used to socializing in this way that he doesn't see that what he's doing is wrong. It's completely abnormal. He needs help. He needs like serious help. And I don't mean for for being a narcissist or, learning how to not be a prick to his audience and that. I mean because it's such a key component of how we function as a species and as individuals. We are social creatures. Socializing is how we define ourselves. And he can't do that. He's incapable of that. Because he can't see that these completely normal behaviors are normal. These like normal expectations are normal. Instead, he's seeing them as unreasonable and like weird and almost offensive. Like, how dare you like swear at me? You know, he needs, seriously, I doubt he can function. I don't see how he can function in society. I'm amazed that he's not burnt the house down. It's almost at the point where you could make like an actual legitimate argument for him to be in assisted living. You know, he needs somebody to take over. What is it? What does Chris chant in £1,000? Is it ward of the state? It's ward of the court. I remember people pointing out that it's actually ward of the court, but he chants ward of the state when they're talking about like how Tammy might not be able to care for herself. Yeah. Okay, I'll let you out again. I feel like that's the way he's going. We will soon be at the point where you could like legitimately argue that. Oh, there you go. This is so difficult. I literally might have to go to sleep at some point. Right.
And he's being completely unprofessional in the way that he's handling this whole thing. Now I'm like, no, wait a minute. He wants to enter into a business arrangement with me, but he wants me to reach out to him in order to even talk about it.
Yeah, because he can't contact you. He can't contact you. You've blocked him, you don't follow him, and you've closed your DMs. He can't get in touch with you through Twitter. You need to contact him.
Then he doesn't want to put any of it in writing. He only wants to talk on the phone.
He wants to explain shit to you on the phone. You literally complain about that you don't know anything about this and you don't know why he wants to talk to you. And he wants to call you to say, here's why I want to talk to you. Here's my idea. And you're like, why the fuck would you call me? Just write it all out. Tell me everything. Everything I need to know. In DM. He doesn't see how bad this is. Again, just like with the Rambo and Howard, I suppose that, no, even here, he's had the benefit of foresight. Like he mentioned this previously. Keemstar was in his chat like the previous day. That's why this is happening. Even here he's had the gift of foresight. Even here he's had like a period of time where he's been able to think about this. And he thinks this makes him look good. He thinks this makes him look good. It's so fucking astonishing. I swear he couldn't function. You couldn't, like, put him in a job. I don't know. Shelf stacker at a supermarket like Walmart. Asda for my UK detractors. He couldn't, could he? You cannot picture him in any sort of like position, any sort of job, any sort of like working at a chippy, or being a janitor, or maintenance work for BT or whatever, American equivalent telephone, whoever runs the cables, You can't see him in any sort of role like that. You can't see him like as a bin man, You can't see him like as a doctor. You really can't see him as a doctor, You can't see him in any role. You can't even see him as like a food critic because all he does is like robust and flavorful and, it's... I can't believe it's on the bone. Why did they put my chicken on the bone? Why didn't they take the bone out of my chicken? I have to eat it off the bone now. For fuck's sake, my hands are greasy. Than normal. You can't... If anybody can see him like legitimately see him functioning in a role, please let me know in the comments, because I can't. And that's like one of the things that you need to sort of like argue that somebody like doesn't have capacity and, you know, they can't take care of themselves. He can't hold down a job. You couldn't put him in a position where he can function. There is no position where he can function. He can't function. It's beyond him. He's not socialized. He needs therapy. He needs unprogramming. He needs to learn how to socialize again before we can get started on anything else. Before we can get started on dealing with his narcissism and his toxic personality and you know, any sort of like trying to teach him empathy. Before any of that, he needs to learn how to socialize. Because otherwise he's not going to be able to communicate properly with whoever's doing his therapy, and he's never going to learn. And he's never going to grow. He's going to remain on level 1 forever.
Right. Already there's several red flags that are coming up in this process that are saying you'd be fucking stupid as shit and crazy as fuck and desperate as hell to get into any kind of a business arrangement with this gentleman. Okay?
No. Like he's a known person. He's not like a stranger coming to you with a proposition. He's a known person, and you know what he's known for. You know of him. And you know why he wants to contact you. Because he's even sort of like said, here, sort of what, you know, I want to do a podcast with you. There's a 50k sign up bonus. And you're like, well, give me more in writing. Rather than give me a phone call. I feel like, right, it's just occurred to me that it's like, it must be self-aware enough to know that if it did come down to a phone call and it then came out, you know, Keem said something and Phil was like, no, that's not how it happened on the phone call, and then he gave his thing. Does he think that people wouldn't believe him? Is that why he wanted to avoid that? Does he think if it ever came down to that, people wouldn't believe me? Or would his ego not let him believe that? Would he immediately think, no, of course people will believe me? And there's always detractors who will never believe me, but, you know, the people who matter will believe me. No, it doesn't feel like that. It's bullshit. No. It's not like that at all, is it? No. I'd never think like that. You imagine him personally, privately, at home, thinking about it and thinking, well, my fans will understand, and that's the important thing. On stream, yeah, you guys are the only ones that matter. I don't care about anyone else's opinion. As long as you guys are having fun, then I'm okay. But in private, sat at home, at the kitchen counter, you know, DoorDash is going cold. Wouldn't eat a meat sandwich. What is he, poor? Mobile phone in hand, thinking about it. Well, my fans will understand, and that's what matters. You can't picture that, can you? He wouldn't. He just wouldn't. So, yeah, it's not that.
So, even then, just for the fact that I said, let's at least give the guy a chance, because I've never had any personal relationship with this guy before. Let's have the phone call, all right? So, I basically talked to him, and I said, all right, here's the deal. I'm a busy streamer. I have double streams every day. On my day off, I'm not available because I spend it with my wife. So, here's when I'm available. I'm available at this time and this time, this time and this. I gave him slots of time that he could call me to have this conversation. In fact, that first day, I sat around during my break ready to answer the phone if he called me, because I was under the impression he wanted to talk right away and was going to call me. He did not call me. Again and again and again at the times that I was available, he didn't call me. Okay? All of a sudden, he starts calling me randomly at times that I'd never told him I was available, like during my stream. One day I'm sitting here and I look, missed call, it's him, he's calling me.
So, okay, do you want to come back in for this? Yeah. You'll come back in. Yeah. Like, hey Phil, maybe Keemstar's busy as well. Maybe he's not available at the times you are. This incessant need for his schedule. This really, like, everything must fit around this. He sets his own schedule and then acts like it's completely inflexible and like cast in iron and then set in stone and then like sealed in concrete so it can never be eroded and then just like dropped in a lead casket to the bottom of the sea anyway and then covered over by a wreck so that a coral reef grows over it and it's forever fossilized. He makes his own schedule. Do you want to get up? Sorry, come on. Come on. Come on, there you go. There you go, good go. It's so bizarre. I feel like it's not necessarily a control thing because it just goes beyond like the boundaries of the narcissistic need for control. It feels more like an obsessive thing. And we all have things we're obsessive about. Again, obsessive compulsive disorder is a personality disorder. It's close to C, but you know, it's a personality disorder because it's a disorder. You know, so but it doesn't feel like that either. It doesn't seem like that to me. Like it's an obsessive thing, like it's a compulsive thing in the same way that people do, like compulsive behaviors to soothe anxiety or to pacify or to, you know, because they're in idle mode or, you know, while they're waiting, you know, like people, you know, you bite your nails. Some people bite their nails out of boredom. I know that DSP has a thing, but, you know, I bite my nails when I'm bored. Or, you know, twirl my hair sometimes. People twirl their hair. So people will, like, play with a pen and scribble on a pad or, you know, like chew the lid of it. Or, you know, people have lots of idle behaviors. And, you know, they're almost obsessive in that regard because they're repeated behaviors that serve to soothe. So they're obviously not on the same extent as like an obsessive compulsive disorder, like person's obsessions would be, or compulsions would be, sorry. So, but they're the same sort of basic impulse, you know. Again, like with narcissism, everybody's a little bit narcissistic, but it's your manifestation of it. Everybody's a little bit borderline at times because every now and then everybody's a little insecure in a relationship, for example. You know, so everybody has qualities of personalities, and again, it's just the manifestation of it that matters. I'm not saying Phil is OCD, but because he doesn't show it anywhere else. He just doesn't show anywhere else. It's everything else I feel like is more or less the narcissistic need for control and Phil's insecurity relating to that, but the timetable thing, the schedule thing, I just don't get. I don't understand why he sees it as such an inflexible thing that just cannot be violated. He cannot be putting that much stock into his audience. He cannot be saying, like, you know, it has to matter that much to him that he's like, I might lose $150. But even then, it's like, you'd be making 300 at that point. You'd be making thousands. You'd be making 50,000. You cannot sacrifice $150 now for 50,000 later. For even the possibility of it. You know, he can't take that one phone call and give up on money that he would likely make back later anyway through his fans for the 50,000. It can't be about money. It can't be about money then. You cannot be that stupid. You cannot see those two values and think that the one is worth more than the other when it's clearly the 50,000 that's worth more, you know. There'll be like a signing on bonus of 50,000. He didn't even get to the phone call though, that's the thing. Keemstar could have been like ready to explain, you know, in all honesty and legitimacy, that this is the thing that I'm going to do. And if you sign on for like, say, like 6 episodes, you get 50 grand. You also get, like, you know, a cut of the ad revenue that we get from it, and any, you know, sponsorships while you're there and all that stuff. You know, they'll go through money. He will have explained it all, but Phil wouldn't even answer that phone call. And I can't see that being because it interrupts the time when he might be making money. Because the value there is so much higher. But is he making that judgment because any sort of like sense of control that he might have to give up is worth more than 50,000? Everybody has a price. Let's not beat about the bush here. Everybody has a price, more or less. But most of us have some values that we will find inviolable. You know, we can just not cross them, you know, for any amount of money because they're just like too important to us. You know, most of us could not murder. You know, most of us could not willingly murder. Most of us could not bring ourselves to harm animals, you know, not for any cost. You know, most of us could not do harm to our loved ones for any cost. So, you know, we all have things that are inviolable. Inviolatable. I'm sure it's inviolable. Anyway, most of us have lines that we will not cross. So, maybe the control is that for Phil. Maybe giving up or committing to. I feel like it would be... No, it can't be. You can't be because there would be a commitment involved. Because he's the sort of person who's like, well, I've done like 300 episodes of Skyrim and I've stuck it out till the end. I've done, you know, X many amounts. I'm sure it's over 100. Ask the Kings at this point, you know. I know he's given up on channels and shit early, but I feel like it's more because it would involve giving up control than it is because it's a potential like this Sunday for the next 6 weeks, you know. And again, you can't see that because you can't see those 6 things. Even if he sees those streams as lost, even if he sees like 150 for 6 weeks, so that's 900. It's like, it's $900 for a 50k sign on. Plus then whatever else you'd make. Oh, don't step on things. Don't step on things. You're stepping on things. It's skipping forward. Sorry. Fuck, I've lost where I was.
In the middle of my fucking stream. I told him I wasn't available and I was available at certain times. Why are you not calling me when I told you I'm available? All right. Then all of a sudden, I don't hear from him again. I'm like, all right, maybe it's over with. Then he comes into my stream about 2 weeks ago and he's like, Phil, when are we going to talk about business? Phil, why are you like ghosting me about business? I was like, Keem, I don't know what you're talking about. I really have no idea what you're talking about. You know, it's not what happened. You said you wanted out. You refused to talk in a DM. You wanted a phone call. I told you when I'm available for phone calls. You still haven't called me during those times. Instead, you insist on calling me when I'm always busy working. So
take the fucking call. Take the fucking call. Put your stream on pause and take the fucking call. You'll put the stream on pause after you finish this. Oh no, wait, actually no, I'm pretty sure this carries on. I'm pretty sure it's straight and he doesn't have a break for this. Most of the time though, you know, let's be fair, most of the time, I do the pre-stream podcast and then I'll fuck off for 20 odd minutes. Put your stream on pause for a bit. Answer the fucking phone. These are things that normal people do. These are things that people in your position would do because they'd be willing to sort of like work with other people and they'd be willing to entertain ideas and they'd be willing to listen to people who are like, hey, I've got this idea for a podcast. I answered a fucking DM from Meerkat and I ended up on a podcast, you know, because he messaged me and I was like, yeah, okay, I'm up for that. Just let me like be a boomer and work out how Discord works and yeah, I'll join you. It's how people work. Why can't he get that? It's just... Oh, the stream's broken me. What is wrong with you, Phil? What is wrong with you?
that was it. And then I didn't hear from the guy again for several, you know, weeks. all of a sudden last night, out of the blue, Keemstar comes on my Skyrim stream, of all streams, right?
Let's deal with that first, right? Let's deal with that first. Yeah. Of course he stopped. You weren't answering the fucking phone to him. You were being a prick. You were being obstinate. It was difficult to get hold of you in the first place, and then you weren't answering the phone. Maybe when you wanted to call him, maybe when you wanted him to call was like difficult for him. Maybe it was unreasonable for him. It's just unrealistic. It's just an unrealistic expectation of people.
The stream that has like the least attendance or whatever. He comes on my stream.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why. Maybe because then you'll fucking notice him. If it's the lower, hardly anyone there, hardly anyone chatting, I can get my message noticed.
And he starts insulting me. Oh, so you will beg your viewers for income, but you won't take $50,000 for me to be on my show. What's your problem, Phil? Why won't you take my call?
That's not insulting. That's not insulting. Oh, wow, look at that face. Oh. Fuck. I've said this before elsewhere. I'm saying it again. I reckon anytime you pause Phil, you get a potential screenshot. It's amazing. I don't know how he does it, but I think literally any pause, it'd be a potential screenshot or a thumbnail. That'd be a great thumbnail. I'm telling you, man. Anytime, any pause. But yeah, it wasn't an insult, but you have come into his kingdom and challenged him. So of course he's going to take it as an insult. He's personally insulted by that. You've come in and you've made him look bad in front of his audience, in his kingdom, in front of his loyal subjects, many of whom have failed to turn up with their daily tithes. Because all support is appreciated, but tips are preferred because they help immediately. And he's asked you a fair question. Because for somebody who gets on a stream daily, twice daily, to tell people how much he needs help, you've used the word support over 30,000 times in your YouTube career. I goed it before. For somebody who makes that such a core component of their content, their product, their identity, their brand, who they are and what they do online, you're not in a position where you can publicly say, I turned down 50 grand. But you also can't accept 50 grand. Because we all know where that 50 grand would ultimately go. And we all know how quickly it would go there. And we all know how soon you would be back to telling people, I need your help. I've got bills coming up. It would be almost immediately. That 50 grand, it paid off something. It paid off a chunk of my debt. But it couldn't pay off all of it. So I still need your help. I still need tips. I paid off a chunk of this debt, but I've also got this bill coming up and this bill coming up. Oh, and then at the end of the month, I don't know if my YouTube payment's coming through. So if you could all, tips are support. Tips are great. I really appreciate tips. I need to take my wife out for food at a restaurant that I will then tell you about. Also, I'm going to pay $60 for a haircut. Bill, you just... you need to embrace the greys, man. I don't dye my hair. They're coming through. It's quite hard to tell, but they are. It's quite noticeable here especially, but you can see it in my beard at least. They are noticeable in my hair though. I promise you. It's not the sort of thing if they weren't noticeable I would be fucking bragging about it. But yeah, you need to embrace it, Phil. Because you look like a dick otherwise, and you're paying $60 of money that you say that you don't have. And then you're turning down 50k. So it's hard to believe your stories of penny pinching and buying store brand when you're averse to eating a meat sandwich for some reason.
If you tip me today and I hit the goals today, I'm in a good position for tomorrow. If I stream today and I hit none of the goals, I'm fucked. And essentially, I'll be going grocery shopping. I guess we're gonna eat a lunch meat sandwich, you know, for our day off. Can't even have a meal out or nothing because, you know, this is the situation I'm in, and it fucking sucks.
Which is really odd. Like, I had one yesterday. It's a sandwich. Who gives a fuck, you know? But you're not in a position to turn down 50k. But you can't publicly accept it either. You can't publicly accept it either because the moment it's all spent and gone, people are going to be like, hang on a minute, where is it? And it's going to be really hard to sell I spent, you know, a chunk of debt. I paid off a chunk of debt. Because that reduces your outgoings. If you don't have that bill anymore, the money that you spent on it is now yours, isn't it? So if you pay something off, you paid off the car, great, you don't need to pay that every month. That's money that you can put towards, you know, your groceries. Your one meal out a day. You don't need to beg as much. So if he can't accept it either way, he's fucked either way. That's why this is great. That's why this has been good. It's been stressful, but watching him squirm in this way has been quite interesting. I know you don't like it. I know. You saw me writing the other thing and, you know, you were quite positive about that.
So I literally said on my stream, so should I ban you now or later? Because nothing's going to come of this good. You're on my stream derailing it and talking shit. How should you think I'm going to handle this? Do you think this is going to be a positive outcome for you?
Maybe try handling it like an adult. You know. Like you are. Because at the moment, you're not handling it like an adult. Stumble through that one. You're not handling it like an adult. You're handling it like a child. You're handling it like one of those spoiled kids that's been called on their shit by one of their friends. Well, I say friends in air quotes. Because it's a simple question. I offered you money. Like a lot of money. And you're here begging and saying you need help. If you need help that bad, why didn't you answer the phone when I offered you 50 grand? 50 grand for a phone call. I still can't get over it. I still can't get over it. I just... But he's fucked either way, isn't he, though? That's the thing. He can't accept it. He can't accept it. Even though it would do him a lot of good. It would objectively do him a lot of good. His fans would not be bothered. His fans would be like, yeah, it's fine. We don't mind like losing like this one stream because we get to watch you chat with Boogie and Wings. We get to watch you do something else, something new. You know, and then other people will see you as well. So there's more money coming in. You'll be getting money for that anyway because you'll have signed up to it. So you get the bonus. You'll get like the advertising revenue and, you know, you'll get your cut or whatever. It would objectively be better for him. Objectively. You cannot argue that he would be worse off if he did this. It would improve his life so much. See, this is the thing. I remember it's fantastic Mr. Sam said it on one of the podcasts that the thing about Phil is it's always little things. It's just all these little things that you can fix with just like minimal amounts of effort.
One thing I think I was just going to say, it's similar to me, you know, where he just doesn't get it, you know, he doesn't get what people think of him because, like you say, he has no frame of reference. Like me, I focus on the kind of the technical stuff a lot of the time, and I said I think in the first video I made about him, you know, it'd be so easy to fix what he does, But I think that extends to all aspects of him. You know, from our point of view, and from presumably everyone in chat, everyone everywhere thinks the same thing. You know, if you just did this, and this, everything would be great. But he has no concept of that at all. You know,
and I sort of envy him that, because yeah, there's all these like weird like editing and layout and font choice decisions, but they're all really easily fixed. There's all these weird things that he does with OBS. They're all really easily fixed. And Brittany Gates as well. When she's like, here's how you can run your business. Here's what you're doing wrong. Here's an easy fix for this. You just need to stop doing this, or you need to start doing this. You know, you need to stop wasting this, or you need to start keeping a track of this and see where your money is going. But I've got like fucking years of therapy, you know? And it's really fucking hard. So it's like, nothing I can say can be an easy fix. There's like no improvement beyond like get help. But it's going to be much harder than changing settings in OBS or cutting down your spending on microtransactions and DLC. Yeah. But I would also like to consider context here, because he's talking about this like he's the adult, and in all fairness, he is the one with the power in this situation because he's the one in control of the stream, so he is the one who can like immediately ban Keemstar. But he's not in the right either. That's the problem. He may have the power in regards to being in control of the stream, but socially, Keemstar is still way above him. He knows that name carries weight, and he knows that person has more social power than him. He knows he's more recognized than him. He knows he has a larger following than him. You know, this is a big fish coming into his small pond. He knows that. So he's taking the sort of position now of, how do you think this is going to go for you? Should I ban you now or later? You know, do you want to embarrass yourself, or do you want to prostrate yourself? Yeah, it's prostrate, yeah. He's taking that position again, and it's like, once again, you are wrong. You should not be acting like that. At the very least, you should be equal. Because he's in your turf, yeah, but he's still got a lot of weight behind that name. You know, it's like when other creators comment on my videos. You know, it's like seeing like Secret or El Crimson King saying something. It means something because there's weight behind what they do. You know, there's recognition, and they've built up a following, and they've done things that you know you admire. So getting like if Secret was like, you know, I like your editing. I've not really like done anything that's been particularly intensive editing wise with these. They've mostly been lots of cutting and some transitions and some layering and farting about and clipping and cutting and pasting lots of things together. Anyway, so yeah, I don't really do much with the editing here, but you know, it's getting that recognition from somebody who you recognize as another like person and another public persona, another creator. There's, you know, a different sort of interaction than there is with other people who are, you know, viewers and subscribers, and that's not to come across as like a cunt to subscribers and say like you're all worthless, and you know I would shit all over you if it got me closer to Secret, you know. But you know what I mean? It's like some people have names, and the names have weight, you know. Especially for example, with Phil, Evil AJ, when Evil AJ comments on videos, you know, people are like, oh, it's Evil AJ, wow, you know, Evil AJ, you know, Crimson King gave us a shout, people are like, holy shit, it's Crimson King, you know, the name has weight, and the names have like there's a social like personality there. People know them. People in his chat will know Keemstar. People outside of this will know Keemstar as well. And there's a lot more people outside of this that know Keemstar than there are people in this chat. And Phil is probably painfully aware of that. But he's not letting that control him. He's still more insulted. The insult and the how dare you come into my stream and say that to me is driving his behaviour more than the, oh, it's shit, it's Keemstar. I just don't think you've earned it. I don't think you've earned that sort of the right to place yourself there, because you're not above him. There's an irony of sort of like saying, Keemstar, how well did you think this would go for you, when you're the one who's going to look bad regardless. There are few things that you could do in this situation that would make you look good, and you're doing none of them. So it's not Keemstar that needs to be like, oh, I need to be careful about how I play this. It's Phil who should be careful about it, and he's completely oblivious to it.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you have to use your brain. Now, I just want you to think about every interaction I've now had with this guy, okay? Years ago, he makes fun of me on his drama alert, okay? Then I don't hear from him for like 5 years, 6 years.
Right. Okay, you can't be mad at that, because you've also made fun of yourself about it. You've accepted that. Part of leaning into it and accepting that you've fucked up and rolling with the punches, you know, which I did praise him for before, because he did do. But part of that is acknowledging that other people will make fun of you as well. And you can't be mad at that, because you're choosing to make fun of yourself too. So and Keemstar didn't even make that much fun of him. He sort of like basically reported what had happened, and you know, that was really it. It was a fairly short segment. I mean, you know, there wasn't that much material to go on. It wasn't a long clip. I'm struggling. And I don't think it's because I've been at this for a while. I think it's because this is really difficult to get through. Come on, he's putting himself in an arrogant position. He's putting himself above Keemstar. Come on. How fucking delusional is that?
No contact at all. He makes a public posts about me saying I'm going to be on a podcast he's never spoken with me about ever.
No, I should have looked it up. Right, I'm going to look it up. DSP the Enduring. Fuck it. It's the 19th of February. Oh, hang on. There's a DSP the Resilient on Twitter at 28th of October. Oh, that's the level 1 thing. Right. That's it. Wings of Redemption, DSP and Boogie podcast coming soon. Right. That's it. That's all it says? Really? Right, really. I can't get over that. That's like, that's it. He's getting this mad over Wings of Redemption, DSP and Boogie podcast coming soon. That's it. Right, that's the tweet. Okay. That could literally be saying, I'm doing a podcast about these three. That could be read as, I've got a podcast coming in about Wings of Redemption, DSP and Boogie. Not saying they're going to be on a podcast, just that a podcast about them is coming soon. Because you could read that way. That's the thing. But he's choosing to read it this way. He's choosing to read it as Keemstar is telling everybody I've agreed to be on a podcast. Even though Keemstar just like, yo, podcast about these three coming soon. Didn't say with them. Didn't say featuring them, starring them, involving them, interviewing them. With their agreement and consent. None of that. Just Wings, DSP and Boogie podcast coming soon. I mean a podcast about them.
Okay, he complains that he's blocked on my Twitter. I unblock him on my Twitter after he demands that I do so. And then he demands that I DM him, even though he's the one who wants to reach out to me for a business opportunity. He demands I DM him. It's like some weird...
He can't DM you. He wants to talk to you, but he can't get in touch with you because you've blocked him and your DMs are locked. You fucking dumbass. You are actually wrong. Like, you are factually wrong. People in your chat said so. And he's getting so mad about this. He's so wrong. And he's so mad about it because he's convinced he's right. He's convinced the other person is doing wrong. They're in the wrong for wanting to talk to me in DMs. Because for some reason, I now have to DM them. Even though, you know, like I had them blocked previously. So I'm obviously not following them. And therefore they can't DM me because my DMs are not open. Because I'm Darkside Phil and I cannot have my DMs open. Because if I do, I'm just going to get flooded with detractors shit. So, you know, clearly I have my DMs locked. How do you not know how Twitter works? How? Oh God, I need to move on. Oh God.
Power thing for him. You come to me because I am the high and mighty Keem, so you come to me.
He's offering you money. It's not a power thing. It's a you don't know how Twitter works thing. He wants to offer you money, Phil, but he can't because you locked your DMs and he can't message you. So you have to message him. He would like you to message him. That's why he's asking people to get in touch with you and tell you to message him. And then you respond on Twitter. You tweet him. And he's like, dude, why the fuck aren't you just taking this to DM? Why are you being so weird? I think I need to speak to one of those cult deprogrammers because I need to know how you break through this level of delusion. This is fucking insane. Imagine being this wrong, but being so convinced you are right.
I know I don't reach out to anyone. You come to me, right? It's like a power play or something weird in his head. Figure that one out. You get a psychiatrist involved in that one. I'm sure they'll definitely tell you about the complex this guy probably fucking has in his head. Okay?
Okay, alright. I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. Keem is fine. It's you that's the problem. It's you. This is because you don't know how Twitter works. You had your DMs locked. He couldn't get in touch with you. It's you that's wrong. It's not a weird power play. It's you being a knob. You had him blocked on Twitter. Your DMs are locked. He can't contact you. That's why he's tweeting about you to get other people to tell you. Phil, Keem's trying to contact you. DM him. Because you're the one that has to do it. You fucking numpty. You fucking wanker. You utter bellend. You fucking muppet. You utter tosspot. Can't go on. I'm probably not even at the worst part, am I?
And then, when we finally talk, he refuses to tell me what he's talking about. He wants to have a phone call. So I tell him when he can call me, and he won't call me at those times. It's like, if ever you could get red flags involved in a situation, I think I had about 14 of them at this point.
Mate, I had like 20 off one video of yours. Fucking talk to me about red flags. You are the one raising red flags here. You are the one who does not understand that your behaviour is the one that's abnormal and Keemstar's is normal because he's trying to talk to you on the fucking phone about a business idea that he's got. Sometimes things are easier to explain over the phone because he can just fucking talk to you. I don't get why you don't get this. You are so in your isolationist bubble. You have spent so much time there. You have completely starved yourself of all social interaction that you cannot properly socialise. This man has come to you with 50 grand and all you had to do was pause the stream and answer the fucking phone. And you didn't. That is fucking mental to me. I've also left that chocolate bar out since before and I think it's going to melt. You fun size my ass.
Right? So I want absolutely nothing to do with this guy. Like, seriously, nothing. If I never heard about Keemstar ever again in my life, I would still have heard about him too much. I don't care about this man. I don't care about the kind of content he makes. I don't care about the drama he creates around himself. I don't care about the pain and misery he causes others to make a buck. All right? He insulted me multiple times on the internet. In fact, months ago, someone had asked me about him on the internet, and I made a comment saying I don't like him and the kind of content he makes. And he made a comment on his Twitter, a video, saying that I'm at level 1. I'm poor, and I'm at level 1 as a content creator.
Rent fucking free.
I never got past level 1. I never beat the first stage. While he's up there rich, living in mansions, driving his fucking Ferrari and shit, right? This is the shit that he says about me publicly. Yet then he wants to have a business arrangement with me.
Yeah. 'Cause you're you. I mean, for as little as it may be worth, you have a name. Some people know who you are. And a lot of people would watch that. Some people know who Boogie is. And a lot of people would watch that. Some people know who Wings is. And a lot of them people would watch that as well. Keemstar is a content creator and somebody who has experience in YouTube and podcasting and generally, you know, making money off people like that and drama. Wants to get those people together. He wants to get these three big people in the internet. These three figures in YouTube history. And he wants to get them together to talk. And you're being like this about it. Keemstar's doing this thing because he thinks it could make a lot of money. It could make the four of us a lot of money. We could do this. You wouldn't need to do much. You just need to be on the phone for like 2 hours. Say like every Sunday afternoon. He would even give you better equipment. Give you like a camera or a green screen or, you know, like some broadcasting stuff. He would help you do it to make you money. And he'd give you money to sign up to it. There would be a signing on bonus. You would make money and continue to make money and you get a nice big bonus at the start. And you said no. Worse than that, you didn't say no. You didn't even answer the fucking phone to him. And then you have the gall to carry on begging. And then he comes to you and says, why are you doing this? I offered you 50 grand. Oh my God.
Like, what? Right? So here's what I have to say. And this is how I'm going to end it. I promise you this, everyone.
Please end
I
it.
will promise you this. I will have no further involvement with this man. As of right now, this is a statement I'm going to make. All right? It's going to be the final statement I have to say on Keemstar.
Why is he praying? Why is he? Don't normally when you make you hold up your hand, don't you? When you're making an honest statement. But it's one another thing. Or you'd hold up both hands. Completely honest with you, because you're showing, that you've got nothing up your sleeve, that you're not, that you are being open and honest. You're being vulnerable. You say, look, I am not a threat. I've got nothing. I'm not bringing anything here. I've got no weapons. I've got no hit. I'm not doing anything duplicitous. I'm not being deceptive. I'm being open and honest. You expose yourself. You open yourself up. Because that sort of element of vulnerability is like a display of how honest you are. You are that trusting that you're the person that you are talking to is going to accept your honesty, that you are willing to put yourself in a vulnerable position and open yourself up. That's how that works, So why is he praying? Why is he? I'm going to be completely honest. It's like he's again. Is that the Catholic thing? Is that the Catholic thing of, I'm going to be honest with you now, Father. I have sinned this week. Put my hand in the cookie jar. And by cookie jar, I mean the organist. It's not hard to get to me.
Care what drama he tries to bring up as a result of me saying it. I don't care if he talks about me on Twitter and he makes his little fucking video shits to himself. I don't care what he does.
Right, okay. So this is why people were tweeting me telling me Keem has to respond to this. Right, gotcha. Far be it from me to be the sort of person who thinks they're anywhere near significant enough to have this sort of pull, but Keemstar, please, if you do end up seeing this, please respond. Invite a bunch of us. Invite a bunch of us detractors on. We'll do it. Like me and Shinko and the That Being Said boys and Piece of Peace and Ex Mortis and that. We'll all we'll join you. I'll join you. I'll be there. I'll do it. Let's do it. So chat shit about Phil. I mean, it's not like that's what That Being Said does anyway, but it'd be great to have Keemstar on. Yeah, do that, Keemstar. Go on That Being Said. If you need to respond to this, obviously you've got your own platform. You're fully capable of doing it yourself. But that was just fucking beautiful. That moment there was just fantastic.
I don't care if he talks about me on Twitter and he makes his little fucking video shits to himself. I don't care what he does.
Fucking amazing. Just rent free. It really got him deep. It really cut him deep. He spent so much of his life trying to be this image of an adult, of a success. He's spent so much of it trying to put forward this image of him as a successful content creator. And I'm a success. And he measures his success in the fact that he's still able to do it. So it's endurance more than anything else. He sees the fact that he's been able to consistently do it as the marker of success. Which is odd because you'd think he'd see money as the marker of success. But no, money is his addiction. Money is the source of his happiness. His endurance, his longevity, the fact that he's still here, his 14-year legacy, that's a mark of success. Being married and having a family and a house and a car, that's a mark of success. So he spent his entire life striving and struggling to get that, Wasn't married straight away, but he had a partner, he had a girlfriend, he was proud to show her off. He tried to get her involved in the content. He had friends, he had people around, he did other stuff. He had the Smart Guys podcast and he did sometimes there were nights with John and Howard, and he had DSP Street Fighter channel specifically for his fighting game content. It was a job and he was a success at it. All of that matters to him. He needs to be scene like that, and Keem's observation, Keem's one comment, cut him deep, because it cut through all of that, and it struck the raw nerve, and it's the tongue poking the tooth, it's the earache getting worse, so you dig a little deeper, it's the scab at the back of your neck that you have to scratch a little harder to pick off. It cut right to the issue that he's a failure. He's not a success. He's a failure. He racked up 13 credit cards and had to declare bankruptcy before he was 40, and he's in a loveless marriage. He's got an addiction that he can't admit. He's got personality problems that he will never address. He needs help that he will never get. His plan to get out of this financial black hole that he is in involves waiting for his parents to die and getting their inheritance. And until that day comes, he spends his days dulling the voice in his head and the gnawing doubt deep within his pit of his stomach by door dashing and drinking and playing champions and trying not to think about where everything went wrong, because that was him. It's all his fault. Everything that he's done wrong, every failure in his life has been his fault, and he can't accept that because his ego just can't take that. He can't turn it inwards, so he turns it outwards instead. It's everybody else's fault, and it's the detractor's fault he's not got a good living. It's the detractor's fault, which is why he can't get like sponsorships and things. It's always somebody else's fault. He is a success. Except he's not. The Keem comment just cut right through all that. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful moment. It's a beautiful line. It's just stuck with him forever. It's going to live rent free in his head for such a long time. Probably be thinking it when he dies. He'll probably go to the grave thinking, I'm not on level 1. Never knowing that he is. Because he can't see that he is. He's too delusional. He's too blind to it. His fragile insecurities won't let him see it. Because he can't take it. So... And there's many reasons why he can't take it. Most of them involve him, it would be his fault. But one of those reasons is it would mean Keemstar is right.
Go on, have your life. Leave me the fuck alone. All right? However, here's what I will say. It doesn't matter in life, all right, how much money you have, how much popularity you have, whatever you have. All that shit is superficial, right? It's all superficial. What matters in life is that you, through your actions and through the legacy you leave behind, all right, you feel like you've done something positive. At least for me, in my life, that's my goal. When I die, I want to be able to say, I did something good on this planet. Right? I left something behind that helped people, that put a smile on someone's face, that did something nice, right?
No. 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 Phil, your legacy is the guy. You are the guy. Your legacy is the incident. That thing that Keemstar wanted you to talk about all those years ago on Drama Alert. That's your legacy, mate. That's who you are. You are the guy. You have not left anything positive in the world. The only positivity you bring is when people look at you and think, oh, thank God I'm not like that. You are positive change by proxy. You inspire people to positive change by being a warning of the dangers of the path that they are currently heading down. You are a warning to people to not be too toxic online. To remember that it's just a game. You are a warning to people that there's always going to be someone better than you at Street Fighter or whatever else you're playing at the moment. You are a warning in general, basically. Should be an advert for the necessity of socialization. You're like the poster child for deprivation. And he thinks he's left a positive life. He thinks he's left a positive mark on the society. His friends spoke for like an hour and a half about what an incredibly shit person he turned into. About how he used them. About how he treated them. And his defense to that was, it's all Howard's fault. And also I had the shits when Respect the Pact wanted to talk to me about money. So I didn't meet them. But yeah, anyway, it's all Howard's fault. And he thinks he's left a positive impact on the world. He had to lie to his fans about going to see his dying parents, so that in reality, he could get married for a tax break, to appear successful, and to ask his mum for a couple of grand. That he then spent on mobile gaming anyway, because he would later go on to claim bankruptcy with 13 credit cards before he was 40. And he thinks he's left a positive outcome on this world. He thinks he's left a positive influence in this world. He thinks he's had a positive outcome. Is this now how you're defining meaning, Phil? Is this now how you define meaning? Because now this matters, a positive outcome. Fucking hell. Come on.
That maybe people, even though there's people out there who absolutely hate me, hopefully there's enough people who I've helped somehow with the legacy that I've left behind that it improved someone's life situation in some possible way.
You take money off disabled people. How have you improved anyone's life in any way? You don't even pay the people that make your pissing channel art. I need a break. Like a proper break. I need to sleep. Like it's getting light outside. Gonna have a wank tonight. I wasn't really. I just wanted like some example to say like, oh, this was my plans tonight, and they're ruined. But I'm going to take that as a sign that I should probably turn in for the night and come back to this tomorrow. Fucking hell. Right, I'm back. I've slept. I've had to think about things, and I think we need to talk because I've realised something. I had a moment of revelation earlier, and it seemed so obvious in retrospect. Like it was literally staring me in the face. One of my recommended videos was Dr. Tracy Marks, whose videos I've used previously in my last video about the transgender slur. She's a psychiatrist and she makes videos about, various mental health things and psychology things, and she's great. Go give her a sub if you're interested in that sort of thing. She's great. But it was her video for avoidant personality disorder, and I saw it and I went, oh, it's that, isn't it? It just seems so obvious in retrospect. The reason why he's so reluctant to even engage, the reason why he has no friends, the reason why he doesn't go out, he's got avoidant personality disorder. Well, I think he's got avoidant personality disorder. And see, the thing is, when we talk about Phil and personality disorders, we focus on his narcissism and to a lesser extent his sociopathy and sometimes psychopathy, but that's rare and rarer nowadays. It appears to be more narcissism than anything else. But these are cluster B personality disorders, and you expect some sort of I don't want to say crossover, but you expect to see like symptoms from other cluster B personality disorders in one of them. There's some level of interaction. You know, it's not uncommon because these are all sort of stemming from the same place. They're all emotional dysregulation disorders. They're all sort of stemming from the same mechanic. So somebody who's a sociopath might have narcissistic tendencies. Somebody who is borderline might have histrionic traits sometimes. It's not uncommon. But I never thought about cluster C. You see, cluster C is anxiety and fear. Now, these are you've avoidant, dependent, and obsessive compulsive, and they're driven by fear and anxiety. Those are the prime motivators behind the disorders. So I've got to get. In fact, I'll textbook first, right? Textbook first is Abnormal Psychology by Coma and Coma. People with avoidant personality disorder are very uncomfortable and inhibited in social situations, overwhelmed by feelings of inadequacy, and extremely sensitive to negative evaluation.
I told you guys I wanted to play it at a later date, but you guys essentially peer pressured me into it, and we're like, listen, we're your audience, we know what's best for you, play Old Hunters, bitch. And I was very upset that you guys insulted me in such a way. I really was, because you might not realize this, especially back then. I tried to pretend like I was a hard ass, and nothing got to me, but I got feelings. And when you guys called me a bitch like that, I actually cried a few nights. I'll be honest, I did. I cried myself to sleep that my audience would be so mean to me and would force me to do something I didn't want to do. But I gave in, and I played it, and I hated it, and I fucking got destroyed in it, and I never beat the first boss, and everyone laughed at me and made fun of me and said, ha ha ha, look at that idiot, ha ha ha, look at Phil, he never parried once, he's a rube, he's a loser, he can't even beat Ludwig, ha 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 ha. And I said, fuck you, and I deleted it, and I never played it again. True story.
At the centre of this withdrawal lies not so much poor social skills as dread of criticism, disapproval, or rejection.
Dude, he's just one of those fucking guys, you know, that just runs his mouth on the internet freely, but when you get in person, you know, he's fucking quiet as a mouse.
Timid and hesitant in social situations, afraid to say something foolish or to embarrass themselves by blushing or acting nervous.
But you notice that he keeps the names out of his mouth.
Course.
You know, he doesn't mention, oh, I beat Watson, I beat Choi, this and that. Because when we fucking ran him down in Evo West, you know, we didn't even fucking wait to get outside. Watson just fucking went up to him in the arcade hall and just told him, dude, why the fuck you talking shit, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And he just didn't even want to face us. Like, he just kept on, like, cowering away and looking away and just being fucking quiet, this and that. And just fucking scared shitless. And we're fucking following him around, dude. Like, what the fuck's your problem? And, you know, Watson is a forgiving guy, so he just fucking pretty much got to the point where he made him apologize and told him, dude, fucking don't ever fucking, you know, say my name, keep my name out of your fucking mouth, this and that.
Even in intimate relationships, they express themselves very carefully, afraid of being shamed or ridiculed.
Thank you, Jay. It's happy anniversary. Yes. Like I said, I was streaming yesterday, and I only realized it was our anniversary here because someone said it in the chat. And then I went to Kat, and I said, you realize today's our anniversary? And she looked at me, and she's like, oh, my God. Yeah.
People with this disorder believe themselves to be unappealing or inferior to others, which I know that doesn't sound like Phil, but, you know, bear with me on this because I genuinely think there's something here. They exaggerate the potential difficulties of new situations, so they seldom take risks to try out new activities.
What is my current stance on getting a green screen? The same that it's always been. Can't do it now. Wouldn't work with my setup. I need to have better capabilities, a better lighting situation, a better webcam / camcorder that I'm going to use to record myself. There would have to be a series of improvements to my setup before I could get to the point where a green screen would even make sense. Do I have room behind me to do a green screen? Yes, I do. But we have to get to that point, and we have to figure it out. Like, what I'm thinking is I'd have to have one of those cloth green screens that can, like, unfold and stand on a stand behind you, and then I would have to get much better lighting. I'm using a really cheap lamp that probably a college student would use in their dorm room. That's what I have in here. I'd have to get, like, really professional lighting in here to get it to work.
They usually have few or no close friends, though they actually yearn for intimate relationships and frequently feel depressed and lonely.
I was really, really, really fucked up in the head at this point. I was heavily drinking all the time at night. I would basically do a full day of content on the internet for you guys, and then I would drink myself to sleep because I was fucked up. I was depressed as shit. I didn't think there was any way I was going to get out of it. There was no light at the end of the tunnel. I wasn't enjoying what I was doing for a job anymore. I was jaded. I hated everything around me, essentially, at that point. And then, yeah, some late nights, I'm not kidding. I know this sounds fucking pathetic as shit, because it is. There were some late nights when I would get drunk and I would start reminiscing about the past. I would start reminiscing about the times when I would do co-op with John, or we would do Smart Guys. And so I would actually be drinking like crazy and then watch our old content together and be depressed as fuck and fall asleep watching it.
As a substitute, some will develop an inner world of fantasy and imagination.
My girlfriend is hot enough to be a swimsuit model. Seriously, like, she's got a really smoking body, and she's pretty, and so I am not going to basically say anything in regards to that. 'Cause, I mean, I'm very very happy with Kat. I'm very, very lucky to have her. Let's put it that way. So.
Some theorists believe that there is a key difference between the two disorders. This is social anxiety disorder and avoidant personality disorder. People with social anxiety disorder primarily fear social circumstances. So you fear being in like parties or work environments, and you fear the pitfalls that come with social interaction that way. While people with personality disorder tend to fear close social relationships because, there's the fear of being judged by the other person when you reveal too much about yourself. There's an anxiety there, so you close up instead, and you become cold and distant. And the more we know about his relationship, the more it seems like they're just roommates, flatmates, they're housemates. They're not a loving relationship. He doesn't talk about them like a loving relationship. They don't do things together other than go out to eat. He doesn't talk to her about what she likes doing. He didn't talk to her about how her day was at work or what she and her co-workers talk about. They don't watch things together. They don't listen to music anymore. And he talks about all these things as if they're normal. He talks about like he just reveals these things. He has like no sort of real awareness of how it looks to other people. Let me get on with this. That's about how you explain personality disorder. But I would like to also point these little bits out briefly, because I have underlined them for a reason. Harsh criticism. Similarly, cognitive behavioural theorists believe that harsh criticism and rejection in early childhood may lead certain people to assume that others in their environment will always judge them negatively. When people were asked about their childhood, they remembered, for example, feeling criticised, rejected and isolated, receiving little encouragement from their parents, and experiencing few displays of parental love or pride. Cognitive behavioural theorists also suggest that most people with avoidant personality disorder fail to develop effective social skills, a failure that helps maintain the disorder. So, it's worth now defining it. Avoidant personality disorder, a personality disorder in the DSM-5 characterized by a pervasive pattern of social inhibition, feelings of inadequacy, and hypersensitivity to criticism, disapproval, or rejection, beginning by early adulthood and indicated by such signs and symptoms as avoidance of work involving significant interpersonal contact, unwillingness to associate with people unless they're certain of being liked, restraint in intimate relationships for fear of being shamed or ridiculed, preoccupation with criticism or rejection, inhibition in new social situations arising from feelings of inadequacy, self-image as inept, unappealing and inferior to others, and reluctance to engage in activities carrying the risk of embarrassment. So much of this is Phil. Those are the characteristics, those are the symptoms, those are the definitions. That's what you have to display. And you don't have to display all of them, remember. You only need to display 4 or more to be considered like diagnosable. And I think a lot of these genuinely do appeal to apply to Phil. Because, like, let's talk about some, right? Signs and symptoms as avoidance of work involving significant interpersonal contact. We are literally talking about that right now. He didn't answer the phone to somebody offering him 50k to do a bit of work. We're literally... I've literally been talking about it for like 4 hours. You know? It's... This is Phil right here. Restraint in intimate relationships for fear of being shamed or ridiculed. We all know what like an absolute mess Phil's relationships are, but we're also talking about like opening up to your partner. We're talking about intimacy in an emotional and personal sense, not in a sort of like naked attraction sense. We're talking about being vulnerable. When you open yourself up to your partner, you are letting them into like your inner self. You are opening up the very part of yourself that is incredibly private and personal. You're putting yourself in a vulnerable position by being so exposed. It's a thing that takes a lot of trust, you know. And again, like all personality disorders, it's the level of the degree of manifestation. It's not about the fact that you feel this sometimes, because most people will sort of feel some of it. But the point is, as your relationship goes on and the months pass by and you get more and more comfortable with this person, you open up to them more and more. So you are conquering that sort of fear. That's a natural response and we all feel it. But, you know, we all take a different amount of time to sort of like deal with it and move on with it and start to open up to our partners. But it's still a thing that's there. The difference is that you will get over it. You will move on. Most of us will move on, whereas people with avoidant personality disorder don't. They can't. They struggle with that. They need help with that because they're just overwhelming fear and anxiety of being judged or being rejected causes them to close up. Like, you know, I've had one girlfriend at least has said, you know, you need to open up more. And it's, you know, it's a human thing. So in future relationships, try to open up a little more. It's a human thing. So the fact that you feel it isn't a cause for concern. The fact that it cripples you to this extent is. And I think this is what's going on with Phil. I think, especially in his relationship with Kat, who's probably just as like, yeah, no, if you just want to sleep in the same in a different bed, that's fine. I'm not asked. She's probably okay with it. She's probably completely fine with him being as closed off as possible and acting more like a roommate or a housemate. She's probably okay with it because it means that, you know, she gets left alone to play Skyrim and to eat herself to sleep, and she doesn't have to bother opening her legs for anyone or paying the bills. So, yeah, she's probably fine with it. So she'll be reinforcing that. Just going off what we know about their relationship. Look, what like scant bits he's told us about how they are together. We could sort of like put together a likely scenario, and I think it's that. They're sleeping in different bedrooms, aren't they? They've not shared a bed for years. They never shared a bed. Where was it? Unwillingness to associate with people unless certain of being liked. He's done one interview in 14 years. And it was with the quartering. And he did that because he had control over everything being asked. He was certain that he could be liked because he knew that these questions were being asked. And he could prepare his answers in response in advance. He had complete control over that interview. Anyone else would challenge him. And in that lies the fear of being disliked, the fear of being judged, the fear of being rejected. And Phil will always sit there like, I'm happy to be on my own and do my own thing. But he's not. Like, deep inside, he's not. We all know. See, this is the thing. We've all thought that all of DSP's problems are coming from his narcissism, and I don't doubt that a big chunk of them are. But I think a lot of them are now are also being motivated by this. Now I think that a lot of DSP's avoidance issues are because of his avoidance personality disorder. I think that stuff like him not answering the phone to even just listen to Keemstar tell him about this and then say, nah, I'm not interested, mate, thanks, and hang up the phone. He couldn't even do that because it involves somebody who he knows is not going to buy his and his sort of like need for control. Then Keemstar is not going to let Phil have such say over like what they talk about or what he gets asked about and things like that. So it's the avoidance thing. I think it's that. I think it's the fear of that drives Phil internally. And I think that a lot of his issues that we would normally think, oh, it's his narcissism, it's the like the drinking and the addiction to spending money that's currently manifested through WWE champions, things like that he does to cope. His coping methods, all those things are not necessarily driven by narcissism so much as they are fear and not being able to deal with that. The loneliness of wanting friends. He said that he used to watch the videos with John Rambo, when he was lying in bed, and he felt sad. He yearns for the intimacy of a relationship, but he's scared of having it. He's scared of the part that goes, okay, now let me share with you. He's scared of opening himself up, and I always thought that was ego. I always thought that was his ego being vulnerable. And that his ego couldn't risk the wounding. His ego couldn't resist the blow. But maybe it's him. Maybe it's like him like trying to be vulnerable and being really bad at it because he's so scared of it that instead he closes off. And that's why he does it with sex as well. Oh my God, that's why he does it with sex as well. Because what's more intimate than sex? What's more intimate and adult and more associated with romantic partnerships and more romantic relationships than sex? And so, with the fear of being judged if he even speaks about a topic like this, if Phil was ever to say, yeah, this is what I like, he can't even bring himself to say, yeah, I used to watch porn. Has he even said what porn was he watching when he watched that? When the incident happened?
I have no idea what I was watching. I'm sure it was something terrible. I'm sure it was something like bad. It wasn't like, oh, I was watching my favorite porn star of all time. She was taking one in the pink, one in the fucking stink, and then after that, on another window I had Mandingo penetrating some Latina. Yeah, no, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea.
You probably couldn't bring himself to, yeah, I watched MILF porn, for example. Phil, the man who grew up when and came of age when American Pie had just thrust the word MILF into the global conscience, couldn't tell you that he watched porn with older women in it. Because he's just that scared of being judged and being seen that way and being like rejected, even though it's like the number one most popular trend in porn and it's like the most popular search in like every porn site. And he couldn't say that. He couldn't bring himself to say anything about sex or about how he feels about it. He can't tell you about like his fetishes or the things that he likes. He can't tell you anything like that because sex is intimacy. And he's scared of it. So instead he shuts it down completely, totally. So we all thought this was coming from somewhere else. We all thought this was coming from him being like... A lot of people think he's closeted. I think he's sexually insecure. I thought, maybe he's like insecure about how long he lasts. Maybe he has premature ejaculation issues and he's, insecure about that. But what about if it's because it's intimacy? What about if it's because it's literally the most intimate you can be with another person? Maybe that's why he's doing it. Alright, let's get back to this. There's a couple more It's there. Restraint in intimate relationships for fear of being shamed or ridiculed. The idea that you could open yourself up to a girlfriend or your partner, and say, this is what I'm really into, and then be judged by them and have it rejected, and you'd be shamed for it, and they would mock you and laugh at you and oh, you're into that, what the fuck, you fucking weirdo, that's creepy, I'm not going to do that. Carrying like the fear of that, and when you try to sort of like reason it out and think, this is my intimate partner, this is like the person I'm literally putting my genitals in the hands of her. I should have a level of trust there, but I can't open up to them because they might. But I should be able to because they're my partner. But I can't, but I should. And even thinking about it causes fear and anxiety. So he shuts it down completely, and he just won't process it at all. And it causes situations where Leanna gets fed up and she's like, I'm done. Or where Kat's like, yeah, I'm completely fine with that. And she balloons. Preoccupation with criticism or rejection. Well, I mean, that speaks for itself, doesn't it? Inhibition in new social situations arising from feelings of inadequacy. See, I think, because these are the bits where there might be some disagreement, that a lot of it is to do with images of inadequacy. And Phil doesn't really display them, but I think the way that Phil copes with them, the way that Phil at least puts across the image that he's coping with them, is by joking about them. So he jokes about, oh, I'm 40, I'm over the hill. But internally, I think privately, it's probably weighing down on him. He probably does feel inadequate. He probably does feel like his self-image, his self-worth isn't that much. And though he might put on a brave face when he goes into the streams and he's like, yeah, I don't care, I'm Darkside Phil, I'm here forever, I've been here 14 years and I'm one of the most prolific content creators on YouTube, and I've been through all this stuff and I've weathered all this, and I don't care about the detractors, I don't listen to them and all that stuff. When he's doing that, he's trying to put on the face like he's very confident in himself, he has great self-belief, and there's like not an ounce of self-doubt in him. But I feel like privately it's probably not the same story. Privately, he's very insecure. And a lot of that is feeling like he's not a grown-up, he's not an adult, he's not a success. That's why he needs material possessions. That's why he puts such value on stuff like, I've got a house, I've got a wife, I've got a family, I've got a car. He needs that image. He needs that sort of recognition of, yes, you are a success by societal standards. You have made it. You've got a job that you love, and you've got a wife, and you've got a house. You're an adult. You are functioning. You have done it. You are, it is worthy of respect that you have made it to that level by yourself on just a YouTube channel and just by playing games. It is, he needs that level of respect. He needs to be seen as a success. And that's because he's insecure. That's because his self-image is so insecure. The thought of not being a success. That's why he calls everybody like a basement dweller, or that you live in your mother's basement, or you're like the loser kids. You're all kids. He's an adult. Everybody that disagrees with him is a kid. The kids on Reddit, the kids on Kiwi Farms, the losers living in their parents' basements, jacking off while eating Doritos and drinking Fanta. All that shit comes from insecurity about his self-image and his self-worth. He needs it from other people. He can't find it internally. That's why things like having a house and a family are so important to him. Because he needs that, and his image is so fragile and he can't do it himself. He can't find it himself. Most of us learn to. Most of us learn to live with our insecurities. That's why he spends $60 dyeing his fucking hair. Because he can't accept that he's getting older, and part of doing that is getting grey hairs. Like, if he was going bald, he'd have a comb over. He wouldn't be the sort of man who goes, I've got to accept my lot in life. and shaves. If I start going bald, and I know that, you know, I've got a hell of a widow's peak as well, but I've at least got like the hair on top to cover it still. I have that widow's peak because my natural hair is like that. So, you know, I actually look like Skrillex when I do my natural hair. Oh, fuck, I've messed it up now. But he can't accept those sort of inadequacies. He can't accept those sort of not even symptoms or signs. They're not even anything like that. To imply that like grey hairs are inadequacies is just wrong, and I don't know where that came from. But it's you know, he can't accept anything that he sees as an inadequacy. He can't accept going grey. Remember when people were like, "Look at how patchy your beard is," and he went mental saying, "No, it's grey, because the alternative is that, you know, you're growing bald. But now he's dyeing his hair to avoid going grey. He's clearly going grey. But he's not on his head. His head is jet black. $60 for a haircut. He's dyeing it. He's getting it dyed. All his talk about, you know, oh, I'm 40 and I'm over the hill and life sucks now and everything goes downhill from here. You know, it's... Why? You can't accept that people learn. When I went back to college to do the access course so that I could go and study forensic psychology, one of the people on my course was in his 60s. You could absolutely, you know, not everybody has the ability to, because not everybody has like the financial means where they can just go, okay, I'm going to spend the next 3 years in college, in university, sorry. So, you know, not everybody has the ability, but there is always the possibility that you can. You know, life is never over until it's over. At any point you can decide, I'm going to change something, I'm going to do something different, I am going to make an amendment somewhere, I'm going to learn a new skill, I'm going to pick up an instrument, I'm going to study, I'm going to go back to school. You can make changes in your life more or less at any point. So once you reach like an age like 30 or 35 or 40, that doesn't mean this is it, you are set on this course forever. You know, the next 20 or 30 years for you is going to be shit at this point. No need to believe that at all. So why does he? Because he can't do anything. He can't do anything about it. He doesn't have it internally to do something about it, to make that change. He has to accept that this is it, because that's the reality of his situation. But if you can spin it on aging, it's not his fault. It's not his fault for not saving up money so that he can afford to go back to college, for example. It's not on him that he struggles daily because he's spent most of his money elsewhere. It's because he's aging. It's because he's 40 now, and that's it. It's all downhill from here. That's a fucker of an external locus for you. That might have been a bit of a reach, but, you know. It's DSP. Fuck it. Reluctance to engage in the activities carrying the risk of embarrassment. Yeah, we've done that. Preoccupation with criticism. Yep. Self-image is inept, unappealing and inferior to others. That's why he needs to be superior. That's why he needs to be lording it over his chat. That's why he took such glee in banning Keemstar. That's why he took the attitude of, well, you tell me how you want this to go down. Should I let you be an idiot, or should I ban you straight away? Because he needs to feel that power, because he doesn't feel it elsewhere. He's aware that he's actually low on the social ladder, and again, he feels inadequate about that. He feels insecure about it. He can't let it go. Right, this has been a hell of an intro to like the next part. I've not even started the video off. Like, I've not even resumed. He's talking about life lessons.
All right? You feel like you've done something positive. At least for me, in my life, that's my goal. When I die, I want to be able to say, I did something good on this planet. All right? I left something behind that helped people, that put a smile on someone's face, that did something nice, right? That maybe people, even though there's people out there who absolutely hate me, hopefully there's enough people who I've helped somehow with the legacy that I've left behind that it improved someone's life situation in some possible way.
I wonder what ways he thinks his legacy helps improve people's lives. Because you could argue that Super Blind Man, by working with Sony and Naughty Dog on accessibility options for The Last of Us 2, has improved some people's lives, because there's now some people out there who'll be able to enjoy the game. So he's helped improve more lives than Phil. Excuse me. So he's helped improve more lives than Phil already. And I don't know. Maybe you could argue that, you know, people did find stuff like Poorly Cooking with the King funny. You know, well, people enjoyed Howard and Rambo in Project 7. So, you know, but even then, that's not him, is it? It's just the channel that he hosted the videos on. But, yeah, you could say he brought John and Howard to the world, and people really enjoyed them. So, you know, maybe he improved that way. But his obsession with his legacy is really weird. Maybe this is, I hate to say it, but this is midlife crisis stuff. He's starting to think about his legacy and what he's leaving behind, the mark that he's left on the world. Normally when men sort of do this, they've got kids, and it's the way that they've raised their kids, and they look at how the kids are doing, and they say, yeah, you know, that's my legacy of the world. There's a lot of societal sort of expectations and norms around that legacy being that, you know. That's how you really leave your mark on the world, because we're here and then we're gone in like the blink of an eye. But the things that you do and the people that you leave behind and all the lives that you affect along the way are your legacy going forward, because those are the things that live on beyond you. So he's really like starting to think about this now, because he's got no kids. He that's not happened. So he's like, what else do you have? You've got your YouTube career, which is a legacy, I guess. You know, your employment, if you leave a mark on the world through your work, that's a legacy as much as, you know, working the same job for 40 years is. It's still your body of work. It's what you've done through your life. It's, you know, a legacy in that regard. But his sort of, because I feel like this is new. I feel like this hasn't really come out of anywhere. This hasn't, you know, been a thing that's been building for a while. This is sudden. His sort of thinking of, like, if, you know, you were to look for it on Big Go, it would go like that, and then it would shoot up. I think it's that. In fact, I'm going to have a look. Of course, the best thing about all this is I can just cut it all out. Oh my god, that's amazing. Look at it. Look at it. So yeah, this feels like a newer thing. Maybe, you know, a bunch of them will be like, you know, talking about, you know, legacy characters in Legacy Street Fighter. So I feel like that will probably account for earlier spikes. Like, that's probably around the time that, like, Street Fighter 5 was released or something like that. So you're talking about legacy characters a lot. So yes, midlife crisis. This is officially the midlife crisis arc, then. That's what we're doing. That's what this is. You otherwise, why would you care about your legacy? You see, you don't tend to think about this until you start facing your own mortality, and in that sort of like aging way of, well, you know, I've had a good life, you know. As things start to wind down and you start to think more and more likely to get like an illness that's going to kill me, or, you know, going to be involved in like an accident that kills me or something like that, you start to think, you know, because when you're young, you're invincible. You don't think about stuff like that. It's only as you get older as you start to sort of like reflect inwards and think about, right, okay, what have I done with my life? I've just spent 3 decades, 3.5 decades, 4 decades on this planet. What have I done with them? Because, you know, it's ostensibly the halfway point of your life, isn't it? Life expectancy is around late 70s to 80. It's ostensibly the halfway point. So for most people, it's the period where you start to reflect. Unless you've had incidents that have, like some people will have had like deaths in the family, or they'll have had like accidents they've been involved in where they've nearly died, or they'll have had illnesses that they've like recovered from. And so unless there's been like a trauma somewhere that's made you do it early, most people will start to do it around middle age, because that's the point where you start to reflect. That's the sort of societal norm we have. And I think most cultures have it because, again, we all die and we don't like admitting it, but it's something that we all have to deal with. So, yeah, when you do, you start to think about it, you start to think like this, and you start to put an overwhelming emphasis on securing your legacy, making sure that the things that you leave in the world are like up to your standards. If you think, yeah, that's okay, I've done good there, or you think, yeah, I've helped people here, and by your standards, because obviously what we all think is good varies from person to person. So DSP has his own definition of good, as do I, and I doubt that those definitions match. But you will also have your own definition of what's good for the world, and what's a good legacy to leave. So yeah, we're at the midlife crisis arc. I just don't think he's going to get a fast car or a younger girlfriend or join a gym. So let's see what else he can do. What else? How else do you manifest a midlife crisis? Let's find out.
Certainly there's things that I've done over the years that have not done that, but I like to think that overall in the 14 years that I've made content, all right, that at the very least, there's people out there who feel like what I've done has meaning for them. Positive meaning, not negative meaning, that I've derided people and made fun of people and it hurt others, but that what I've done is basically something that...
Positive meaning, not negative meaning, positive meaning. That's what's important to him. That things have a positive value. But again, positive value is subjective. John Stuart Mill proposed that, you should do what causes the least harm to the largest people, what benefits the largest group the most. But the problem with utilitarianism is that there's always going to be an outgroup. There's always going to be a minority. There's always going to be someone who's disadvantaged by your actions. So, it's difficult to sort of like say, yeah, this is positive, because you could have an unintentionally negative impact elsewhere. But positivity for Phil, yeah. Positivity means support, means money for Phil. But see, the importance of positivity. If you could say that something is positive, you can say that an action that you have done has had a positive impact, you get the moral high ground. That's why that matters. If he can say, I've had a positive impact, then he can say, who are you to say, what impact have you had? You can't have had an impact that's been more positive than me. He gets to have the moral high ground if it ever comes to it. He likes being in the right. He always has to be in the right, let's be honest. We all know that about him. But, having the moral high ground, it's a really good boost for him, He likes it. Look how he gets when you mention like Troy Baker or NFTs or Neil Druckmann in The Last of Us 2. He will march with that flag up to that hill and pointlessly die. It's amazing that all of a sudden he's had this almost... See, I don't even know if he's capable of having a midlife crisis, because that implies that you've looked at your life and you've taken a look. You've reassessed your life and thought, shit, I need to do something to make up for this. So you've taken a look at what you've got going on in your life. And you've come to a realization because you've assessed what's happening in your life. You've assessed, where you are financially. Do you have a house? Are you married? Do you have kids? You've looked at all that stuff. You've looked at, what your job is, what your wages, how much you're bringing in every month. You've assessed everything going on in your life. And you've gone, shit, panicked. But I don't think he's capable of that introspection. don't think he's capable of looking at it because he has his blinders on. He's delusional. And he's constantly spinning everything in his life as good. He's got a wife, he's got a house, he's got a car, he's got a family. He doesn't open his eyes to the fact that he lives in a gated community, his BMW is leased, and he doesn't really know how to drive it or maintain it to the an appropriate adult standard because he needed to be fucking reminded by the garage to change his oil. Even I know that, Phil, and I don't drive. His wife doesn't love him. His relationship is really odd and abnormal by human standards. And, she's got her own shit going on that he's unwilling to help with. His family consists of that plus a cat. He's not even got children like most families do. He doesn't open his eyes to see the realities of them and assess them to the point where you could panic about them and go shit and overreact in the opposite direction by getting a younger girlfriend, faster car, join a gym. I don't think he's capable of that. I think this is like his sort of attempt. This is how it's manifesting because it doesn't have like the regular channels to go through. It doesn't have the point where you hit 40 and think, oh fuck, I've got to join it. I've done nothing with my life. I'd better do something to make up for this. Or you think, fuck, there's some sort of like inadequacy or some want or some need or something that I've done that I need to, compensate for by, getting in shape and getting masculine and buff and ripped. Or I need to, go out and play golf because that's what people in my situation, like middle managers and above do, So I'm just like picking at things here because it just feels like he's incapable of properly feeling a midlife crisis. So it's coming out in this really warped way where instead he snaps at all these like weird social things that have been happening. I feel like he's not properly socialized enough to the point where he can have a midlife crisis. He's not capable of having a midlife crisis because he can't. He's not normal enough. I think this is like the weird manifestation of it. It's like when, was it Piece of Peace that asked, I think it was on a stream, do you think Phil is happy? Do you think Phil can ever be happy? Do you think he knows what happiness is, how we define happiness, how other people would define happiness? Or do you think that Phil's definition of happiness is as long as I get to play champions at the end of the day? And in which case, he would be happy, As long as there's gin and something to pull, he's happy. Beyond that, though, other people would not consider that happiness. There would be other layers to happiness. There would be like a more deeply spiritual fulfillment from happiness. There would be like a more ecstatic joy from happiness. There would be more feelings of love and emotion from happiness. There would be different aspects to happiness that make it this multi-layered, multi-level, multi-fulfilling thing. But he's like seeing it simplistically because that's like how basic his needs and desires are. It's the same here. It's the same sort of principle. Do you think he's capable of having a midlife crisis? Or is this weirdly distorted behaviour where he's doing this? Is that the midlife crisis? Is that how it's manifesting because it's got no other way to? His delusion's too strong. It protects him elsewhere. He can't he can't critically examine other aspects of his life because he's so like constantly shutting down criticism of his life that of course he's a success. As he'll tell himself he's a success as he walks through his house that he's bought, and he sees his wife that he's married to and his cat that he pets every day, his car's in his garage and his job takes place in his office upstairs. To his, entertaining his audience with his streams. Of course he's a success, His delusion just is too strong to break through to the point where he could look at it all and think, fuck, and then have the crisis like most of us would. Interesting. His own, like, intellectual stagnation might actually have saved him from a worse breakdown. Nah, I doubt it, because you don't. This is a different sort of breakdown. This isn't the joining a gym sort of breakdown, fast car sort of breakdown, younger partner sort of breakdown. This is a different sort of breakdown. This is a breakdown that's manifesting differently. It's coming from maybe the same place, maybe the same fear and anxiety is driving it, but it's just caught up in this swirling vortex of ego and narcissism and avoidance and sociopathy and entitlement and expectation and a bad Catholic upbringing.
You know what I mean? That helped out overall in the grand scheme of things. Okay? And that's all I care about. Really. I don't care about the glory. I don't care about the popularity, the celebrity, the money. How many times over the years have I told you guys I had all these opportunities to sell out, especially when I was a big YouTuber back in the day, and I had way more popularity than I do now.
Right, this is really interesting. In that regard, he when he says selling out, he can portray it as a bad thing. He can portray what other people would see as business opportunities, as sponsorship deals, as brand merchandising, you know, as people that would see it as just sort of part and parcel of this new way of making a living online. He sees us selling out. Because that's bad. You know, selling out is bad. Let's be honest. It's pretty much universally seen as a bad thing to do. You know, compromising your own integrity and artistic ideas in pursuit of a quick dollar is usually seen as a bad thing. But that's a world away from a sponsorship deal or an advertising deal, or, you know, like saying, hey guys, before this video continues, just need to have a big shout out to today's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. That's right. You know, that's not the same as selling out. So, putting it that way lets him portray others as, you know, in a negative way, in a harmful light. You know, you've sold out, you're a sellout, it's a bad thing. But it's also a really cool way for him to recontextualize his failure to capitalize on his position and make more money from it. Because it's not like I could never get a sponsorship deal. It's I never sold out. It's not that I couldn't get merchandise. It's that I never sold out. It's not that I couldn't, you know, start every video with an advert for Raycon. It's that I never sold out. So it lets him sort of recontextualize all his failures as positives as well. It lets him say, nah, it's not like, you know, I'm one of like the few YouTubers who's never written a book, ghost written a book. You know, even Zoella got a fucking calendar. I've never sold out. When the reality is, you'd just be making extra money to go like, hey guys, you know, making these videos is a long and arduous process, and I have to recall a lot of things, so there's a lot of taxing energy being used by my brain. Fortunately, I drink Lucozade Orange. I mean, I would sell my soul for that, but, you know, that's different. That's actually started as a joke. It just started as a thing that I wanted to do in like one video to sort of talk about identity and brand. It was the Fire Festival video, I think. It was about brand identity and how that becomes like a part of your identity, because, you know, everybody has like a brand that they prefer for something. And it's just stuck. So, you know, I'm quite happy with that. Like, it's appeared in fan art. I've got fan art. and people have like they've all got orange Lucozade in them. It's great. So yeah, but yeah, these are like just general. They're accepted parts of making a living here. They're accepted parts of having this sort of career where you're in content creation and you're uploading things to YouTube and making money off ad revenue. So his failure to capitalize on it is strictly because he is an obnoxious person. He is an awful person, and no brand wants to be associated with him. To him, though, that's the trolls. The trolls are that reason. So when he needs to tell you the trolls are why I can't make a living, that's the reality. That's the bit that matters. He would have taken those brand deals. He would have done that if it weren't for the trolls. Because if he'd have done that, he would have made the money and then he wouldn't need to beg. But, you know, the trolls are the reason why he can't get sponsorship deals. Because any company that approaches him is immediately bombarded with all these people going, oh, did you know Phil's a beggar? And oh, did you know Phil's a paedophile? And oh, did you know Phil jacked it off on stream? And oh, Phil threatened to hit an 11-year-old child. So in that respect, he was more than willing to do the deal and to take the sponsorship deal. Whatever it was, whether it was, you know, playing a game or, you know, accepting money for advertising, a VPN, you know, whatever company came to him, he was more than willing to do the deal. But the trolls got involved. But here, he never sold out. He would never have done that. He would never have taken that money because it would have compromised his ideals. So he can stand true to himself and say he never sold out. He just never got the opportunity to sell out because he's such an obnoxious person. That's all. But it lets him recontextualize it in a positive way. So his ego doesn't have to take the hit. His insecurity doesn't have to take the hit. He doesn't have to look inward to find a source of responsibility for it. It's better for him to say, I never sold out.
I had all these opportunities to completely sell out like lots of other content creators have. How many content creators do you constantly see, though, in that group that I could have done that? I refused. I said I want to make meaningful content for my audience. And guess what? Direct result of those choices have put me where I am today. Every week I tell you guys how money's tight, right? And I'm honest with you guys. It is. Every week my money is tight here. Currently right now, the reason that I'm still financially in a hole.
All right, before he goes off on one, consider what he's saying again. There's a direct result there. Like I just said, I literally just said it. There's a direct result. There's a reason why money is tight now. He could have taken the sponsorships. He could have sold out. Content isn't any less meaningful, sorry. Or any more meaningless. Because there's an advert in front of it. Because we all recognise that our favourite content creators have to get paid. They should get paid. You know, if their content is good, then they deserve money. So, you know, if they want to take a sponsorship deal, most of us can accept it because it's money for them. So, you know, it keeps the lights on. It lets them keep making content. It's just part of how... It's part of how capitalism works. Advertising has been a thing for ages. Advertising probably predates capitalism. Apologies for that one. I can't believe Business Degree over here doesn't see that. He doesn't understand why. Well, he just sees it as selling out. Again, it's nothing to do with his business degree, this. It's about him needing to portray that thing that he never got to do as bad because he never got to do it. He had a couple of sponsorship deals here and there. There was The Chair. There was Hello Hell. He did a Twitch thing one day, I remember. Wasn't it like they were doing a showcase of streamers and he was one of them? He did that pad, that like custom pad, where they were like, don't forget to varnish this a couple hours before you use it, and he didn't. And then the paint started flecking off, and he blamed them for it. And then he was like, oh yeah, but it was my fault. But, you know, still the pad's shit, because the paint keeps flecking off, even though it was my fault, because I didn't varnish it. And they said varnish it so that the paint won't fleck off, and I didn't. So, you know, he was more than willing to take it at times, if it meant we'll give you something for free, will benefit you. But here, because he didn't get to do it and other people did, other people got to be more successful and make more money than him. It's a bad thing. The way they're making their money is a bad thing. They are selling out. They're not taking advertising deals like I would take. They're selling out.
Is because I owe tons of back taxes to the federal government that I'm trying to slowly pay off, but it's going to take me a long time to get to a point where I'm not like that anymore. It sucks.
He's just turned down 50 grand. He's just turned down 50 grand. It's like, really sucks that I've got all this debt. I'm really fed up because it's just going to take so long to clear it all. But I have just turned down 50 grand. At least. I've turned down at least 50 grand with the opportunity to make more. Because if that at 50 grand was a signing on bonus, then there is presumably the assumption that more money will be earned later. See, this is the thing, right? It's not really us that need to really talk about that and to really sort of dwell on that and to really consider the significance of that. Because we know, as detractors, we already know. We know what his financial situation is like. We know what sort of a person he is. It's on his fans. And his fans are the worst thing for DSP. His fans are the thing that does DSP the most harm. Because his fans are the one that enable him and allow him to continue this. They allow him to continue living the lifestyle he's become accustomed to. They allow him to continue to scam. It's not us that are affected by it. It's not us that need this as a revelation. It's not us that need this as a moment to sort of, like, you know, stop and think, oh God, what have I done? You know? Because it's not for us. See, if you are one of his fans, right? If you are somebody like Planet Jeff or Slayer, you need to understand that what Phil was being asked to do for that money is really trivial. It's really easy to do. And Phil would have made a lot of money that would have helped. But instead, he's going to ask you to help. And you don't have an obligation to help him. But he feels like he has an obligation to your money. Because if he didn't, he would be doing other things to get out of this financial situation that he's in. And one of those other things that he would be doing is looking for other opportunities like the one Keemstar was offering him. But instead, he thinks, I don't need to do that. I'd rather continue to ask you to give me your money. I'd rather ask you for it instead of working for it myself. And instead of working to put myself in a position where I'm happier. Because it involves work for Phil. Phil doesn't want to do the work. Phil doesn't want to work to improve his lot. He wants you to keep paying him. He wants you to keep using your money that you either work for or are given by the government because of your living situation or, you know, your physical situation. And he wants that. And he thinks you should give him that. Because he doesn't want to work for it. He doesn't want to do anything for it. He doesn't want to put in the effort to improve what he does for a living and pay back his debt. Instead, he feels an entitlement to your money. It's not us that have to think about this. And I feel like I'm not the best qualified for this. I feel like I'm not the one who should be sort of like laying it out that way, you know? I feel like a lot of DSP's audience do need to be sort of told this is bad and have it explained to them in a way that they would understand why it's bad and have them be equipped to be able to deal with it. And, I don't think I'm that sort of person. I think that somebody should, but I just don't know who. It should be somebody individual in each person's case. I don't think it should be a detractor, but, ideally it would be somebody like a carer or a parent or a family member. It would be a friend. It would be somebody that they trusted, like a sibling. It would be somebody close to the person that would be able to walk them through it, because that's how you normally would. Through your support network, you would, be walked through these things as you'd learn and socialize and, as you grow and develop, like cognitively and physically and behaviorally. it's the same here. It would just have to be in a sort of more clinical, more therapeutic setting, because obviously the social setting isn't there. If the social setting was there, they won't end up here in Phil's chat looking for a community, looking for a sense of purpose or a sense of belonging that they can get anywhere else for, you know, in a much healthier way for less cost, both physically, emotionally, mentally, socially, and financially. I don't know how you reach one of Phil's bigger supporters, one of Phil's whales. I don't know how you would reach someone like Planet Jeff or 1 Minute Man and sort of like help them understand like how bad this is, how this makes Phil look bad, how this isn't Phil having the moral principles to stand up to Keemstar because he disagrees with how he makes his money, because Phil is more than happy to tell literal disabled children to give him their money instead. It's not about his morals, because he has none. He's not a moral person. He's fucked over everybody he's known, to the point where his best friends had to do a podcast talking for like an hour about how shit he was. And then I went and did a podcast talking for 2.5 hours about how shit he was. But I don't know how you get through. I don't. And I think this is one of those things where this should be a thing that drives some support away from him, because it's a really bad thing. He expects your money. He doesn't want to work for his own money. He wants your money. This shouldn't be a thing that he is allowed to let go. I think it's pushed John and Howard up to number 2 in Secret's top 10 countdown. No, it's probably still number 1, that. But this is number 2. This is number 2 in the top 10. I'm thinking about a comment that Mr. Sam made that somebody else had said.
Sam?
Yeah, it's up there. It's top 5 definitely for me. Like I think I agree with Steve. It's not quite as bad as the Panda thing, the bank leaks, the incident. But it's almost
the fapping.
Yeah, but somebody, I can't remember who it was, said that wherever you rank it, it's definitely, unless something amazing happens, it's definitely going to be in number 1 in Secret Limited's video this year.
yeah.
Legendary call out there.
This is like a significant thing, and it should be seen as a significant thing, and ideally it would push some of his support away, because it would force them to reassess their relationship with Phil. But somebody like Snow Carl is not going to do that, even though they should. Snow Carl, when directly confronted by Phil, came back. He left and he came back. And this sort of thing, this is the result of that. This is the result of his behaviour being enabled. He has an entitlement to your money, and he thinks he deserves that money, and he doesn't want to work for his own money to improve his own situation and that of his wife's. Next time he says, I couldn't give my wife a honeymoon, he's just turned down 50k because he would rather have your money than work for his own money to improve the lot of himself and his wife. And you all enable that, and you all need to stop, because it's harming Phil. The worst thing for Phil is his fans. It's you, the whales. You are the worst thing for Phil, because you let him do this. You enable this. You reward him. You give him money regardless. This is a really bad thing, and you will continue to support him. And that is bad. I've wanted to say that for a while. The worst thing about Phil is his fans. Not because they're the worst people and they're worse than Phil, but because they enable Phil. They support him. Like, and I don't mean, we support Phil. Like, I mean, they are literally his support network. They give him everything he needs. So he has no impetus to change. He has no motivation. The best thing for Phil would be if his fans stopped giving him money. because it would force him to change. It would force him to have to improve his own life, and he's never going to do it because they're just going to continue to give him money. They're going to continue to support him. So, yeah, I've just wanted to. It's been building that, and I've wanted to say it for a while. I've never had the opportunity, so I'm taking it now.
And that's because of the choices I made. Now, I could have made a lot of sellout choices over the years that would have put me in much better financial position. But I didn't do those. I felt like I was doing the right thing. Okay? $50,000 is a lot of money. Right now, if I got $50,000 for something, it could be life-changing.
You literally just could have. You literally just could have changed your life. You could have had $50,000, but you didn't want to answer the phone. And instead, you're going to go back to demanding that your fans give you that money instead of working for it yourself. You just rather sit there and go, right, guys, been nearly an hour since the last tip. Just a reminder, if we raise $17 or more, we will reach tier 1, and I will put on the Gunner glasses. And then at $100, you all get to vote on a hat for me to wear. You know, it's like, is it $150 for the hat? I don't give a fuck. The point is, you would rather do that than answer the phone to Keemstar. You would rather go through this nightly ritual, this twice daily ritual. In fact, it's multiple times daily. It's multiple times per stream where you stop and you reiterate what you will do for $50, $100, and $150. And it's the most pathetic thing. Because you could have just said, hello? Yeah, you're alright, mate, yeah. What's this about a podcast? Could have just done that. And it would have changed your life. But instead, you're going to sit there in a huff every night when it's really low stream. Guys, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why support is slow. I'm going to have to tweet. I'm sorry, but, you know, there's nothing I could do. I'm going to have to tweet about it again. Join me for some old school Street Fighter fun. Please come by and support the stream if you go. Fucking hell. You know, it's pathetic. It is literally pathetic. It is. This is a man of 40. This is a man of 40 years old who doesn't want to do the barest minimum to improve his lot in life notably. And again, we've gone over a number of topics why. There's the narcissism involved of, like, it's working with Keemstar, somebody who he hates, despite the fact that he recognises that Keemstar is socially higher than him. He just doesn't like that fact, so he tries not to admit it wherever possible. There's the avoidant personality part of him, the scared and insecure part of being in a situation where he doesn't have all the control. And, you know, there's all sorts of shit that we've been over as to why he's like this, you know? It's like, never one thing with Phil. Never one thing. There's always multiple things, and none of them make him look good. That's the thing. None of them make him look good. Even when he thinks they do, because he's thought about this. He decided to tell people this. He's again, like with the masturbating, with the incident, he knew he couldn't not. So he's, you know, it's forced his hand a bit, but he's still like, he's planned out his response, and he's thought, how do I make myself look good? And that's how you got stuff like saying that Keemstar came in insulting him, you know. But that amount of money is life-changing, and he doesn't want to work for it. The opportunity to work for a life-changing amount of money. The opportunity to do the barest minimum. To sit and talk to Boogie and Wings for 2 hours, like once a week, for at least 50 grand. A life-changing amount of money. I'll do it. I'll do it, Keemstar. I can appear on podcasts. I'll talk to them. Give me 50 grand. I legit could change my life. I've been sat here waiting for spinal fusion surgery for fucking years. That could change my life. So, yeah. I hate it. Again, it should be a thing for his audience. He's saying, look, it's a life-changing amount. And they should be going, well, why didn't you pick up the phone then? Why didn't you work for it then? Why do you feel entitled to my money instead?
I'm not exaggerating to tell you, if I made $50,000 right now, I could immediately get rid of that financial burden that's on my back. The back taxes and all of that. It would put me in a much better financial position moving forward. I'd have a safer future and more secure future for my family.
See, you could have done that. You could have done that instead of sitting here going, man, it would have been great to have 50 grand. I could just pay off all this debt and I wouldn't have the monthly outgoings. I wouldn't have to worry about it anymore and I could start looking to the future. Nah, I can't be asked answering the phone. I don't want to talk to him. I'm in the middle of streaming, you cock. Why didn't you call me when I told you to? What, was it inconvenient for you? Prick. Right, I suppose I've got to talk about this now. Let me go and cause some drama. Even though I don't want drama, let me go and dedicate a pre-stream to it. All that instead of just this little amount of work that's involved in picking up the phone.
Okay? I'm just being honest and transparent with you guys.
All right,
it would help.
Okay, whenever, immediately. I'm just being honest and transparent with you guys. No, you know. No, you know, because if you were, you wouldn't have to tell us. I love the implication as well. The implication of that is that up until this point, I haven't been. You know, everything else I've told you is bollocks, but what I'm about to tell you now is true. It's not the reassuring statement you think it is, Phil.
It would help me out tremendously to take a payday like that. All right? But when I sat down, I thought about it. And by the way, it's not just me making these decisions. It's always a family effort between myself and my wife.
Fucking hell, you're not a family, you're a couple. There's two of you and a cat. And look, I love my cat. She's asleep right now, so I don't want to disturb her. But she's not my daughter. She's not a family. Let's just, no. It's a family effort. It's a team effort, you know. It's me and cat against the world.
I want to make that very clear. I'm not someone who feels like I'm the guy in charge and I'm the big shot and I need to make all the decisions around here.
Bullshit. Bullshit, you're not. That is like literally your stereotypical masculine view of like family and being the man. You're the provider of the house. You know, it's that sort of fucking nuclear family role. The man is the provider. He portrays that so much. He's like, you know, why? If you asked him, why doesn't Cat help with all these bills? Why doesn't Cat help? If you got sat here talking about, oh, you've got all these bills to pay, you've got all these back taxes and all these things that you've got to pay, why doesn't your wife help out with them? Because it's my job, it's my responsibility, they're my bills, you know.
Zoya did another super chat and says, have you ever asked Kat to help with your business? No, because it's my business. It's not hers. It's my job, it's my work. Why would I ask my wife to do my work? She has her own job, her own responsibilities, right?
But you're a couple. You're a family. You're supposed to do these things together. So she would help you with that. She should be helping you with that. But no. My bills, my family, my responsibility, my role as the man, as the breadwinner, as the provider for the family. It's me. It's on me to do it. Yeah, here, it's a team effort. I can't make this decision alone. I want to have somebody else to throw under the bus as well. So that if I get backlash for this, maybe that's why he's doing it. Maybe he's like, you know, no, my wife agrees with me. It's always that as well. They're always in lockstep. They never disagree. They never disagree like couples disagree. Couples disagree all the time, over minor shit and over serious shit. But couples disagree. They're never perfectly in lockstep. You disagree about like who's attractive on TV, or what colour you think the kitchen should be, or what you want for tea that night, or where do you think you should go on holiday next year, you know, what's the best place, what's the best school to send your kids, and all sorts of shit. That's how you talk and make like progress as a couple, make decisions together. It's never just by the way, my wife happens to perfectly agree with me all the time. My wife happens to completely mirror my sentiments and my opinions 100%. If I'm mad about this, it's, you know, she's upset. She's upset as well. But cat's dying, cat's crying downstairs. If this thing is positive and, you know, it's I want to do it, so I'm doing it, and Kat agrees with me. Kat thinks I should do this, you know. If this is like, I've turned down $50,000 because it involves working with Keemstar and I think he's an asshole, and now I'm taking a moral stance, even though my morals are perfectly okay with me taking money from the disabled. By the way, Kat agrees with me. Couples are never in lockstep. Again, it just seems like everything we learn about their relationship is weird. And not how relationships work. It's how flatmates work. It's how people that aren't together work. It's how friends work. You know, it's fucking weird. It's not a relation. It's not like any couple I've known. They're weird. Their dynamics are all off, and the way he talks about things and stuff like this, and it never seems real. It never seems right. But he says it with like the confidence of, this is completely normal because I don't know any different. They are closed off. I do think he's avoidant.
Every choice is between the two of us, because that's what happens when you're married. You share your life and you share your responsibility. So when this was going down,
excuse me, again, I feel like when it's like, why doesn't your wife help with these bills? He's like, because they're my bills. You make decisions together. He cannot have said, right? He came downstairs. This thing happened on stream. Keemstar tried to call me. Oh, what did Keemstar try to call you about? Well, he did this thing about wanting to do a podcast. And it's like, oh, right, okay. Well, what did you say? Oh, I said no. Did you? Well, no, I didn't answer the phone at all because I don't want to do it. Oh, why don't you want to do it? Because it's Keemstar. Okay, fair enough. You know, he didn't do that. Because at some point, you know, the 50k would have come up, pay would have come up, money would have come up. I think I was right yesterday. I think this is like he's had an argument with her. Because it must be difficult, even if I'm right about like their dynamics and that they only got married so that he could get a tax break, and they're not really a couple, and they only really live together, you know, and share. They don't share a bedroom and all that stuff. Knowing that he's just turned down 50k because it was Keemstar, you've got to think he'd have given me a cut of that 50k. He'd have given me some of that. He might not have given it to me like in cash, you know, but something around here would have improved that I would have benefited from. Maybe we'd have got new TVs. Maybe we'd have got new furniture. Maybe we'd have got a new car. Something would have benefited. Something would have improved. I would have benefited in some way. And he just turned that down because he doesn't like Keemstar. It's got a grate on you. It's really got, it's got to sit there in the back of your mind, and you know, you're not quite able to put it to bed.
I told Kat about it the entire time. We had these conversations, and we came to the conclusion together that despite the fact that $50,000 could help us dramatically, it would put us from the, what do they say, from the red to the black. It would get me out of this back debt that I can't catch up on and pay, and it would put me back in a place where now we could look at positively to the future. Fuck, $50,000, we could probably go on a honeymoon, which we didn't get when we got married 3 years.
Oh, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Fucking. He's full of shit. He's lying to you. His fans, the people who give him money. He is lying to you. We came to the conclusion together. Again, you need to emphasize the unanimity, the cohesiveness of your bond. It's not like we talked about it for a while. We talked back and forth. We argued a bit, you know. We discussed it. No, we came to the conclusion together. We both agreed. We both reached the same point at the same time. We came to that conclusion together. Not we talked about it. And I eventually decided. Not we talked about it and she made me. Not we talked about it and ultimately, guys, you know. She, as a person, in fact, right, okay, yeah, okay, right, let's consider that. If she's like 100% in lockstep with you and you came to that conclusion together, you know, then how horrible is she that she could say our well-being and your mental health that is impacted by the enormous cost of debt that you have on you, and our current living situation that is impacted by the enormous debt that you have upon you, the fact that you have declared bankruptcy, all our living situation issues that are compounded by our lack of funds, all of that can be dealt with in this by doing this really easy thing. We can change our lives, you and I. Our lives, our life together as a couple, as a family, can improve. We can completely wipe debts clean. We can get rid of them. We can improve our lot so substantially that this is literally a life-changing amount. I don't think you should do it. I don't want you to do it. You're right. Keemstar's an asshole. It's much better that you carry that stress. It's much better that you take on the responsibility for paying it off. It is much better that you put all of that onto yourself. You carry that stress, you carry that depression, you carry that misery, you carry the strain and the worry and the anxiety that's involved with not knowing if you are going to make enough money today. You are the one who is you are the one who has to go and beg literal disabled people for their money. And you put on glasses and you put on a hat and you put on a vest so that they will give you money. I would rather you did that than improved our lives. I would rather you did all that than got $50,000. How horrible is Kat that she doesn't want to help her husband improve his lot in life by supporting him through whatever it is that Keemstar would have him do, by encouraging him to do it. 50 grand is a lot. It would change our lives forever. I really think you should consider it. I will help you with it. I will help you deal with it. I will help you cope with the stress of having to work with someone that you don't like. Nah, I'd rather you carried on being stressed and worried and upset. I'd rather you carried on begging people like Jax and Derek and Snowcarl and OIC. I would rather you carried on begging people for money than supporting you in working towards 50 grand. sign-on bonus. A literal life-changing amount. See, again, that is not how you support your partner. That is not like how a relationship works. That's alien. That seems alien. That's really not how this should be. You know, it's like, I feel like it doesn't really matter to him because it doesn't need to be. Because anybody that's like, hang on a minute, that's a bit odd. Relationships don't really work like that. Is smart enough to have fucked off by this point anyway. So he only really has to keep his audience in check, and he has to sell it to them, and they're just going to buy it anyway because they're not like they are literally incapable of questioning it. They literally don't have the psychological development and the social skills needed to question him. So they can't. So they just accept it. They accept that, yeah, it is good that you and your wife are together on this. They don't think about, like, hang on a minute, you and your wife probably shouldn't be. You should probably at least have talked, and, you know, she might have actually preferred 50 grand because she doesn't have to work with Keemstar, so it's not really an issue to her, but 50 grand is. And you know, you'd have to do a lot of work to sort of persuade her otherwise, and persuade her that, no, actually, 50 grand isn't worth it to have to work with Keemstar. I would rather not work with Keemstar for 50 grand. You know, that's more realistic in how this thing would go. If a partner brings to you, hey, I had an opportunity for a life-changing amount of money and I've just turned it down, you fucking argue. You demand to know why. You have them tell you why they turned down that life-changing amount. And they have to convince you that what they did was right. And actually, it's better for you both that you don't have that life-changing amount. Most people can pick up on this, but his audience can't. So they don't need to, he doesn't need to bother with making him and his wife sound like a realistic couple. He doesn't need to consider that it's really fucked up. Because his audience aren't going to pick up on it either. It's only us that do this. Let's see what's it like in here now. And Jasper. People are calling out Jasper. He's the magnum opus. Let's get DSP. Family decision to turn it down, you know. Let's carry on.
We could probably improve everything of this business. I could immediately buy a new PC, upgrade my setup and all that, right? That's a lot of fucking money. So it's a serious thing to consider, even if you hate the fucking guy who's involved in it, who's claiming he's going to give it to you, all right? But I'm sorry, all right? I'm sorry. I have to think that there has to be something to be said for standing by your guns, sticking to your guns, and sticking by your morals.
Fuck off! Fuck off! You, of all people, you have no morals. You are literally taking money. You are literally choosing to take money off disabled people when the alternative is present for you. You have the option to work. You had the option to work for a life-changing amount of money, and instead you chose to take money from disabled people instead. Fuck off. Fuck off taking this moral stance.
All right? Yeah, if I did business with Keemstar, I'd feel dirty, man.
Fuck
I would
off.
feel like I would feel like I took blood money.
Fucking blood money. Isn't it dirty money? Isn't blood money like the value of an offence committed against your family? Isn't it like the cost of revenge? It's literally blood money. I'm pretty sure he's using the definition of blood money wrong there. As a Catholic, you should have chosen the 30 pieces of silver as an analogy there. How dare you, insinuate that that you would be coming off worse from this interaction? Keemstar would be coming off worse by the association with you. You know, this is just, you have no moral code. You threatened to slap an 11-year-old girl and then lied and said you didn't. You've lied about everything that you've been pulled on. Even this is retconning, I would imagine. At some point, you'll have retconned previously. There'll be something in here that is retconning something previous. That's nothing to do with Keemstar. I swear to God. Like, probably something to do with when he's, like, telling the timeline of it. I bet there was a retcon there. I bet there's a retcon somewhere around there. But you just can't be trusted at all. You have no moral code. You lie about everything. And now you have the gall to sort of like go, well, Keemstar's the one. You know, if I worked with him, I'd feel dirty. I don't, you know, I'd feel like it was impugning on my moral standards. You know, I have to stand by my principles, you know. I have to stand up for what I believe. You know, I have to take a moral stance on this. That's why I need you to give me money. That's why I need you disabled people out there, you people who are vulnerable to manipulation and preying upon by con artists and snake oil sales people and people who have learning difficulties and mental disabilities and physical disabilities. People who are vulnerable to people like me. You need to keep giving me money because I'm taking a moral stance here. Fuck off, Phil.
Like, this guy's money is made on the misery of others.
Again. Again. You take disabled people's social security payments. You take their money. One of your fans lost his wife, and you take his money. You take the money that he got paid out for her death. There was one recently, wasn't there one recently, where someone was like, I've lost my job recently, and it's, you know, it's my birthday, so here's a tenner. And instead of going like, well, if you've lost your job, I don't want, you know, here, have your tenner back. He went, oh, well, that sucks, I'm sorry, mate. And let me get you up on the leaderboard.
Shout out to Nemesis1, who just tipped me $15 with some really bad news. I'm really sorry to hear this. Nemesis1 says, I got fired this week. Today is my birthday. Thanks for keeping it chill for me. Well, Nemesis1, first of all, what the hell? That's terrible news, obviously. First of all, just getting fired in general sucks ass, I know. But then on top of that, you're saying that you got fired, and now it's your birthday. I hope it doesn't hamper your birthday, although likely it's going to be hard to separate the two, okay? I hope that things get better for you. I'm happy to hear that at least something that I'm doing maybe is putting a smile on your face or entertaining you. But I appreciate the support as well. But it's kind of weird that you're tipping me if you lost your job. I'm just saying. Right? Exactly. He got fired and then he did a tip. Like, I mean, thanks, but wow. I hope you're all right. I hope you saved up some money then. Holy moly. Okay. All right, so guys, I've done all the shout outs so far this morning.
You take disabled people's money. You tell people to put in fake information when they're signing up to PayPal. You hide thousands by knocking the 50 cent off every tip. And you want to talk about a fucking moral code? Children will have stolen from their parents to give you money. I'm pretty sure there was. I'm pretty sure one of them was like, I got caught giving you payment so I can't support you as much this month, like by my parents or by my partner. Somebody went into debt. More than one person has gone into debt for you. At least one of your fans. I can't remember which one. I think it's not Jax Raxer. I think it's Planet Jeff's wife died. I think it's Jax, isn't it? One of your fans has gone into bankruptcy for you. And you still took their money. You got Clay Davis.
You think I have time to ask a man why he giving me money or where he gets his money from? I'll take any motherfucker's money if he giving it away.
You have no morals whatsoever, and have the fucking gall to say I'm taking a moral stance here. His fans, seriously, the people who give him money should realise that the moral stance that he is taking here is, I don't want to work for my money, you give it me instead. He has an entitlement to your money. He feels like he deserves your money. He doesn't want to work for his own money. He doesn't want to put in the effort and the energy when he can just sit there waiting on the menu screen for you to give him yours. That should be the thing that if nothing else, this should be a thing now that makes you think, why do I want to keep supporting him? Because what are you getting out of it? Everything you get in his chat, you will get off everyone else. This is the minimum. In other people's chats, you get more. You don't even get to gamble in his chat. You can't even bet like Phil coins, DSP coins, and gamble. Think of like at least 3 detractors that do that. There's nothing. You shouldn't be supporting him because he expects that you will. So he doesn't want to improve. He doesn't want to put in the work. He doesn't want to get himself out of debt. He just wants you to keep giving him money. He needs to be stopped. Frankly, I'm amazed that he's not been pulled off YouTube.
Literally, the content he puts out is harmful. Every piece of content that's drama, that's hearsay, that's rumor, slander, defamation. Multiple people over the years have come out and said the things he have done have concretely hurt people. He doesn't take mental illness seriously. He said things and got stories wrong that hurt people's reputations.
So have you. You've shit over everyone. You took advantage of your friends. Howard wasn't a friend, but you went round to his house to play on his Street Fighter arcade cabinet. Respect the Pack weren't your friends, but they edited all the stuff for you. They did all the special effects for you. They did all the directing and the lighting and the photography for you. Look at Howard. You weren't coming around to hang out as a friend. You're coming around to do co-op. I've thought about that. I thought about I filmed me and my mates playing. And it was mainly for them. That's why, it's only a couple of views on each video and I'm not asked because it was just because we were playing and I had video and I like to edit the videos. So it's like, hey, here's, our game of Left 4 Dead, or here's me and you playing Borderlands. And I've sometimes thought about having Josh round, so, sticking a mic, recording our matches and playing a few fighting games and just having a few drinks and shooting the shit with him. But that's not why I see them and hang out with them and play games with them in the first place. Like they're my friends. That's why I hang out with them. It just happens to be oh yeah, I'm free on Sunday if you fancy a game. Yeah, I'll record it as well. Yeah, so I've got something later to show you, and can watch it later and be like, oh, so that's how you got us, you bastard. That's where you were jumping down from on Left 4 Dead with the hunter, Oh, yeah, that was really funny. I can't believe you captured that because this is the point where I fell off and went to be death, and for the greater good. And, it's like those are incidental bits. Most of the time, I'm seeing them as friends. I'm around at Cats. I'm out with Nige. I'm seeing Josh. And, chilling with him, either here or at his. It's. But to him, it's like, hey. Rambo's still not here. He better be here soon. We've got co-op to record. Leanna, could you sort us out some more food? Rambo's on his way. Yeah, we're recording. Trying to get some fucking Contra in or something. I don't know. Primary motivation for seeing them was profit, is what I'm saying. And you've systematically shit over everyone you've known. Even your fucking parents. I can't stop scratching my nose because I've got a slightly longer hair, sorry. And I'm really conscious of it now that, we make such a big deal of his. I know how fantastic Mr. Sam feels now. But yeah, just the idea that he's like, oh yeah, Keemstar has hurt people and he's made profit off their misery. And it's like, you literally cannot be asked to make your own intro. You want your fans to do all the work for you. You give such little of a shit that you will accept detractor intros. And yet Keemstar's the one who profits off others. Profited off other people's misery. Yeah, because, John and Howard and Respect the Pack had such lovely memories of working with you on Project 7, didn't they? They weren't miserable at all during that. Profited off people's misery. I'll just take disabled people's money. I'll take money from your dead wife. I'll take money you got for life insurance because your wife died. Thank you very much. I'm not profiting off misery, though. I'm just literally taking the money that somebody got because their wife died.
So why the fuck would I want to be involved with this guy? Right?
Because birds
Even
of a
if
feather.
it's life-changing in a positive way for me and my family, why would I ever want to get wrapped up? And by the way, it really is a rabbit hole that once you fall down it, you probably can never get back out of. Because if I got involved with this guy in any kind of a capacity, it could negatively affect me and what I do here on a daily basis.
How? How? How could you negatively affect him anymore? Like, you can't cancel him because he's already cancelled himself. Cancelling happens when social capital is removed, right? If you do something to fuck up, you're viewed negatively. Any sort of social well-being or positivity or any sort of social favor that you see, oh yeah, he's an alright person. I quite like their artistic output. Or they're really good in this thing, or they're really good at doing that. The sort of social what's the word I'm after here? The positive impression that people are going to have of you. Any of that social capital is going to be removed if you do something that's, cancelable. Phil has none of that social capital to remove. He has nothing. He is a nobody. He is the guy. But he's also nobody. So, you couldn't cancel him. But how could you negatively harm him? Any more than he has done himself. Look at where he is now. Not even 600 members. 14 years in the game, nearly 200,000 subs, can't even get 600 members. Talking about Keemstar, 50 grand, life-changing amount, I've just turned it down. You've had all this, you've had your bank leaks have been exposed, you've just recently done a 12-hour stream shitting on your mates. You're just getting more and more desperate for things that you're just running out of ideas at this point. You'll soon be doing redemption runs again. In fact, I'm pretty sure every game on that current members choice list is something that you've already played. I'm pretty sure you've already played all those games. You've started wearing the Sonic hat again. That's how bad it's gotten. This thing that you've refused to do for fucking years because you've been embarrassed of it and you've hated it and you've not wanted to do it because more and more people asked for it. And now that it's been years since they've asked for it, you're going to do it. Just like with Minecraft and direct capture, blah, 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 as always. But that's how desperate you've gotten now. You're so desperate that you were going to watch first This Is How You Don't Play. You're getting more and more desperate for a pittance, for the money of disabled people. For the money of a few disabled people. Because you are being kept afloat by just a couple of people. And my money's on about 5, maybe 5 or 6. And you've just turned down 50k. In a moral stance. I'm losing my mind. I need to get this over and done with. Fucking come on.
Right? It could. It could be that we can't have our fun personal streams anymore. That this all gets lost because now there's so much drama on the internet around me and the stuff that I did with Keemstar. That's all anyone cares about or talks about. And I don't want that.
You'd want that if you were doing a podcast with them, though, because then people would show up and watch. And then you'd be like, wow, look at all the views we got. We could get some sponsorship deals now, start making even more money. And it wouldn't just be you, it'd be Boogie and Wings as well. It'd be the 4 of yous. I can see why people would watch this. all these different, like, I know that there's some overlap between DSP and Wings, but, you are basically bringing three disparate groups together. Like, Boogie's got his detractors, Wings has his detractors, Phil has his detractors, and you would basically be bringing those three audiences together. Plus, everybody, like, there's a bunch of people who are sort of, like, aware of one, if not many of them, and sort of, like, know that this is going to be a big thing going on, because this is, like, three big names in Volcat. Like, so if you're, like, a Foodie Beauty or a Chris Chan sort of thing, you'd still know about this. You would hear about this. This would be big news, and so people would watch this, and so you'd want people talking about it because you're trying to get these people to watch. I wanted people to watch me on there. How many times have I dropped that in now? It's going to my head. Fame is going to my head. Every time I get a little blue wrench, I think, ooh, one more.
I love what I do for a living. I love you guys that come to my streams every day and we chill and we have these fun personal conversations. And I know you guys love me and what I do because you wouldn't support it if you didn't.
Right, okay. Yeah. Let's... Like I said before, your fans are the worst thing for you. Phil's fans are the most harmful things for Phil. But he does probably love them because they give him money. And as long as they turn up and give him money, everything's alright. He doesn't love you guys and the chill, personal conversations that you have. There's none of that. There's nothing. Like I mentioned in my last video, do you think if you were like a bisexual fan and something had happened in the community, like somebody had said something in an interview, and so, like, talk shows had been discussing bisexuality, and, you were like bisexual, but you hadn't necessarily come out and you wanted to see how sort of people were reacting to it and gauge like how people sort of saw bisexuality, do you think you could have that discussion in Phil's chat? Do you think he'd have that discussion with you? Or do you think he'd tell you he doesn't know anything about that? That sounds like politics. He doesn't want politics in his stream. If you do it again, he's going to consider it derailing and then he'll ban you. Which of those two outcomes do you think is more likely? He doesn't care about you. He has an entitlement to your money. If he cared about you, he wouldn't want to keep taking your money. He would want to take somebody else. He would want to work for it. He would want to take the opportunity with Keemstar because that's working for his own money. And it would mean that he wouldn't have to keep asking you guys to give him money instead. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't like the chill interactive discussions that you have because you don't have them. What happens is you have to ask him questions and then he gets to talk for like 5 or 10 minutes. Go, that's not a conversation. That's not a conversation. That's an interrogation. That's an interview. That's a Q&A round. That's a team building exercise. That's not how conversations work. You can't talk to him. You have to either be like, oh wow, that was a really cool thing that just happened in the game, then that was a really cool thing you just did there, Phil. Wow, shot him in the head. Fucking amazing shot. You're amazing in this game. How are you so good at this game? Wow, you picked it up so casually. It's like you're a common gamer and then you were pro gamer status. How did you do it, Phil? You have to be sucking his cock. Or you have to be paying him. And then he'll answer your question. But you can't talk to him. You can't chill and chat with him. I insult my friends so much. Me and my friends insult each other all the time. A lot of British friendships are based on mutual capacity to insult each other because you know that you're just taking the piss. I know that they don't really hate me. It's like if you asked Nige, like, what I'm like as a person, and said, like, genuinely, what is he like as a person? Your genuine opinion of him. He would say, yeah, he's he's all right. He's kind. He's nice. You know, he's whatever. He's a good bloke. You know, that sort of thing. But if you said, oh, so what's he like as a mate? Utter tool. He's a cock. He's a right dick. He'd compare me to like as many similes for phallus as he could think of. And I'd do the same for him. I'd respond in the same way. Because that's like how friendship's built. You know? So insulting people and having a bit of bantery back and forth is a common thing. And you can't have that nuance. He doesn't understand that nuance. He's scared of that. Again, whether that's because he's scared of the criticism that's, you know, inherent to avoidant personality, or whether it's because of, like, you know, the insult to his ego that's inherent to narcissism, you know, or whether it's because it's like challenging his superiority and his fiefdom, and how dare you chat back to him, or you're risking a leaning in his chat. I don't know, but you know, you couldn't take the piss out of him, whereas in detractor streams you can feel free to rip this shit out of Blooper all you want, and most people will agree. I actually don't mind Blooper, but I just think it's really funny that everybody shits on Blooper, so I tend to join in. I actually don't mind Blooper. You know, it's fine.
For 14 years, I've done this in a way very different. Tell me another person who does things the way that I do it, right? No ads, no shilling, no sellout shit. And it's hilarious that people constantly compare me to people that do that shit when I don't. I literally am the one person who's not doing any of that shit, right?
Because you can't. 'Cause no one wants to touch you. And again, it's not because of the detractors suddenly swarming anybody that you get an opportunity with. It's because of you. I'm sure he said this recently. In fact, I've probably been over it previously in the video. I probably mentioned it last night. But when he's like, you know, oh, I never take these deals because, you know, I've got moral principles and I don't want to sell out. It's fine. But then you say, well, you know, you never get them. And he's like, oh, I get them all the time. I just don't take them, you know. Then later on, he's like, oh, I never get them. I never get them. The detractors are why I don't get them. But I get them all the time and I just don't take them.
Yet somehow I still get held in comparison. It blows me away. Why, Phil, why is it that you have to ask your viewers for support and help and you know, beg? Why do you beg on your streams? All right? Because I've purposely made choices so that I can not only be true to myself and my own moral code, so that when you tune into any piece of content that I make, you know that this is Phil talking to you in an honest manner, being transparent about a thought about a game or a thought about anything else that I talk about. I've actively tried to keep myself away from anything that would make me commercial, that would make me a shill, that would make me a sellout, or that would make me all about content at the expense of others. And I think that's really how I could really summarize this.
Again, he's portraying it as an incredibly bad thing. Any sort of advertising deal that you might make with a company is bad. It's selling out. It's shilling. It's... I don't know anyone who still thinks like that. Like, most people can pick up on the difference. But he needs to paint it as bad because that helps support why he's not done it. Because obviously the trolls, you know. Not because him, again, external and internal locus is very, very different. If he had an internal locus of control, he would know that this was because of him. He would know it's because of his fault. He is the reason why. Him and his behaviour are why people don't want to touch him. And that's why he can't get sponsorships. He would know that, but he has an external locus of control instead, so it's the troll's faults for, you know, chasing away anyone that might want to sponsor him. Not that he would take it anyway, because he doesn't want to shill, and he doesn't want to, sell out, and he doesn't want to become all about the adverts, man. As he's saying now, I feel like he's just repeating himself over and over again. I feel like I've just got to stop every time we go through one of these now, because I need to get to the end.
Content at the expense of others. If you're someone who's a constant advertisement, you're you're using other people's time. At the expense of others, you're making a living. If you're someone who just makes drama.
Wait, whoa. I know I just said, like, literally stop, but... Did he just say that? He just...
If you're someone who's a constant advertisement, you're using other people's time.
But everyone's doing that, technically. Everyone's making content that it takes an amount of time to watch. Fucking timer on the telly. Everyone's content is at the cost of time. I don't... Right, I'm trying... What is the point you're trying to make? Is it that you're wasting people's time? Is that it? If you have a period in your videos where you advertise, that is a waste of time. And he's like... He talks like it's just constant. Like it's a constant barrage. If he takes an advertising deal with a company, he has to constantly advertise it to you. Not just like the once at the start or in the middle or at the end. He has to be constant. He has to portray it as this huge thing so that... They exaggerate the potential difficulties of new situations, so they seldom take risks or try out new activities. It's that. I can't take an advertising deal because I would have to sell out. It would involve selling out, and you wouldn't be getting the real fill because I'd been bought, and I would have to spend like so many hours talking about this product, and I would have to keep interrupting my streams every 10 or 15 or 20 minutes to talk about this new product. And it's like, you will literally stop playing to tell people to give you money.
Congratulations to Big Bean 13, Nado Dur, Stinkin' Burrows, Ride Klaxner, Duran, Wiley Wolf, Lummox a Hired Hoodlum, My Ruin, Kill 'Em All, and Paul Brown, who all received gifted memberships. And again, thank you so much to AJ Gamer for gifting these to the channel. If you received a gifted membership, be sure to thank AJ Gamer for his support of the channel and for helping you guys out personally as well. Let's see where we are now with memberships. 524. So we'd actually lost a bunch during the stream, but then we got a bunch back. So we're 524 now, guys. Thank you for that, AJ. Quick reminder, if we had $150 of tips on this stream, you get a vest. And then, if we hit a stretch goal of $200 of tips, I will put on the Sonic hat for the rest of the stream. So, just saying, the sooner the better. Thank you, guys.
So what is that if not advertising? What are those moments of stopping to say, don't forget, guys, if you give us this much money, I'll put on the glasses, I'll put on the vest, and I'll put on the hat. What is that if not advertising? You literally do. You advertise anyway. You might as well be like, oh, by the way, guys, don't forget the perfect earbuds to wear underneath your Gunner glasses are Raycons, you know. And the motherfucker sits there like he isn't a free advert for Xbox and PlayStation and whatever them shitty headphones are and the Switch and knockoff blankets. DSP plays exclusively on, and then there's like the Switch and the PlayStation and the Xbox logo or whatever, you know. Exclusively on YouTube. Join my Patreon for access to awesome perks like a video that won't encode. So, you know, you have to really keep bugging me about it. I'm dying. Am I close to the end?
I'm a content. You're making a living on the expense of others. I don't want to do that. I want to make my own content, okay, and feel good about it. And that's why I don't want to ever involve myself in this shit. But please understand, that's why I get myself in these situations. Right now, all right, yesterday was a really slow day for me on stream. I didn't make a lot of support yesterday. Just being honest.
Whoa. Hello. You didn't make a lot of support. Now, there's Freudian slips, and then there's that. As if any of us needed a reminder. As if any of us didn't know that support equals money, you know? We knew. We all knew. It's just... It was a slow day yesterday. I didn't make that much... The way was money. The word you were after was money. The conversational path, the direction that you were going there was money. Didn't make any money. Support was slow. It was a slow stream yesterday. Maybe that was a cognitive link. Maybe that's why. Either way, hell of a Freudian, that one.
Okay? It was a very slow day. All right? Today, I'd like to make up for that. Will I? I don't know. I don't control it. It's you guys and you know, how much you're liking the content I'm doing in a given day. How much...
Right. But you do control it because you're in charge of everything. You're the one who's, like, entertaining. Ostensibly. You're the one who's supposed to be entertaining. You're the one who picks the games that you play in. And when you stream, you know, you're in control to that extent. You are the one who decides how, you know... You're the one who's coming up with the jokes and the puns and reacting. You know, you're the one who's supposed to be... You have that control. That's your control. That's how you affect it. You try to be entertaining. You say it all the time. If you find it entertaining, support. If people find it entertaining, then they will support it. If support is low, then I have to assume that you're not finding it entertaining. You have that control over it. And the fact that, you know, you've just played Skyrim to completion and you're obstinate about the fact that you're like, well, people were telling me don't play this to the end and they stopped supporting it and it was really slow, but I wanted to play it till the end. And yet here it's like, oh, I don't have any control over that. You pick the fucking game, but you don't have any control over it. Let alone that this all suggests that he's actively choosing this, you know. He's actively choosing to beg over working for it. Rather than work for his own money, he's actively choosing to beg. He's actively choosing it. So he says, you know, I made an active decision to do this. I've ended up here because of decisions I've made. It's like, but the alternative decisions you could have made were working. You could have worked. And instead you chose to beg. There are people out there on the streets right now begging through faults that aren't their own. There will be people who needed mental health care and didn't get it. There will be people who needed substance abuse treatment programs and couldn't get them. There will be people who needed financial support or a family network or even just a couch to sleep on for a night and they couldn't get it. And so they've ended up homeless and it's just been a really difficult thing to get out of. And he's coasted by on begging disabled people for their money. On taking their money. And he's actively chosen that. He looked at the options of work with somebody that I don't like for a life-changing amount, at least, or take disabled people's money. Take mentally and physically disabled people's money. And he chose that. And he's going to tell you why that's a good thing. Why that gives him the moral high ground over Keemstar. Over the man offering him a life-changing amount of money. Just to sign up for a podcast. He thinks he has the moral high ground over the man who is offering him a life-changing amount of money to talk with Boogie and Wings for 2 hours once a week. He's going to tell you why he's got the moral high ground. And then he's going to tell you that support has been slow. And that, you know, he really needs your money so that he can take his wife out to eat at a restaurant.
How much you can afford to support that content. That's the model that I operate on. Can you argue it's a begging model? I mean, I guess.
I guess it fucking well is. Can you argue it's a begging model? Yeah, I can. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. It's literally begging. It's not a begging model. There's no argument to be made. You are literally begging. You are literally begging. There's no. Again, he's trying to semantics his way out of it. It's not begging. People are supporting. I'm asking for support. I'm providing a product and people are asking for support. The people who come up to you at the traffic lights and wash your windows are also providing a product and they're asking for support. At least with them, you're getting a fucking clean window. Can I argue it's a begging model? Can I argue that asking people for money is a begging model? This is how far he's come. This is how delusional he is. This is how bad things have gotten. Kat, you need to get your man into therapy. Linda and Dave, is it Dave? I don't know. Mr. and Mrs. Burnell, you need to go and get your boy and get him into hospital. He's not capable of living on his own. He's literally casting doubt on the idea that asking people for money is begging.
On the internet like I am, I guess adheres to that model. And I'm in a situation where I don't have sponsors, I don't have things to advertise, I don't do that. Purposefully.
Purposefully. Right, okay, fair enough. So it's not our fault then. It's not the trolls' fault at all. Good news, lads. We're all off the hook. Every time DSP said, oh, it's the trolls' fault that I can't get sponsorship deals and things, he's been lying and he's been full of shit. As we all know. It's all purposeful. He's all deliberately chosen. So, great. Happy days, lads. We're off the hooks. Just wanted to point out, that is until Phil needs us to be the bad guys again. When it does serve his benefit to say the trolls are the reason why I can't get sponsorship deals, it will be our fault again. Just so you know. But for now, because he needs it to be a purposeful thing that he's deliberately chosen not to do because it gives him the moral authority over Keemstar, we're off the hook.
My content is different. Okay? That's why. And you could yell at me and scream at me and criticize me and tear me down and say that I'm a beggar and I'm a loser and I'm on level 1. You can say whatever you want, man. Go ahead. Make me feel like shit. Like I don't already on a daily basis, right? Like I can't. The fact that I can't go on a honeymoon with my wife. The fact that
he did it again. Like he actually did it to evoke sympathy again. Like also thanks, Phil, but no, I don't need your permission to talk bad about you. I'm not making you feel like shit. You are. You just can't accept that. And you're not feeling like shit. You're just feeling regretful. You're feeling remorse. You're feeling the inescapable reality gnawing at your stomach that you're responsible for all this. Nobody else but you. I think that might have been a brief psychological glimpse. Because, again, there's a lot of, misery and depression and sadness involved in being avoidant because you still want those connections. You still sort of long for the intimacy of the relationships. It's just that doing the actual intimacy part of it terrifies you. The thought of opening yourself up to somebody to that extent is terrifying, but you still want it and it still hurts that you don't have it. So I think maybe he does feel a bit miserable. But it's because of him. Again, it's his situation. If he's feeling miserable, there's things backstage that are causing that. Because otherwise, you'd just be able to put him as, it's my job. It's just trolls on the internet. They can't stop me. I'm DSP the Unstoppable. I don't give a fuck about trolls. I don't listen to trolls. I keep telling you all to stop listening to trolls anyway. Who cares? That's been my philosophy. That's how I maintain a positive mindset. Also, you are making me miserable. Go ahead and make me feel even more miserable, like I don't do already. Even though you know, my life is great, and my relationship with my wife and my family is great, and I'm a success, and you know, I'm really happy because every day I get to go and do something I love for a living and share it with you guys. But I'm miserable inside because, you know, I've got all this debt. Even though I could work to get rid of that debt, I deliberately choose not to, because that makes me moral, even though it does mean that I also have to demand and expect money of the disabled people that watch my content. But yeah, I'm miserable. Fuck off. Pissing. Fucking. How fucking dare you use that play for pity? You actual cunt. I hate when he does that. It's a plea for pity. It's a plea for of patheticness. It's a woe is me. My life is hard. Even though I will tell you half the time that actually my life is brilliant. You veered so much between constantly. It's the troll's fault I don't get sponsorships except when I'm deliberately choosing not to do the sponsorships. I never get the sponsorships except when I do and I turn them down. You know, my life is fantastic until I need you to think that things are bad for me, in which case it's miserable. You know, I wish I could do something with this life-changing amount, but I don't want to answer the phone to get this life-changing amount. So instead I will beg. I don't like begging, but, you know, I don't also want to work for my money, so I have to. It's been going on for 2 days now. Come on, Steve. You can do it. It's starting to affect me. Sorry.
I'm you know, every week, basically, I'm paycheck to paycheck. Like, I don't already feel like shit behind the scenes.
Fuck off! I can't. And he said it again. It's like I don't already feel shit behind the scenes. You will literally tell people how fucking great your life is because your hot wife with a swimsuit bod loves you so much, and you spend all the time with her because she's there when you wake up in the morning, and you have dinner with her at night, and you know, you see her before you head off to work, and even though you don't get to spend every single fucking waking hour with her, you only get 1 day off a week to spend with her, and you know, you just wish you could take her out for one meal, even though you earn like in the top 10% of American society. That's how much what you make in a year puts you in. You do not, and you have the fucking gall to say you live paycheck to paycheck. Well, fucking budget. After 14 years of doing this, with a business degree under your belt, you should be fucking budgeting like an adult. Even I know where my money goes. And it's not all on weed. Just mainly. Of course I know where my money goes.
You know, go ahead and try to bring me down. You're such a big man for saying those nasty things about me on Twitter, right? You're such a Keemstar. You're just such a great, really powerful dude. Really, like, you're so cool that you can just stomp on people under you.
Oh. Right. It's triggered him. It's really triggered him. And I say that in both like the psychological aspect that we would normally use trigger as a descriptor for an event which is likely to provoke a traumatic flashback or memory or, you know, recollection. And he's also done it in like the more standard typical internet usage that it also implies like a mockery. You know, he's fucking triggered. He talks about, being the big man. See, he came in and insulted him and made him feel like shit. Because, you know, you asked him to DM you and then you asked him to answer the phone because you wanted to give him 50k. You wanker. He has to paint you like that Because the only thing that would explain this response, it's the only time in which this sort of response is even close to acceptable, is if somebody was being a dick to you to begin with. And the idea that he's already feeling shit anyway, it's like, well, yeah, that's mostly your fault if you actually are. But I have doubts that you are, because I think that you do enough to sort of like dull the pain. It's just not been working as much recently, but over most of your life you've managed, you've drank and you've gambled and you've spent money on things, so you've managed to indulge your vices that have kept away the gnawing reality of your actual situation and the fact that you're not really that successful, and every barometer that you've got for success is you are currently failing like spectacularly short of. Otherwise, you know, what Keemstar said was fine and reasonable. Why didn't you answer the phone? Why are you begging? I offered you 50 grand. And he did it in his chat as well. That's the thing. That's the other insult. He came to him. He wasn't in private. It wasn't in a DM or an email where, you know, Phil can at least sort of like receipts. It was in his chat in public that he had to immediately respond to. So, at least here, this. I mean, like the immediate response of, well, should I ban you now? Or, you know, do you want to talk it up for a bit? Make more of an embarrassment of yourself? That sort of immediate response where he's probably still shitting himself because he's dreading confrontation, and he's just happy that he knows that he can ban him. Because if this had been like, you know, meeting in an actual convention, he'd have been hiding in the toilets crying again. But here, at least, he's had the ability to think about it and try to portray things a certain way where he looks like the good guy and Keemstar looks the bad guy. That's why Keemstar came in insulting him when really he was like, why are you doing this? I offered you 50 grand. Why did you turn it down if you want to beg? He's so triggered. He's so wounded. That's wounded his narcissistic ego there. That's not an avoidance thing. That's definitely, you've wounded my sense of superiority there. You've wounded my ego, my like self-identity, my image of myself. And now his audience knows as well. See, again, I don't think it's really going to matter in the long run that his audience knows, because again, they're just going to believe what Phil wants them to believe anyway. And if stuff like Liana or the bank leaks couldn't make you stop supporting Phil, then what can at this point? But you know, fucking people like Snowcarl and OIC have these massive, like, oh, I'm fucking done with you, Phil. And then they come back after a few months. Not even months, give them days. One of them came back within a stream. One of them, he was like, right, well, fuck off then. And then, like, the literal next stream, they were like, did you get me email? I've apologised. Would you like... He read out like a fucking public apology from OIC at one point. So, yeah, fucking wounded his ego. This is the narcissism here. It's the good old dark side Phil being a cock.
And use them for your own personal gain. It's just a really awesome thing in life to do that, right? I can tell you, there's 0 people who I've ever done that with. 0.
He's done it with literally everyone. Literally everyone he has ever met. The only people he's never thrown under the bus, a cat and his cat. And his cat even isn't a person. So it technically shouldn't count, but since he wants to keep calling them my family and lumping them in together because it makes him sound like more of an adult and more of a success than he actually is, then fine. And I'm pretty sure at some point he would throw them both under the bus. Everybody else, even his mum, the 10-year plan has been memory hold. Even his mum, he has used and discarded. He's gotten rid of now. He's fine. He's taken as much as he can from his parents. They're not going to give him any more. So they get the one phone call a week for less than 20 minutes. And that's it. Until they're gone. And then he can get their money. The fucking look of him then. I tell you, there are 0 people that I've done that to. Need to replay it.
I can tell you, there's 0 people who I've ever done that with. 0.
See, look at him. Look at the sort of like smug confidence there as he's gone 0. 0. He faked having the shits so that he wouldn't have to meet Respect the Pact and give them money for working on Project 7. And he's like, I've never used anybody in my life. 0 people. I've lied to my parents about, having a plan to get out of this, and so that they give me some money so that I didn't have to declare bankruptcy. And then I went and declared bankruptcy anyway, and not really asked about getting out of this. I'm quite happy to continue to do this until they die. Friends, I did have friends, but they all realised, well, actually no, it was all Howard's fault. They couldn't possibly have realised what a horrible person I am, and all decided to stop seeing me. I definitely wasn't such an arsehole that I was literally called the King of Hate by the fighting games community. The FGC thought I was toxic. I've never used anyone. That's why I'm alone. That's why I don't have friends. That's why sometimes I feel like I'm poisonous. That's why you're the big man, Keemstar. Kick me while I'm down. Stomp on someone bigger. Make me feel like shit like I don't feel like shit anyway. Fuck you, Phil. Fuck you. Take that fucking tone. I hope Keem doesn't fucking tell all or something, or somebody releases DMs. I just look the fucking cut of him. Yeah, whatever, man. You're such a big man, stomping on me, making me feel like shit when I don't already feel like shit. You feel like shit because of yourself. You've got no one to blame but yourself. Fuck you.
Okay? Even when I was at the height of my YouTube popularity. I'm not going to do that. All right? So maybe you're better than me. Maybe you're richer than me. Maybe you're who knows, right? I don't know.
Well, there's a way we could find out. You could tell us what you've been spending your money on recently and how much you've made. And then we'd know, because we know that Keemstar's rich. So, you tell us what's going on with your finances, Phil, and then we can compare and find out who's richer.
I don't care. At least I get to be true to myself, and I get to live my life the way I like. And I'm okay. I wake up every morning with a smile on my face saying, today, I get to see my beautiful wife.
I'm sorry, I was holding it in since he said be true to myself, but he just came out there. I'm sorry. Every day I wake up with a smile on my face. Fuck, no, you don't. Every day you wake up with a hangover. I get to see my beautiful wife. The rest of the world can't. She's so beautiful that there's been no photos of her in a year. I don't talk to her about anything like what she might be watching on telly. I get to see my beautiful wife back as she sat in front of me watching the telly playing Skyrim.
I get to spend time with cool people on the internet.
God, it gets even worse. Bro, you hang out with, I get to have a great time with the cool people on the internet. One of those people pissed off a bunch of porn stars because of how creepy they've been. One of those people has a Twitter account dedicated to following their Twitter account because their Twitter account is so unbelievably inappropriate and not safe for work that you can't, that you ideally you shouldn't follow it. Your mods dox each other. You've got only iced coffee is in your chat. Cool people on the internet. One of your people claims to be representing you. One of those people claims to be you and goes and copyright strikes detractor channels. And I'm convinced that you know. I hang out with cool people online. Is Derek on there anywhere right now? Derek has missed this. Derek has missed his shout out. I hang out with cool people online. By the way, when a porn star died recently, Derek tagged a bunch of porn stars to say, hey, isn't this sorry? Isn't this really bad? And they all said, Derek, stop doing this. You've done this before. It was bad then. It's bad now. Stop it. Do you have any idea how bad you have to be to trigger a sex worker or a porn star's creepy radar? Because their experience of creepy vastly outstrips the majority of us. And so their scales have to be recalibrated. You know? There's like a level of creepy that most people will expect from interacting with certain people. But that sort of expectation is much higher when you're a sex worker, say you're at a convention, you know, because they were like, no, fuck off. You triggered their creepy alarm. He's so bad that they remember him. It's not just that he came across as creepy, it's that he's done it enough to the point where they remember him. That is not a cool person, Phil.
I get to have fun stuff, and that's my life. I don't have to feel like, oh my God, look at the people whose lives I've ruined today. I don't have to ignore my conscience every day to put out content to make a buck. You know what I mean? I don't have to do any of that shit.
I don't have to ignore my conscience every day in order to make a buck. You are taking money from disabled people. You are taking money from people in financial straits. You are taking money from people who have gone into bankruptcy to keep giving you money. If you're okay with that, you don't have a conscience. You don't have a moral code. You don't have any sort of right to say that what I do is more moral than what Keemstar does, and how I earn my money is more moral than how Keemstar earns his, because it's not. Keemstar's earning his money from sponsorship deals, like, you know, with like G Fuel or whatever. He's earning his money by like doing things and, you know, like podcasting and whatever, and having sponsors, and, you know, he's signing deals, and you're like demanding people give you money. You're pressuring them and manipulating them into giving you money, because if they stop giving you money, you get snarky, you get arsey, you get snappy, you get obstinate, you become a petulant little child. You'll sit there waiting for a tip to come in. You will stop the stream to tweet to ask people who aren't watching to come and give you money. And if this happens 2 or 3 times, you do a special emergency daily rap where it's like, I need support, emergency. Or you know, if it's the day before your day off and you fancy going to a different restaurant, you're like, guys, I really need your help. I really need your support. You got like 100 subs in a day. And then when the tips goals were low because people were, you know, spending their money on gifted subs, you got arsey with them. When they gave you hundreds more than you would normally get because it was your birthday, and then contributions were slow because everybody had given you money for your birthday, you were like, I hope you don't expect that because I did well over there, that means I'm okay for the time being. That means I'm okay for the future. Oh, Phil had a great stream over there where he made like $700. That means we don't have to worry. No, all that money's gone. You have to keep supporting me. And you want to sit there and say, my conscience is clear. Fuck off.
So maybe you could say you're on level 99, I'm on level 1. You know what? It's nice being on level 1. Level 1's a nice, fun place. Play Sonic the Hedgehog. Look at level 1 versus level 8. Level 1's a nice place, man.
I need a break. I need to process that. Can't believe he just said that. Can't believe he just... Fuck. One of the reasons I like psychology is that you get to talk about and you know, like debate lots of really big questions. You wouldn't necessarily get to debate in other places. So stuff like, you know, how do I know what's real if all that I know of reality is what my senses are telling me? How do I know that you and I are sharing the same reality? How do I know that this isn't a simulation, you know, like The Matrix? It's famously based on simulacra and simulation. And, you know, stuff like what makes a person? What makes an individual? Are you a person or just a collection of like electrical impulses firing in a brain? You get to talk about like really, really big issues like that, really meta concepts. And sometimes there's like a neurological basis for them. Sometimes there's like cognitive reasons or behavioral reasons. Sometimes there isn't. And the point isn't really to find an answer, but it's more to sort of like get you to see how to question things, you know. But one of like the really big questions that comes up quite a lot is about personality. It's about whether, you know, you as a person and your personality traits are fixed throughout your life, or whether they change and grow, and you know, whether they evolve over time and change depending on your circumstances. So, you know, are you the same person who will behave the same way consistently, or, you know, will you be more likely to act differently if circumstances change? You know, if you're put into a different circumstance, would your response be the same as it would be in a different situation? And if you like, you know, you at 18 and you at 30, are you different people? How would you at 18 react to provocation, or how would they answer this question, or how would they feel if, you know, a partner left them, compared to how you at 30 would do? And it's, you know, how flexible, and or whether like they're intangible and immutable, you know, how much personality changes is a really big one in psychology. It's you talk about it a lot, and the idea that it's just no growth at all. And like, he's proud of that as well. It's not just that there's no real growth, because I mean, if you had grown, you wouldn't be on level 1, would you? There would be some development. There would be some things that he changed. And I know it's like it's not a personality thing. I know that's not the point that like Keemstar is making, or that Phil is defending, but it's like it's the interpretation of it that's stuck with me, because you would expect growth in anyone over time. You would expect change. This is not what my first video looked like. Even for like just the DSP videos, this isn't what it looked like. You know, I'm trying something new. I've got different lights. I've got a better microphone. I've even learnt a green screen, for fuck's sake. I've even learnt to like chroma key so I could use a green screen. It's, you know, you change and you grow, and that's not necessarily an example of it. But my point is that you would expect. I mean, look at how long it took him to put a border around his fucking webcam, and it's like it's his intros. Look how long it took him to do this, and look at the fact that we're only calling it the pre-stream podcast because he got fed up of people telling him this isn't interesting. We don't like hearing you talk. We just want to start watching gameplay. We think gameplay should start when your stream starts. And he's like, right, well, fuck yous, I'll call it a podcast then. Now you can't complain because you know it's a podcast and you know I'm going to be talking. So there's like no growth. There's no evolution. Like, and that goes personally as well as like in terms of his career and his content, the product that he's putting out. He doesn't change. He doesn't grow. He doesn't develop as a person either. If that was your friends, you'd be worried. You'd be worried if your friends had shown no growth as a person over the last 10 to 14 years. You wouldn't be okay with that. It would be a worry for you. It would be a red flag, and rightly so, because typically we do grow over time. Most of us do grow over time. personality is like broken down into traits because there's no one core concept that stays like relatively fixed throughout. Everything is somewhat malleable. You do change over time. The more experiences you have that challenge you, the more likely you are to change, or the greater the change will be. But the point is that you, as we go through life, we encounter things that sometimes we have to change to deal with. So, and he just seems so proud of it as well. Like, maybe I like it. Play Sonic the Hedgehog. Play Sonic the Hedgehog. That's his defense to this. Play Sonic the Hedgehog. Green Hill Zone Act 1 is better than Scrap Brain Zone 3. Also, he missed the shortcut in Scrap Brain Zone 3. I can't fucking believe that. He missed the shortcut. Anyway. The idea that you're happy with it. The idea that this thing that is an insult, it directly cuts to the idea that you have not grown as a person. You as a content creator, the product you put out, you as a person, you're stuck on level 1 because of your like mentality, your psyche, your own unique psychological personality build. It's sort of like keeping you there. And he's like, yeah, so what? Maybe it's nice down here. Yeah, it's nice being a child, Phil. But at some point, you've got to grow up. Like, that's the point. That's what Keemstar's saying. And you've not. Despite all your protestations, despite all your like pathetic attempts, despite your facsimile of a relationship, you know, all that stuff that goes into maintaining the image that you are a successful businessman. And you're not. And then we're directly challenged on the fact that you're not. You're like, well, maybe I'm better at Green Hill Zone Act 1. Maybe I like it. World 1.1 on Mario is harder than World 8.4, you know. It's nicer than World 8.4, sorry. It's better. Fucking hell. The fact that he's so proud of it should be an incredible red flag. But I've already reached that point. I already reached that point like 2 hours ago. In the video, at least. It's longer than 2 hours for me, personally. But, yeah. Mr. and Mrs. Burnell, your child needs picking up. He can't care for himself. He needs help.
Level 1's a nice place, man. There's flowers, there's cool animals. I like being on level 1, maybe. Maybe that's what it is that I'm just in my groove at level 1. And I don't care about level 99, grinding away at a horrible life where everyone gets stomped under your feet so you can be on top of everyone.
I can't. I shouldn't have stopped this at this point. I can't. That's not right. That's not healthy. You're not supposed to be happy. Your groove isn't supposed to be in level 1. You're not supposed to still be in the starting blocks. You're not supposed to still be swimming with armbands on. This is like, imagine if he had training wheels on his bike still. Imagine, right, you've never learned to ride a bike. You've never had a bike. Your parents never bought you one. So you've gone through your entire life having never ridden a bike. And you get to 40 and your wife thinks, I know what, I'll buy you a bike for your 40th birthday so that we can do this thing. Because I used to have a bike when I was a kid. I like going out riding. Maybe we could go out riding together. I'll buy you a bike. And because, you know, you're okay, you get the point of it and you're very touched by it, but inside you're freaking the fuck out because you're like, I'm going to fall off. I'm not, you know, I'm not able to ride a bike. I might fall off. So you get a bit panicky and a bit anxious. And you think, maybe I need training wheels. And your wife says, let's consider it, let's try it. And you feel embarrassed because a grown man with training wheels on his bike, you know. But you've not learned how to ride a bike up until this point. So the training wheels are a sort of necessity. And when people sort of see that and they understand, they're like, okay, fair enough, yeah. at first they're like, why has he still got his training wheels on? And then if they understood, like, you've never learned to ride a bike and this is the thing that your wife's done, you're, okay, fair enough, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, cool, good for you, mate. You know, cool, I hope you enjoyed riding your bike. But imagine having learned to ride a bike at about age 8 and you've still got the training wheels on at 40. When you compare to the person who's learning for the first time, and you're like, I'm actually perfectly happy where they are. I'm perfectly happy with this. And I have been happy with this for the last 32 years. It's been great. Just wouldn't... That sort of person. I don't know what else to say. This is going to be really fucking long. Oh, it's really going to be 12 hours, isn't it? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Maybe I just like level 1. It's a cool place, man. All right? So we'll be here forever. We'll all just be here nice and chill on level 1, having a good life. And you could be out there making mean tweets about people. Good for you. I hope that you have a nice life doing it. Leave my name out of your fucking mouth. Because I don't ever want to hear from you and your tweets from your little fucking Keebler elf tree making your fudge stripe cookies all day. I don't want anything to do with you ever again, or your fuck.
What the what? That was some American thing. Keebler elves. Keep your name out of me fucking. Keep my name out of your fucking mouth, though. He remembers the Oscars tweet. That's like almost verbatim what Will Smith said. I suppose that's probably a common thing, though. Probably a common phrase, so I can't really call him on that. But yeah, just this is the man who criticised Rambo because he was like, "Why would you say that you hope people are okay and that they're happy living their lives and that you hope everybody does well when it doesn't affect you?" And there you are going, yeah, fine. I hope you're happy, Keem. You keep doing what you do. I hope you're happy living your life, you know, making mean tweets online. Ooh, fucking mean tweets online. You fucking man-child. You actual man-child. Imagine complaining about that. Complaining about mean tweets online. I've just sort of like really thought about that. He's a man-child. And that's just really hit me. Like, that's his thing. That's all he's got to throw back at Keem. You made mean tweets about me online. Fucking hell. That's what level 1 looks like. Oh, I've done it again. I've done it again. For fuck's sake. I've done it again. I meant to press space on there. For fuck's sake. And again, it's like literally after me going, that's what fucking stupid looks like. That's what idiocy looks like. Look how fucking ridiculous that. For fuck's sake. It's been going at this too long now.
Fucking your lawn gnome existence. Just leave me alone. All right? I'm done with you. Oh no, I hit below the belt. Yeah, you've insulted me a million times. You're short. Okay.
Whoa. Whoa. You didn't hit below the belt, mate. You are so far below Keemstar that you can't hit above his shoelaces.
All right. There you go. I got it off my chest, and that's it. That's the end of my topic. I'm not going to talk about this guy ever again. I don't care if this fucking guy says anything about me ever again.
How long until he talks about him again? I'll bet he talked about him in at least one of the streams that followed today, if not the post stream daily wrap up, whatever.
So I'm doing the best I can. I want to tell you guys I'm appreciative of those who are coming to streams and supporting stuff. If you want to hear a story, watch today's pre-stream podcast about basically how I'm getting harassed by fucking Keemstar and how he's basically trying to say he wants to pay me to be in garbage content. And it's all fucking stupid. And it pisses me off because right now, I'm in a part of my life right now where things are so tight financially all the time. And I want them to get better. And I want to believe they're going to get better, that the channel's going to have growth over time. These gifted memberships have helped, and they're going to continue to help. The channel's going to grow. When new releases come out, things are going to pick up. That's typically what happens. But for now, I'm kind of in a slower time, and there's not much I can do about that. And I got assholes online harassing me and shit. It's like, but anyway, it's neither here nor there. Overall, I had a great day. I had a really fun day.
He'll talk about him again.
I'm not going to be involved with him or his content or any business dealings with him. I want nothing to fucking do with this guy ever again. All right? I couldn't be further away from anything else with this guy ever again. I have nothing to do with it. All right? I got my below the belt hit in on him just like he's done with me a million times. So I got one in on him.
You called him a gnome, and sure, how is that below the? Oh my god, is that really the level you're at? Well, you think that sort of thing is a below the belt attack? I will warrant that Keem has been called far worse by people he has forgotten than that. I would put so much money on Keem having been called far worse than you gnome or you elf or whatever.
Let him respond. I don't care. And by the way, if he responds, I don't want to know about it. I don't care. He's blocked on Twitter. I don't have to put up with his bullshit. All right? He's blocked on YouTube. I want nothing to do with this fucking guy. Let him make a series of videos about me and prove my whole point that the guy has a complex, right?
Oh yeah, he has a complex. I'm sorry, did I wake you up? Sorry, did I wake you up? I'm sorry about that. It was just really funny. I should move this. Yeah. Come on. Look, some people are a little bit worried about you, so, you know. Just come here for a minute. Come here. Come on. Come on. Give me your legs. There you go. Hello. Come on, can you see it? Can you see the little patch? Show us. No. The little patch there where she's bald. Because the vet had to shave her to get a blood test. There you go then. Okay. Yeah. Step them down here again. Oh, there's quite a few there actually. Shit. Oh, why not? You need to put on weight anyway. So yeah, Keemstar has a complex, but Phil's psychologically healthy and fine. There's like nothing wrong with Darkside Phil. He doesn't need to seek therapy, but Keemstar's the one with the issues. It's fucking ridiculous. It's like the idea that you because to be fair, the idea that you would say that doesn't seem so ridiculous if you are so completely fucking oblivious that you think you are fine, like Phil. Phil will never admit that he has an issue or a problem. He can't bring himself to do that. So, he probably is fine. He probably thinks he doesn't have anything wrong with him. Or at the very least, he's playing up to the public image that he doesn't have anything wrong with him. Do you want to go out now? Okay. Now that you've had your dreamies. Bring that back up. Oh, for fuck's sake. Again. At least this time I didn't deliberately do it. It was an accident this time. But for fuck's sake. It's definitely a sign that things have been dragging on too long. Come on. We're nearly done.
I am no one to Keemstar. I'm no one. I'm literally a nobody. There's no reason for him to ever bring my name up ever again. Ever. There's just no reason. There's no benefit to him. Nothing's going to happen because I'm never going to be in his content. He's not, no one cares about me. So to make drama content about people, will be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, why are you bringing up Phil? No one cares about Phil, right? So.
But people find you interesting, though. This is the thing. And on the one hand, he wants to be all, I'm a nobody. I'm just a guy, you know, nobody cares about me. I'm a nobody like that. I'm just a guy. But on the other hand, his dark side Phil, he's got 14 years content creation behind him. He invented Let's Plays. He was fourth at Evo. He's got a legacy. You can't have it both ways, Phil. I suppose you can, because your audience is just going to believe you regardless. So, that's the depressing bit. Not Phil being upset because Keemstar's shitting on him. Oh, why don't you make me feel like even more shit? Like I do backstage, like behind the scenes. I already feel shit. I don't feel shit enough. Why don't you make me feel shit? I need to get on with this. Come on.
Any moment that he ever mentions me ever again is just a loss for him, a big L for him, proving that I live rent-free in his fucking mind. I'm not bringing that guy up.
Okay. Get the film reels again. I'm getting the film reels again. You can't let a fucking bad burger go for months. Keemstar lives rent-free in your head, and he's right next door to Tevin and just down the road from Evil AJ. And none of them pays rent. They got their own luxury mansions. Die. Right, okay. Let's get on.
Not bringing that guy up ever again after now. Okay. All right. Let us move on, my friends. All right, let's do some quick shout outs. And then we'll do a little bit, I guess we don't actually, wow, it's 12:20. How time flies when you're talking about stupid bullshit, right? Let's go ahead and do shout outs, shall we? Shout out to Andrew, who has become a channel supporter this morning. Thank you for becoming a member this morning, Andrew. I appreciate that. It looks like Snow Carl did a couple of tips here. First of all, Snow Carl did a $1.50 tip. He says, to prevent long-term mental health issues, do you think it would be a good idea to find some way to get more socialization in real life? All right, I'm just going to ignore the nonsense.
Thank you so much, Snow Carl. Thank you for watching. I owe you $1.50. The answer is yes. Yes, it would help him and his mental health long term to increase more socialization options. Unfortunately, that's the result you got. That's the answer and the response that Phil thinks that deserves. I need to see that again.
Snow Carl Carl did a $1.50 tip. He says, to prevent long-term mental health issues, do you think it would be a good idea to find some way to get more socialization in real life? All right, I'm just going to ignore the nonsense.
It's brilliant. It's just brilliant. I think it might be the best $1.50 you've ever spent. He knows you're right. He knows you're right. That's why he's got no response. That's why there is nothing that can make him say face. Here, the worst thing is, right, if he was a little more self-aware and if he was a little more willing to accept, like, you know, a little bit of culpability or a little bit of responsibility, if he was better at socializing, well, we won't be in this state to begin with, but he would be better able to process that question and respond in a way that doesn't insult you by suggesting that what you've just done is nonsense and you can be dismissed by going, fucking all right then. You know, it's easy to just go, yeah, I think you've got a point. I do find it difficult to, you know, find some alone time and find some time off when I'm not working to go out and properly socialise. So I think you maybe have a point there. It's, you know, something that I would like to do at some point, or, you know, something that I'm hoping to be able to do in future when, you know, things get a bit more safe and secure money-wise and I don't have to worry as much, so I don't have to work as much. There are ways that he could talk through that question in a way that I just completely bats it away. But... And considering that he's been like, you know, I don't have time for friends, I don't have time for that shit, you know, see, even that he knows is bad. That's why I think he's avoidant. There's another one. There's another example of it. It's like he longs for that friendship. He longs for that intimacy. He longs for being able to be emotionally vulnerable and open with somebody, but he can't risk it either, so he shuts it down. So he's never going to have friends. He's never going to, like, look for that sort of thing. And, you know, you're couching it in terms of mental health is just, oh, I'm insulted by that implication. Even though he'll be like, you know, later on, oh, I'm really depressed, you guys. I've been depressed, you know. I've had depression. I know what depression's like. You know, oh, that was my mental health. That was my depression that made me do that. If he ever needs to weaponize depression, he does. But here it's like, could you talk about mental health? You know, during Pride Month, can you talk about what it is to be LGBTQ? In Mental Health Awareness Week, could you talk about feeling suicidal or being depressed or self-harming? You couldn't have those discussions with him. He doesn't want to know. They're derailing the stream. You should be talking about him and what he's doing in the game. That was fucking amazing, though, that. I would have a quick look to see if anybody mentions it in chat, if anybody responds. But otherwise, I think I might just sort of like cut to a post-edit wrap-up thing. Because I think I'm done. Because it seems like he moves on after this to other questions and things, and then eventually starts playing the game. And I think that's the bulk of it. But just thank you, Snowcal, for that laugh. Thank you for that. Thank you for the views as well. We all know where you got that idea from. We all know where you got that impression from. I've not shut up about it, basically. The last few videos, I've not shut up about it, so... Thank you. Thanks.
Snow called another $1.50 tip. He says, considering your long career and the storms that you've weathered, what do you think is the most unfair accusation that's been leveled against you? What's been the most untrue, harmful meme or rumor that comes to mind? Oh, God. The truth of the matter is I probably don't even know. I probably don't even know what's the most harmful thing that's ever been said about me. You know? I mean, just think about the insane amount of things that have been said about me. You know, I'm fucking a pedophile, a groomer. I took weapons to Street Fighter tournaments and threatened people with weapons and got banned from competitive Street Fighter because I was threatening people with weapons at tournaments. Tell me where the factual basis on that one's based on. I don't know, right? There's been so many things. The thing, like,
Super chat there.
That said that gets the most traction is just dumb shit anyway. The whole escort meme, the mobile games meme. These are dumb.
You used to bring up the escort meme. Nobody calls the escort meme a meme. It was a fucking saga, and it's like the one victory he ever has. And it wasn't even him. Every time he brings up the escort meme, he's like, you know, the trolls were ridiculous. And it's like, yeah, who sort of like did all the work and found out what was really going on? Which website was it that? Was it the kingofhateforums.com? Or was it another website? I can't remember the name of it. Something lime sort of groves, sort of orchards, places where you would farm things. Oh, I don't know. See, it's bad when I do it. It's even worse when he does it. So, yeah. But yeah, that super chat's fucking hilarious. Everybody else is like, lol, Snow Carl. Cut the nonsense, Snow Carl. Shout out Snow Carl. So, yeah. Worse Phil will have to downsize like what's happening to so many Americans. Big lump.
Who even cares about that dumb shit? I would think that the other shit would be way more hurtful to me, right? The stuff today that's said about me is so dumb that no one cares. And that's why I'm able to still maintain a nice living here and have a good time with you guys on a daily basis. None of that shit, the shit that's so dumb that's said about me today, no one literally cares about. That's why you get trolls who come in with 100 accounts, literally reciting the same memes like a parrot. Like, mobile games, scammer, beggar, this, that. It's like, you sound like an idiot. No one cares about that shit. It's such fucking old shit that you just repeat ad nauseum and no one gives a fuck about it. But they're so dumb that they're in this one-track mind repeating the same shit that doesn't matter.
Don't say it.
Right?
Don't say it.
You know what? All right. Here's probably, honestly, what the most harmful shit that's ever been is when people take shit either out of context or from my past, and then they say it like it happened today, and they try to cancel me. Like, for example, bringing up, the video that I did about the Dead Space 2 beta, in 2010, that had jokes about Jewish people in it. That's terrible. And there's jokes about the Holocaust and shit in there. And I should have never made that video. It's awful. One of the worst pieces of content I've ever put on the internet, right?
Is it bad enough that it would cost you a partnership, Phil? Because if it is, that's implicit. That's sort of like suggesting that the trolls who reported you didn't do wrong. If it's that bad, then you should accept that you were punished for it. You should accept your punishment. You shouldn't be like, oh, the trolls mass brigaded the site and like artificially faked sending a bunch of letters to the people and sending emails and like all these people were complaining and they were all trolls and. But it's still really bad, though, isn't it, Phil? It's a really bad thing. It's the worst thing you've done. You shouldn't have done it, should you? You really regret doing it, don't you? So if it's that bad, wasn't the punishment that you got for it okay? In fact, I don't know why I'm bothering. I'm done. Cut to like a post-edity bit here. Probably be thinking it when he dies. He'll probably go to the grave thinking, I'm not on level 1. Never knowing that he is. Because he can't see that he is. He's too delusional. He's too blind to it. His fragile insecurities won't let him see it. Well, that aged well, didn't it? Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit. But first, I do have to mention that I've been made aware that there's some things after where I stopped, and I have missed some good stuff. So I'm going to briefly go over like a couple of the bits that are still to come. I'm aware that I missed a line, for example. So yeah, just going to quickly go do that, and then I'm going to do some of the like level 1 stuff that's happened since I filmed this. So yeah, let's get on with it. Before I do though, I would like to say thank you everyone for helping me reach today's tips goals. So that means that thanks to an anonymous tip, I can not only put on the glasses, but I can also put on the hat. And of course, I can also put on the vest. So, let's get on with this. fucking ridiculous. Fuck. Fucking hell, I need to stop. These are stupid ideas, Steve. Oh, this is worse than the time you had a birthday party hat on your head.
And you know, I will say this too. It's funny how the people who criticize me the most for things like begging on stream are the people who cause me the most harm financially. Why was I not able to be a full-time YouTuber anymore? Because false copyright strikes destroyed DSP Gaming, kicked it out of the YouTube algorithm, dramatically reduced the amount of money I was able to make as a full-time YouTuber. If that shit never happened, very well to this day, I might have still been a full-time YouTuber and I wouldn't be a full-time streamer who relies on contributions during streams. Okay? Why now am I so financially tight? Well, last year I was doing good. Everything, I had all these things going for me. And I even said that there was a light at the end of the tunnel. That if things kept going as well as they were going on Twitch, that likely by the end of last year, I was going to be able to upgrade my setup. I was going to be able to start saving up, making plans to maybe have a honeymoon with my wife and do all this positive stuff. And then what happens? I get kicked out of the partner program because the fucking trolls contacted them and harassed them and said all this shit about me and got me canceled. So if they would stop fucking with my livelihood, I wouldn't be sitting here begging on stream like they claim I do. They're the ones who cause the bad behaviors that they don't like. But they don't look in the mirror to see that.
Wow, the idea of Darkside Phil going, you're the one who needs to reflect. You're the one who needs to look in the mirror and see what's really happening. Right, okay, there's two things there. First, the idea that Phil is always, like, on the cusp of being able to turn things around. Every time he fucks up, every time he's had something happen to him, there is always that to fall back on. I was just about to be able to turn it around. Things were going great. I was almost able to pay back my bills. I was almost able to buy a green screen or to treat my wife to a honeymoon. I was always almost able to do those things until this thing happened. My life was just about to be on track until this thing happened. It's the same every fucking time. And it's because it works. Is the audience buy it? Why wouldn't they buy it? They've bought everything else so far. Why wouldn't they believe that? Why wouldn't they believe that, yeah, Phil, things were going good for you on Twitch? You were almost about to start making your money back. You were almost about to start turning it around until you got kicked out. When you actually look at what he was like back then, he was like, guys, I need your help. I need your help with this thing. I need your help with tips. I need your help with like being able to buy my one fucking meal out a week. He was always like that. And then, even then, probably, he was like, guys, I really need your help because things were going great on YouTube. I was almost about to turn it around. I was almost about to be able to pay for the wedding for my wife. But then the trolls kicked me out of YouTube. The trolls destroyed my channel. False copyright strikes destroyed my channel. I was almost about to be okay until the trolls ruined it. I'm sorry, I can't take myself seriously looking like this anymore. Sorry. £4 in a charity shop. The hat and the sunglasses were mine, though. Oh, did I wake you up? Sorry about that. I'm just going to finish this thing. So yeah, there's the idea that he could just say, look, things were going great for me, and then they fucked it up. It's a great way to avoid personal culpability. It lets him say, look, I'm a victim. It makes it look like we've harmed him, like actually harmed him somehow, you know, not that he's responsible for it. The false copyright strikes and the things that destroyed DSP Gaming and knocked it out of the search algorithm, it's all him. He decided to do that. He didn't wait for the situation to be resolved with Machinima. He decided to get rid of those videos and cut those views. So it's his decision. He did that. But the trolls are the ones. The trolls flagged things. The trolls caused that. No, we didn't, Phil. We didn't cause the behaviour that we are criticising you for. It is your behaviour. The idea that we are responsible for it means you have no personal responsibility at all. You have no... What's the word? Autonomy, that's it. You have no autonomy. You have no personal individual freedom. Everything you do is dictated by trolls, if this is the case. I don't know why I'm pointing this out, though, because he's not going to pay attention to that. Because for him, we're responsible for it. not him. It's not his personal choice. And his audience aren't going to believe it either. His audience is just going to be like, yeah, but Phil says this. He might later claim exactly what I'm saying right now. That, you know, his life is dictated by trolls because he can't do anything without the fear of trolls running some stupid ops, or planning to swat the zoo, or calling his fucking boss to tell him, look, this is the sort of content that your partner is creating on your fucking site, and getting him kicked off. All that shit. He'll say that at the time and they'll believe it, and then he'll say, yeah, no, they don't have influence over me at all. My life is not dictated by trolls, when he needs to say that. Because the truth is malleable to Phil. None of this matters. It's just whatever matters in the moment. The truth is like a completely fictitious concept to Phil, because he plays about with it so much. It's like that moulding jelly or putty, or, you know, that kinetic sand that you can slap together and it stays, and then it just like crumbles when you're soft with it. And it's that sort of thing. He can just like completely say whatever he needs to. And that's a worrying level of delusion. That's a worrying level of denial that he's reached. Because the point where you are saying that whatever I say in the moment matters means you don't have to consider anything else. You don't have to consider greater causes and effects, like he's even fucking criticising us for and saying we should have done. You're the ones responsible for the behaviour you criticise me for. It's like, no, we're not. You're the one that can't consider like the wider implications of your behaviours as the result of you, you know? Because those things happen over time. And that doesn't matter to Phil. All that matters is the here and now, the moment. They're getting to the next bit, getting to the next day, getting to the next pull. All that matters to Phil is getting the next tip. So whatever he needs to say to get the next tip, he will say. So matters like this, it's like easy to just go, yeah, it's the trolls that did it, and not worry about anything that might have come from his behaviour at that point ever since. The trolls ruined my channel, not me flicking the switches and getting rid of all those videos and cutting all those views. No. The trolls are the reason why I'm in this debt. Not because I have spent so much that I've had to declare bankruptcy. It's the trolls who made me do it. Yeah, I think this is the reasoning. Hang on.
Instead, put it all on Phil, right? No, what they want is they just want me to stop. They want me to stop being a content creator. They want me to stop streaming, stop making videos. They just want it all to end so that they can claim some kind of a weird, twisted victory.
Who leaked the memo? Who leaked the detractor oath that we have to take every time that we sign up to becoming a detractor? It's full of shit. Detractors all have different ideals and different thoughts and different opinions on the end of Darkside Phil. It's a hypothetical. It's one we play around with a lot. There's no one united consensus that's like, yeah, we want Phil to quit so we can claim a moral victory. There's none of that. But he needs to say that. He needs to tell his audience to convince them. He needs to tell himself to believe it so that he has some sort of objective force outside to compel responsibility onto. He doesn't need to actually listen to the detractors and what they're saying. He has made up his mind already, and he has an image in his mind of what detractors are, and he just needs his audience to believe that, because then that validates it for him. Do you remember, Phil, that thing about when you say something and then people repeat it back? Do you remember that thing that I mentioned earlier in this video? That sort of thing. Yeah, it's happening there. Anyway, yeah, come on.
Like, oh, Phil finally gave in to the pressure and everything from over the year. You know what I'm saying? Samantha says, the trolls made you declare bankruptcy. Did they make me actually physically declare bankruptcy? No. I overspent when I moved out here. But if I had kept making the money that I was making when I moved out here, then likely I wouldn't have ever had to declare bankruptcy.
See, there you go. He can't put together the fact that he overspent and the fact that he had to declare bankruptcy. He has to put in the middle the fact that things changed for me. And the thing that made the change is an external thing. It is the detractors. He assumed that he would continue making the same amount of money from YouTube that he was making then. He did not plan ahead for the future. As a narcissist, he would struggle with long-term planning. He did not ever consider, I might start earning less. I should put some of this stuff aside so that I can save it. Even I have a pension, you know. He did not consider any of that. He just assumed that everything would carry on the way it was forever because everything was good for him. He was making great money from YouTube. He had his girlfriend. He had his house that he'd moved into. It was a big house. He picked where he moved. He could have moved anywhere cheaper. He could have moved to so many other places. He didn't even have to leave his state if he didn't want to. He picked where he moved. He chose that. He chose to keep spending. He chose to get 15 fucking credit cards. Well, actually, it was about 13. I'm pretty sure it was 13. He chose to get all those credit cards. He chose everything. He made every financial decision that led up to his bankruptcy. The only thing that makes that easy for him to digest is if he says, but the change came about when the trolls got involved and changed what I was earning. He didn't figure that the apocalypse was coming. He didn't figure what cutting those videos and losing millions of views would do to him. That's our fault. It's our fault that he did those things. It's our fault that he didn't plan for a drop in income. And all that led to his bankruptcy. Not anything he did, as far as he's concerned. It's all because of this external thing. It's all because of this one event where things changed. Where the trolls fucked things up for him. It's not anything he did, though, to continue spending like that and end up at bankruptcy. We did not create those situations, Phil. You did. Your behavior did.
But in 2015, my income went from here to here within 2 months because my YouTube channel was destroyed.
In 2022, the amount of tea in my brew went from here to here in like 2 seconds because I took a big mouthful of it. I don't have a point to make. I just wanted to do that because the hand graph thing. No, Phil, it wasn't anything to do with us. We didn't destroy your channel. You did.
And now I had to make giant life adjustments because of it, and I could never stay on top of my financial.
Sorry, no. You didn't make any changes at all. If you made changes, you wouldn't have ended up with 13 credit cards and bankruptcy. You wouldn't have done that. If you'd have made changes, you would have rented out your other property. You have another property that you foreclosed on rather than continue paying. Rather than do up and rent out to someone, that would have been income monthly for you. That would have been another source of income. You could have joined the parasite class at that point and become a landlord. He didn't do any of that. It's just amazing to me, the amount of denial here. It borders on delusion. Genuinely, it borders on delusion. To think that external forces have that much influence over your life, to give up that much personal autonomy and responsibility because you don't want to face the consequences, is fucking delusional. This level of denial is red flag wavingly worrying.
For my financial responsibilities when that happened, you know? Did they cause an effect? No. Were they definitely a huge part of that? Abso-fucking-lutely they were.
No, we're not responsible for your reactions. We're not. You are. You are the one who chooses how to react to input and to changes in environment and situations. You are the one who is responsible for how you choose to react to provocation. You are the one who is responsible for your behaviour. At the end of the day, Phil, that being said, it follows thus, you are the one responsible. I hate the way he says thus. I hate it so much.
So guys, if you like me and my content, please support it in any way that you can. Whether it be just simply sitting here and watching the content, liking the streams, that helps. Liking the videos, leaving comments on them, that helps. If you can become a channel member or give some memberships to help out other fellow viewers, that helps. Whether it's super chats, super stickers, that helps. Tips help in the short term and help a ton. That's why we have rewards tied to them. All that stuff helps. If you can support, please do.
See, that's why tips matter, because they're short term. He gets it immediately. Sorry if you're wondering what that noise is. I'm just about to open a bottle of J2O and I've got a bottle opener on my ring, on my key ring. So, But short-term benefits matter more to Phil than long-term ones. That's why tips are preferred. That's why everything focused around tips. That's why his rewards focus around tips, because it's a short-term benefit. He has to wait for super chats and memberships. He has to wait for that, but tips are great because they gratify him immediately. Just like Snow Carl said. Also, I'm going to treat this like a beer bottle because I can't drink at the moment, and I do miss doing it. So,
all right, if me saying this is begging, then I guess I'm a beggar. And you know what? I think I'd rather be a beggar than a Keemstar.
And there it is. There's a line. There's the line that we missed. What do you say about that? I've thought about what to say for a while, because it's genuinely alien to me that you would even be okay with the implication. The level 1 implication that you have not grown, you are not capable of growing, and all you do with your life is this. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know how you would deal with that. There's a lot to untangle there. There's a lot to sort of have him really explore. Like, why? Why are you okay at this point? Why do you think that this is okay? Not like the conditions that you're in right now, but the idea. Let's talk about the idea first, rather than you talk about like the actual material conditions that Phil is in. And what he does with his money and you know, all that shit. You have to talk first about why he thinks that this sort of thing is fine. The lack of advancement, the lack of growth. People want to grow, people change, and they want to grow, they want to develop. People work towards bettering their situation. It's like a compelling force within us. Everybody wants better, you know. So I really don't know where you'd start. It'd just have to be like, tell us why. Let's explore the idea first. And then you'd find something to work on. Then you'd find something like revealing that would indicate, okay, here's a starting point here. Here's like a maladaptive belief that we can correct. Here's something that we can work through. So, right, so let's do that. Let's see where he goes.
So there you go. Mr. Puffy Nipples to the $1.50 and said, what about they probably harassed the shirt company? No, I'm sure they did. How is it that I had a business relationship with Teespring? When I started working with Teespring, they reached out to me. I'm not kidding you. When I started as a full-time streamer and I was looking for merch companies to make product, Teespring contacted me.
I'm going to bet they were just sending out promo stuff to everyone. They were sending out like adverts and flyers to everyone. They were seeing like everybody who was a creator. Everybody that might have a potential for, you know, needing merch. And he was like, oh, cool, I've got this email from Teespring. Right, okay, yeah, let's have a look. I bet it was a flyer. Then no one was like, oh, Mr. Darkside Phil, we've seen you and your audience on YouTube, and we think that you'd be exactly the sort of person that we'd like to partner with.
And said, we would like to do business with you. They had a person working to design merch for me.
Right, well, I hope that person got fired, because do you remember what the first fucking lot of merch looked like? It was shit. It was shit. So, bullshit. They had somebody helping him design that. Did that himself, that's why it looked so bad.
They knew who I was. They knew all the content that I had made in the past. They were okay with all of it and wanted me to be a part of their business.
It was a printing company. They would do business with anybody. Loads of people had Teespring set up.
All of a sudden, 4 years later, they make a decision that they don't want to do business with me anymore and they close my shop with no notice or anything?
Yeah. Because here's the thing. In their terms of service, they reserve the right to remove your account if it's been inactive for more than 6 months. So there you go. If you've not had new merch and nobody's bought anything from you for 6 months, they can delete your account. It's in their terms of service. So yeah, there you go, Phil. But, see, that means that it's Phil's fault. Because Phil is the one who has failed to maintain active interest in his Teespring account. Phil is the one who has failed to like regularly update his Teespring or put up new merch. Phil is the one who has failed to like keep plugging it and to direct his audience to it. Because again, it's something that pays out monthly. It's something that he doesn't get straight away. So it's not as important as the tips. Phil has failed to maintain his Teespring account to the point where nobody has bought anything from him but more than half a year, which meant he was up for deletion. Teespring reserved that right. And that's probably more likely than this.
Of course, what happened? These trolls probably were harassing them, sending them tons of shit.
Trolls were probably harassing them. He has absolutely no evidence for that claim. That's why he paused. That's why he went, probably. That's why there was that little delay there. He knew. He knows he doesn't have any evidence for the claim. But it's an external force. It's an external fault. It's something external that he can blame. It's not his fault. He did nothing wrong. The trolls probably harassed Teespring. Not that nobody's bought anything from my Teespring for more than 6 months. No. Because that would be my fault for not pimping it out. Instead, it was the trolls who probably harassed the company.
Again, this is neither here nor there. I really don't. I want to talk about this shit all day. These fucking idiots. Who cares about them? I don't even know how we got to that topic.
We got to that topic because you didn't want to justify why you'd rather be a level 1 beggar than a Keemstar. No reason for it. No reason for that sort of belief. No reason for that comfortableness at level 1. And complete rejection of the idea that I would like to grow and better my situation. Develop. You know, I would like to evolve what I do. It's alien to me, and it needs unpacking. It would need like properly discussing in a therapeutic setting where you'll be able to properly explore it. But that's, again, assuming that he's, you know, capable of opening up an introspection in the first place. He's not. So, yeah, there you go. There are a couple of other things, though. So,
Snow Carl to me $1.50 and says, I'm a social worker. I've come across the phenomenon of people being uncomfortable about speaking on the phone. Do you dislike or get anxious on the phone? Why do you prefer texting the delivery guy? It's interesting to me. No, it's not that I don't like talking on the phone. That's kind of silly.
All right, I want to talk in now. If he means the idea of me, Darkside Phil, being anxious talking on the phone is silly, then I mean, fair enough. I don't think it is that silly, but that's obviously his like ego defense, and that's fine. You know, that's fine position for him to take. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is the idea that talking on the phone and being anxious at talking on the phone is silly, because that's not. It's actually surprisingly common. It's called telephobia, the fear of talking on the phone, when it causes you like actual anxiety. And there's a couple of reasons for this. There's a couple of reasons why you might be anxious on the phone. He's going to mention one of them in a bit, and I will get to that. But one of the ones that I would like to say is that when you talk on the phone, you are essentially removing a sense from the conversation. You cannot see somebody anymore. Especially if you are more comfortable with more modern types of communication. People nowadays are, growing up with the idea of instant messaging or tweeting or texting or even video calling somebody as being more normal alternatives to calling on the phone. And these have their own benefits. And again, we'll go over like texting in a minute because he's going to mention that. But video calling is fine because you still have a visual like connection to someone. You can still see more or less their body language. You could sort of get an idea of like how comfortable they are, whether they're like that, when whether you can view them like that, whether there's stuff going on in the background, they might be busy. You know, you can sort of see and still maintain some sort of idea and impression of their general body language and non-verbal cues and their, you know, their like emotional and physical responses to conversation, like normal conversation, one-to-one, face-to-face. You're picking up on a lot of body language. It's the same with video calling, so that's okay. But you don't get that with a phone. I don't know where you are when I'm phoning you. You know, I can sort of work it out based on the sound, you know, like somebody in a car sounds different to somebody at home. Somebody in the bathroom sounds different to somebody out in the garden, that sort of thing. But I don't really have an impression of what you're doing. And I also don't have an impression of how you're reacting to me as I say what I'm saying. And you don't have an impression of how I'm reacting to you either. So that sense is completely removed. And for a lot of people, that's quite important. Being able to sort of read and understand body language is essential for us. So it's quite a necessary thing that makes talking to somebody easier and understandable, because you can sort of work out whether someone's being truthful to you or not, and you can gauge levels of trust needed and how much you can open up to somebody. Whereas with a phone, you don't get that. That's why phone calls tend to be like short and stilted and to the point. People want them generally to be over quickly. Every now and then you'll have somebody that you can talk for hours with, you know. That's fine. It's normally a relative, though. That's the thing. It's normally somebody you're incredibly close to that you talk to a lot elsewhere. So you're already aware of that sort of general level of trust, and you're not going to be anxious that, oh, this person's not going to understand me, they're not going to believe me. You know, there's not really any sort of anxiety. Like, I'll talk to my dad for ages on the phone because it's me dad. And, you know, so I sort of know that he's going to get what I'm talking about. And he knows I'm going to sort of get what he's talking about. And, you know, same with my brother. I'll chat a bunch of shit for hours with my brother. If, you know, we don't talk on the phone that much, but every now and then we'll have a conversation for a bit. And it's like, I don't feel the anxiety because it's my brother. So I get the sort of, I have a general sort of understanding of how he's going to react. You know, it's just one of those things. It's the same with my mum. If she's talking to me and she's like, you know, yeah, this thing happened at work or whatever, I'm like, right, okay, yeah, fair enough, blah, blah, blah. And we understand that we have a sort of understanding of how that person is going to react because they're close to us. So we're more comfortable and more likely to. But most people that we're not that close to, you're a little more uncertain, basically. You sort of don't really have a confident enough idea that this person is going to be okay with you and responding to you in a sort of natural way that they would be if you were face to face. There's still an air of, I don't want to say mystery, but there's still an air of uncertainty there because you cannot see them. So phone anxiety is quite a common thing, and the idea that it's silly is not really that true. More and more people nowadays don't like using the phone. In fact, I did find, because again I've seen this before, so I did my research and I went and found a 2019 survey that found something like over 70% of UK workers, office workers, have telephone anxiety. They don't like using the phone because more and more stuff is done online, and it's either done face-to-face through a video call or it's done through email and text and messaging. So, yeah, the telephone... I even found there's like worries about telephone anxiety dating back to the 50s. I found one from one article. I don't think it was an article necessarily, but one piece of work was from 1957 talking about telephone use and telephone anxiety. So yeah, it's an idea that's been around for a while, and I think nowadays it's becoming more and more common because more and more alternatives to using the telephone exist for us to communicate. So I'm not sure I necessarily agree with the idea that it's silly, because it's not. And I also think that Phil has it. So him going, nah, it's silly. You are terrified of talking on the phone, though. You don't like doing it. You would rather email somebody. You would rather somebody email you.
If I could sit here and talk to you guys directly all day, every day on a stream, why would I have a problem talking on the phone?
Because they're not the same sort of conversation. It's a one-sided conversation. You're saying something, and then you're waiting for them to type. It's a different method as well. They're having to type responses to your vocalized prompts. So it's not the same. Plus, you have the control there because you say something and then you wait for them to come back. And if feedback that you don't like comes back, you can just lean in and ban it. It's So you still have conversation. You still have control over the conversation. You still have control over the flow and the content of the conversation. You can stop at any time if it gets anywhere near uncomfortable for you and ban whoever it is that's making you uncomfortable. This isn't the same as a one-to-one conversation. This isn't the same as a conversation on the phone. You can wait for conversation. You can wait for the prompts, and you can decide whether you want to do that or not. But you don't necessarily get that on the phone. You can't say something and then the other person sort of like goes, all right, one sec, let me think about that. All right, yeah, I've got my response. Here it is. And then you go, yeah, I don't like that. I'd rather ban you, and hang up. That doesn't happen on a phone call. It's like an immediate thing. It's not the same as having a conversation proper. This is not the same.
No, I have zero issues talking on the phone. For me, it's a time issue. It's a situation where, like, I don't have a lot of opportunity to talk on the phone. I'm working a lot. When I'm not working, I'm busy. I don't have free time sitting around doing nothing where I can talk on the phone.
See, this is cope. This is a reason why you're wrong. This is him justifying his fear right here. Watch.
When you text someone, you text and you're done, and then they can answer at their own leisure because it's there for them to answer. You don't have to be live on the phone to have that discussion. You know what I'm saying?
See, when you text, again, the element here is control. When you text, you have the ability to consider what you are saying. You can think about it. You can take your time with it, and you can word it in a way that you're happy with. And you can wait. You don't have to do it immediately. You can wait. And that's the thing here. That's the thing that matters to him. That control. That I need to think about what I'm going to say. I want to say it in a way that I'm comfortable with. I want to say it in a way that presents me a certain way. And again, unlike a conversation, here you are also considering your image. You are considering how you want to say it, and therefore how you want to be perceived by the person receiving the message. Texting someone and emailing them is another element of identity control. It's another element of how you present yourself to the world. The tone that you take and the words that you pick and the content of your messages indicates a person. It indicates an image of somebody. It's the image that I want to present to you. If I text you or I message you, you are getting me thinking about what I'm going to say and picking the words that I want to use so that I'm happy with the message that I'm about to send, because it properly encapsulates everything that I want to convey in a manner that I am okay with. And it gives you the impression of me. It gives you the impression of who I am and what I believe and how I use my words and how again, even your word choice indicates a sort of level of intelligence, you know? So all these sorts of things go into the consideration of a message, and then it's sent. And then you get the opportunity to wait and consider it. And you get the opportunity to consider your reply and how you want to, and more importantly, how you want me to understand you and the impression of you that you want me to have. Because you might be a cunt, but you come across nicely in messages. Or you might come across like a bit of a dick in messages and be perfectly fine and convivial when we meet in person. So it's, again, image and identity control. And that's important to Phil. You don't get that in a conversation. It's much faster. The exchange of information and the ideas and the presentation of self happens rapidly in a conversation. It's a back and forth, and it's constant, and you don't get an opportunity to break unless you have to say, all right, give me a minute. Wait. Let me think about that for a sec. And there's no sort of like real worry about doing that, and no one's going to judge you for having to do it either. So I don't see why he's so like weird about it. Why he needs this sort of, I need to think about how I present myself. He's not comfortable presenting himself naturally. He has to present an image of himself. And that's why texting and emails matter, because he can do that there. Whereas here he can't. Well, not here, obviously. In a phone, he can't. In a phone call or a one-to-one conversation, he can't. But here, again, when he's talking to people, he's already got his idea. He knows what he's going to talk about today because he saw it on Twitter before. So he's putting his image across. He's putting his ideas across. He's putting his recycled tweets across to you in a way that is okay for him, because he's thought about it and he's constructed his story, he's got his narrative together, and he knows how to say it. And then you reply. And he gets that moment where he can wait and consider your replies. Because you're thinking about it already. You're putting your image and your idea across. Snowcarl would have considered how to word that. Snowcarl would have wanted Phil to know, I am not trolling you here. I am a social worker and I have seen this before. He wants to put that image across so that Phil doesn't think Snowcarl is trolling him and being a dick. He wants to reduce the idea, the chance of the risk that Phil will go, oh, I'm not dealing with this shit, like he did earlier with the idea about socialization. So Phil, seeing I am a social worker and I've seen this before, means, right, okay, Snowcarl's being serious. Because Snowcarl's put that in so that he wants Phil to consider it seriously. So that exchange works. But you don't always get that in a face-to-face interaction. Phil wouldn't get the opportunity to discount your ideas, and you wouldn't necessarily have to say, I have seen it before. I am a social worker and I am in a position where I see this phenomena a lot. You would just be like, so, mate, why are you a bit worried about talking on the phone? Or you'd be like, oh, do you know what? I get really nervous when I talk on the phone, mate. Freaks me out. Give me a text or an email any day. But that matters to him. That sort of control matters to him. It's really important to him. And this is just another example. So Snowcarl, yes, he does get anxious on the phone. He really does. And it's because of all them reasons I've listed earlier. He can't control things as much in a face-to-face conversation. Whereas with texts and with messages and emails and DMs, he can consider how he's going to say what he wants to say.
It's just a matter of simple convenience. I mean, quite frankly, let's backtrack here to the John and Howard video. The one major complaint that John had about me after I moved is I wouldn't call him. All I wanted to do was have a conversation with Phil on the phone. But John, I would text you all the time. I would text you this information, that information. Yes, some of the texts were about recording stuff, but there was a lot of personal discussions that I either had with him or tried to have with him via text because I knew I wasn't available to call live because of the time zone difference between the West Coast and East Coast. He thought that I was like personally insulting him because I wouldn't call him. I don't understand why some people are under the impression that the phone call is personal, but like a text or email is not. It's the same communication, only you can read it and digest it when you have the time to, and you can respond whenever you want.
Then it's not the same communication, is it? That's a huge red flag there. That's a huge red flag that he doesn't see the difference. He doesn't understand why people prefer a direct conversation. He doesn't understand why his friends might want to have an immediate actual conversation with their friend rather than texts at stupid o'clock in the morning because of the time zone differences. He doesn't understand that. And that's really bad. That's a huge red flag. He doesn't understand that. He thinks it's the same. And then goes, but it's different because. Which is, again, another red flag because how the cognitive dissonance doesn't immediately, your brain explode like in scanners. I have no fucking idea. But the point is, he doesn't understand why his mates might want to have a phone call conversation with him. He really doesn't see why John took that personally. He can't see why making John text and never calling him might have been upsetting to John. I don't want to call you. Text me. I'd be quite insulted. Most of my mates, we communicate through like DMs or whatever anyway. We, like Facebook Messenger or DMs or text or whatever. But if, one of them ever called me, I'd be like, yeah, you all right, mate? Is everything okay? What's up? And speak on the phone because they're my fucking mates. I can understand the need for like an instant communication. That's why I go around to their houses and that's why I speak to them online. It's like the immediacy of a conversation rather than the constant considering of your fragile self-identity. Your need for control over what you say and how you say it. You can't let that go for a conversation with your best mate. That's a huge fucking red flag there. That is not right. If there's any chance of Kat or his parents seeing this, you need to understand that these things are bad. They are wrong. They are unhealthy. They are dangerous. Your boy needs help. He needs actual psychiatric help. This is a red flag. To not understand that, to not understand how the need for conversation is important to people in a relationship. And I mean relationship as in friendship as well. I mean the relationship in that sort of sociological, psychological umbrella of a friendship, a relationship, your family, your friends. You have social relations with these people. That is not normal, that he cannot understand how in a relationship supposedly so important to him that he still misses it, and he's so upset about this thing ending. John meant so much to him, but he still couldn't fucking call him. That is not right. That is unhealthy. That is wrong. That is a red flag. And he needs help. He needs so much help before we can even get to the point where we're addressing this. But he still needs help with this. It's fucked up, this.
What's the difference? To me, I see zero difference. Seriously. But
he sees zero difference between texting somebody and speaking to them on the phone to deal with an important issue that is upsetting the both of you. You're having this falling out as friends, and he won't call him on the phone. Your relationship meant so much to me that I still mourn its loss, but I didn't want to call you. And by the way, it's the troll's fault for telling John and Howard that he said these things, that he read these texts. It's no wonder he didn't want to fucking text you, Phil. He was worried that anything he said might be read out on one of your fucking videos. That's why he wanted to call you. And this, again, there's a paranoia here. There's a paranoia that really screams, like, I just don't trust anyone. I'm so avoidant that I can't even bring myself to trust anybody. Here.
Some people apparently have big issue with this. Why Keemstar absolutely demanded the phone call, I know. Because he didn't want to have anything in writing. He wanted to promise me the world and then not put it in writing. I'm not stupid.
You fucking well are. He assumed bad intent. He assumed harm. He assumed that Keemstar was going to fuck him up somehow. Was going to screw him over. And Keem's like, I want to talk to you about this thing. How does he not understand that in business there's an initial proposition, a meeting, and then the conclusion involving the sort of like drafting and signing of contracts? That's the middle bit is what Keemstar wanted. Phil wanted the end product straight away, but Keemstar's like, we still need to do the middle bit. We still need to do the bit where, we talk to each other. It's so bad. It's so bad. And for him, it justifies it. For him, he's like, well, Keemstar's going to screw me up. Because that justifies and means that his behaviour is fine. It's right, because he's not in the wrong. Keemstar was going to screw him over. Keemstar was going to say something in there and then not deliver it. And he's like, he wanted to talk to you about this thing. You were like, tell me more about this thing. And he was like, right, well, call me then. You were like, no, you're going to screw me over. It's you that's got the weird, fucked up ideas about socialising, Phil. It's not Keemstar that's in the wrong again. His behaviour is normal. Most people would see Keemstar's behaviour as normal, and yours as abnormal. I need to stop. I need to stop getting so, like worked up about it, but this is a man who needs help. And he needs to be taken away involuntarily. He needs to be committed. There's something wrong here. And this man is justifying it. And I just want to sort of like... It's like the psychology part of me screaming, you all need to understand this. You all need to understand how serious this is. And that's why I'm getting so worked up, because this is really unhealthy. It's so wrong. And he's so proud of it. Because... well, why wouldn't he be? Again, his audience are rewarding this behaviour. If you wanted to teach him, use the behaviourist principles and remove the reward. Remove the positive state. Make him change his behaviour that way. If you behave like this, we will remove the positive thing. It's called positive removal, not positive reinforcements. There are two ways to learn, reinforcement or removal. Either a positive or a negative state. Either way, you are either rewarding somebody by imposing a state, you are rewarding the behaviour that you want to reinforce by imposing a positive or negative state, or You are removing that state. Behavior a certain way. You want to punish it, you remove a good state. If you want to reward it, you remove a bad state. It's the same principle, it's just the opposite way around. You don't reward by giving something, you reward by taking it away so that they're better because the negative state has been removed. So, yeah, that's just a thing because, I mentioned it to Shinko once and it's sort of like stuck with me ever since because I don't think I ever mentioned it in a video, and I wanted to sort of bring it to everybody's wider attention because, again, I like psychology and I like sharing things and I like talking to you and making like 7-hour long videos. Fuck me, I need help. I wish I could drink.
So that's, put it in writing. I'm talking to you right now in a DM. Just send me the details. No, let's have a phone call. All right, call me when I'm available. Doesn't call me when I'm available. All right, you're a fucking idiot.
Again, the need for control, even there. I have given you a list of times when you can call me. And if you don't call me within those times, and nobody knows how long those time periods were, could have been the occasional 5 minutes here and there. There wasn't one on his day off. I think Meerkat mentioned that. But that control, that need for it, this isn't a case of, well, I'm busy at work, because we know where you are. You tweet out your schedule, so we know when you are busy. And there's gaps in between those periods where you're not, where you can take a phone call concerning 50 grand, and he doesn't. Instead, he gives Keem a pre-approved list of times when he is prepared to discuss things with him. And Keem's like, just answer your fucking phone, mate. And he doesn't. This is wrong. This level of control that is needed for him to feel okay is wrong. It's so avoidant. It's jumping through all these hoops to justify not talking to Keemstar. Again, all these reasons why he doesn't want to do this thing. I asked for details. You said call me. I didn't want to talk to you, but I gave you a list of times. You didn't call me on those times, so instead, fuck off. That's not normal. None of this is normal. And I feel like it's like the psychological part of me is screaming out, you need to tell more people. You just need to keep telling people. You need to keep screaming it out, Cassandra. So I say thanks to everybody for watching, if you've made it this far. And I know this one's long than normal. But again, it sort of felt like an important thing. I know it's not the down the rabbit hole stuff as well, but it was something I could get out a bit quicker. And it felt like a more important thing because there was a lot to discuss here. So, I want to say sorry about all the mentions of that being said. I do want to big up Alt Insider or ALT Insider. I'm really not sure how it's pronounced, and I should have checked. And also, this means that I'm really sorry for taking the piss out of you for not being able to properly pronounce Fantastic Mr. Sam. So yeah, big ups to Alt Insider, Meerkat, and Fantastic Mr. Sam. I'm sorry I mentioned so much, but for me it was a big thing. I didn't ever expect that sort of thing to happen to me. I didn't expect that I'd be invited onto a podcast to talk about something, and doing it live as well was really odd for me, because obviously I record these in advance and I edit them and they're videos, so I have like control over what goes in and what doesn't, and I can sort of it's done to my like expectations and my wants and desires. When a video's out, it's because I've made it that way. Whereas the podcast was a bit like, it was live and it was something that I hadn't done and it was new. It was new to me and it was a big thing for me. And it was also a sort of, how do I put this without sounding like a cock? Because in the first episode they mentioned that the very first person that they wanted to get on was me. And then, obviously they had me on and they bigged me up a bit. And it was really touching. It was just unexpected because, again, I never thought I'd be this sort of person in a community. I never thought I'd have thousands of subscribers. And I never thought people would be watching 7-hour long videos. I never thought I'd be making 7-hour long videos, let alone that people would be watching them. But there's like a continual interest for this sort of thing. It just always blows me away. And I'm really, really touched and I'm happy that I get to do that. And that people watch this stuff and they like it. So it meant a lot to me. So, yeah, I was a bit overboard with it, but, they're good lads and I had a great time. That's why I went back the second time following the Keem stuff. Because they're a right laugh. and I get to chat with people that know about Phil, you know. So I get to chat shit about something that I'm doing with people that are also doing similar stuff, and it was I had a great time. So yeah, big ups All Insider, Meerkat Inc. and Fantastic Mr. Sam and the That Being Said podcast, and thanks to everyone who watched as well. Thanks to everyone who watched them and sort of like gave me good feedback about being on the show, because like at first I was shitting it, and the second episode I was like, yeah, it's totally cool, and I was more okay with it. So yeah, I think that's everything. Oh yeah, for the dude who said like like rating like the breakdowns and the videos and things in bottles of Lucozade, that was a great idea. So I'm going to give this one 8 bottles of Lucozade out of 10. Not the number that I've consumed during, but like it feels like a good rating system. So yeah, this one gets 8 out of 10, and it's a really good idea. Which for me will put it quite up with like the Bank Leaks and Liana. So yeah, it's a good one. This one. Do that from now on. That's a great idea. So yeah, thanks. I don't want to put this out and then immediately have, because I had another video on the way and it was nearly done. So I might put that in now, because it wasn't that long, and I don't want to upload this and then that in like really short, but I do want to get that one out kind of quick because it's a little bit relevant. And should I give it like 2 weeks maybe, or should I just see? I'll see how long this is. If you know, obviously you'll know. But if this is like too long for me, then I'll just put the ending that I thought I was going to put in. Oh, which by the way, that should have been me watching Ann Lee and the DSP's videos, but thanks to some cunt, Ann Lee is gone now, so fuck you. Yeah, so instead there'll be a different one, because I couldn't go get the footage. I couldn't capture the footage. I never thought Ann Lee would go down. So yeah. Hey guys, so my dad told me about this. Alexa, play the podcast That Being Said, episode 3.
Here's the That Being Said podcast from Amazon Music. Here's season 1, episode 3. Episode 3. This podcast is not monetized with Steve of the Dead.
Alexa, stop. I'd like to take this opportunity to apologise for swearing so much on the podcast. So now you can't monetize it. Sorry, my bad.